Sorry. Good morning. My name is Debbie. Welcome to my channel. How's everybody this morning? I am tired. Very tired. I was out till like 2 o'clock. But I'm here. And nobody else is but Judy. That's okay. Judy loves me. Oh, I'm so tired. But Melissa and Jill and I watched the Starlight Parade at Disney last night. And I think they were with me on some rides. I kept losing my signal. So I did 2 live streams yesterday. I had to split it up into 2 because I lost my signal halfway in between. And then during the time I lost my signal, my friends Mike and Jen were there, and so I found them and we rode some rides. I rode Tron again. We rode Pirates of the Caribbean. Had a lot of fun yesterday. Where is everybody? Okay, well, we are watching the Michael Peterson trial, otherwise known as the staircase. We are on his case in chief, and we are on part 2 of Dr. Henry Lee's testimony. Peterson is urged by his legal team to submit an Alford plea. An Alford plea allows the defendant to plead guilty when the prosecution has enough evidence to convict while still claiming innocence. The plea is a result of a U.S. Supreme Court case from 1970, Alford v. North Carolina, where an alleged murderer has submitted a coerced plea. That's interesting. I never knew the origins of it. So if it's Alford v. North Carolina, can you only take an Alford plea in North Carolina? Or can you take it anywhere? I thought it was anywhere. I need to do some research on that.
Dr. Lee, I want to get into some of your specific opinions in this case, but before I do, are there some general principles?
How did I miss that? Duh, Debbie. See, I told you guys I'm not awake yet. Duh, it says right there. Open your eyes, Debbie. U.S. Supreme Court. So, did it go to the North Carolina Supreme Court and then go to the U.S. Supreme Court? Because that would be like skipping a court, right? I don't know. I'll be better. I'll be better when I get done drinking this. Don't they all do that? I mean, seriously, don't they all do that? At least I mean, I've heard that a million times. You know, if you plead guilty, we'll take the death penalty off the table. How many times have we heard that? That's confusing.
That need to be kept in mind when you're analyzing bloodstain patterns.
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury what those general principles are and how they might apply to this particular case?
The general principle, examine the bloodstain evidence, has to be very cautious and conservative.
Hey, Marty.
Bloodstain pattern analysis is based on scientific principle, but the individual's training experience very important. The more you see, the more understand you can appreciate. But science not always black and white. Sometimes in the gray area, have limitation. We can really come to a crime scene like CSI or Kojak, and by second commercial, we tell you everything. Nobody can do that. And what we can only do is based on our training experience to present the fact to the court of law, because we have to be aware the blood is a liquid. When it deposits, it's subject to change. It went through a complicated.
Oh, I forgot. Happy 420, everybody.
The biochemical change. Then the physical environment changes the blood too, because blood can dry, can coagulate. Now, if before the blood dry, somebody at the scene have activities, then the stand can be altered, can be modified. Sometimes make the interpretation almost impossible. So when we at the scene, look at the stand, you have to understand whether or not possible change. Then if a possible change, you have to be aware of, don't over-interpret it. If something we don't know, just say, I don't know, instead of trying to force the issue.
You talked about changes. Did you pick out some photographs with regard to this case just to demonstrate the kinds of changes that you have to be careful about?
Yes, I only picked 2 photographs. This case has 205 pictures. By the way, I have to re-emphasize the Raleigh-Durham Police Department did an excellent job to document. Of course, there's room for improvement, but in general, they're doing a pretty good job documenting the scene. I just picked a couple of pictures to illustrate, in fact, what's changed the scene.
Put those up. These are what's up there right now are defense exhibits 8 and 9. Can you use those?
Yes.
To explain to the jury some of the changes that you noticed?
Well, just focus on this area, the staircase. Those pictures, one is took a sort of up from the lower point to the staircase, I think 18, 17, 16, 15, that area. And now, as you can see, this 2 drop of blood stain, a perfect shape and have center. Now, if we look at this 2 drop of blood stain, as you can see, the center gone, disappeared, which indicative something changed. Most likely dry and flaked away. Blood will not fly away, means some activity. Somebody must be walk up, down, create such wind or velocity or somehow flow those stuff away. So which indicative to me this being altered. Now that's not the only place altered. Here, as you can see that change too. Now, of course, if you look at this picture, we don't have one in here. This portion, we don't have one in here. There are many other subtle change. Of course, this location, because the flashlight, you white it out, so we can't really tell much anymore. But that, assume everything fine. Now, of course, you can see pattern in this location. We see some minor change in this location, especially this one we don't see here. So I'm just looking at the picture. I cannot swear to God, say, definitely somebody intentionally moved that. Nobody intentionally moved, just somehow people at the crime scene, this activity create this change. That's just one staircase. If we look at the other staircase, we probably found some similar change.
Did you take a look at some of the items that were left around the house and how they were dealt with?
Yes.
Can we put those up, please? All right, hold on one second. Let me show you what I have marked now as defense exhibits 262 and 263, as well as what's previously been marked as defense exhibit 123. Coach?
Yes.
So these three, first of all, do you recognize these three exhibits?
Yes.
What are they?
Those are the crime scene photograph of Mike Peterson's home with Kathleen's body. Two pictures with Kathleen's body. One is after the body removed.
Now her name is Catherine.
I'm going to project those up on the screen so that folks in the audience will know that they're coming. Let's first of all do the one. Yeah, that one be fine. What items in particular are you focusing on with regard to how the items there at the scene were dealt with by the police?
Okay. This photo we can see clearly Kathleen's body, her feet, a large amount of blood, which indicative she was in upright position at one point in time. You have to standing up, step in the blood. So she did not lie on the staircase all the way. She has to be standing up. Large amount of blood in the middle waist area, which indicative she more likely in a sitting position for a certain time. The blood come out of from the womb, profusely deposit in this location. Now we see a towel soaked with blood. So somebody has to put a towel, and with that much blood, takes a while to soak. So the pattern on this one here, more likely modified, altered, because the action of the towel. You can also see she probably body was more up in a staircase 17 and coming downwards. Now you look at we have a electropad. So which shows this electropad somebody have to apply administrative first aid. That individual has to get to her. So now you're going to have unavoidable alteration. Save life is important. So this unavoidable alteration you also have to consider when you interpret a pattern. Now this pad, if you look at carefully, this pad is on top. Those blood smear. So which indicative the sequence event, the blood smear have to deposit first. Subsequently, the pad. Who caused that smear? We don't know, but has to have some alteration action there. Now, if we look at in this location, you can count it, the number of items. About 14 different items. Shirts, pants, socks, shoes, paper towel, 14 different items. Those items wasn't at the scene originally. It has to be somehow get there. So that's I call alteration. The scene, whatever in this outside this door, this little curve area, extensive activity going. So any blood stain in that area can be a secondary deposit. Somebody flip the finger or moving an object can create such a motion, cause some pattern. Okay.
That's good. Next.
Now we look at a different view towards the hallway now. Here the hallway, that's the electric pad I just talked about. Here the electric pad. Now on the staircase, we see additional item. We don't know what the item, but you can see here a lot of stuff here. A lot of stuff. We see all those smear, shoe print more likely, footprint, all those being created. This just demonstrates how easy a slightly action you can cause someone spatter on the hallway. Then we say that's a cast-off pattern that becomes dangerous. Here, apparently, Catherine's body has been removed. Now, we notice a roll of paper towel. Here, some wet with paper towel with blood. We see multiple layer of stuff on the staircase. That's also a sign of alteration. When the body was moved out, when this thing was moving down the step, anything can happen in this wall. That's why so important the original documentation before anything moved. And if we don't have that, you have to approach the pattern with a conservative and cautious way.
Now, in this case, there's been testimony before the jury about various actions that were taken before the police ever were able to document the scene. And besides the EMTs, for example, Michael Peterson going up to the body, Todd Peterson going up to the body and physically removing Michael Peterson. Todd Peterson being asked to retrieve a telephone. Dr. Snell walking up the stairway inside the stairway with Kathleen's body still there. Dr. Snell, along with 3 or 4 other people, moving Kathleen's body in order to inspect the injuries and perhaps some other things. Without getting into all the specifics about each of those, can you explain to the jury what those kinds of actions do in terms of your ability or anyone's ability to interpret that particular scene?
I only can comment generally because I wasn't at the scene. I don't know what Dr. Snell did or other people did, whether or not somebody moved a hand or finger or hair. I don't know. But this, basically the scene has been altered somewhat. A scene altered somewhat, you have to be careful to say what the conclusion, the bottom line conclusion. With all this activity, definitely going to have changed some pattern, additional some pattern because the blood is still wet, apparently still wet. And if a wet blood, any action can produce secondary pattern.
Now, putting aside anything that might have happened after Kathleen was already lying there in the stairway, I think you indicated that earlier that there was a lot of spatter here, more than you could account for just from specific blows. Is that right?
Yeah, inside of a staircase, you remember that small area, and on the north wall, close to 4,000, some individual blood spatter recognizable. There are probably more. On the east wall, close to 3,000 something, and the staircase 16 alone have 1,100. Added together, more than 10,000 individual spots. If you just hit with a stick or even a bat 7 times, you're not impossible to create that much blood spatter.
What does that tell you about the kinds of actions that could have created that much spatter and the time frame over which those actions occurred?
When you examine the blood spatter microscopically, in other words, I use a high power magnifying glass, start looking, you can see blood drop on top of the blood drop. Blood drop on top of the blood smear. It's a multiple deposit. It's not one time. If you try to explain, say, simple motion, you cannot explain because clearly the victim did not die right away. Kathleen was in a staircase area and breathing, coughing, maybe yell for helping, maybe shake the hand, try to get up and fall back. So all of those can create additional spatter. So most of the blood spatter are probably created by other action besides bleeding.
With regard to the specific opinions that were given in this case, Agent Deaver testified that in his opinion, the blood spatter here came from Kathleen Peterson being beaten to death. Let me first of all ask you, in examining all the evidence from the scene, did you observe anything in the scene that was inconsistent with Kathleen Peterson having died from an accident in that stairway?
Well, examine her clothing. Subsequently, look at the original crime scene photograph. Both her feet soaked with blood, the sore area, which suggests she was standing up. Meanwhile, already had blood on the ground. If no blood on the ground, her feet will not have blood. So it has to be staying upwards. Then I notice on the molding, the door molding, if I face this door on the left-hand side, have contact and dripping floating pattern. Have 3 different locations have contact. The highest one is 61.5 inches high in the molding. Kathleen only 5 feet 2, 120 pounds. So her height is equivalent to 62 inches, which suggests just about her height, 61.5, 62. Her head, back of her head, has to be contact this molding. Molding is not flat, it's multi-corner molding with an impact, because on the molding, we see spatters. I also found hairs adhere on the molding. I see the paint have a damage, caved in, which suggests one point in time her head hit the molding, create some spatter. Then slide downwards to about 40, 43 inches, that's the second contact. Then finally sit on the ground. Besides that location, on staircase 16, the bottom one is 18, the next one is 17, the 16. I noticed 2 areas. The staircase have the riser and you have the thread. At the edge of the thread have a heavy, crusty bloodstain. Usually heavy, crusty bloodstain means a prolonged contact. If just a quick contact, we don't have that accumulation. Then we look at have an impact spatter on the staircase and on the wall adjacent to it, which suggests her head maybe hit sideways of this thread area. In addition, hair was found in that area. So she possibly also contacted that area. The north wall, the lower molding area, have a lot of hair. Could be tissue-like material. I did not collect, but I see quite a bit of hair and a blood spatter.
Objection to work was not collected and tested. Overruled.
Have hairs adhere on it. Those hair is recognizable as human hair. That suggests she could hit her head again in that area. She more likely sitting for a while because her pants and waist area have that heavy soaked blood. Then on both legs have some large blood stain pour into the blood, create more spatter on her pants. Somehow she also start urinating. That's why we see it diffused, the loaded pattern on her sweatpants. But one point in time, somebody have to step on her leg. We see a partial bloody shoe print. That's a stationary shoe print, which means stepping. It's not kicking type of an action. So whatever we see in that staircase can tells me that's the primary location of the house. Whatever happened is in that little area, staircase. The staircase is pretty small and confined. So if somebody lost conscious, hit or semi-conscious and hit again, could be an accident. Not necessarily say has to beat up 7 times reciprocal.
In terms of the chairlift, you saw that metal chairlift there in the area.
Yes.
Did you find any spatter in that particular location?
Yes, on the second trip, the first trip I went there, I found tremendous amount of blood spatter because it's a dark surface. Blood spatter very difficult to photograph. So we did photograph, submit some picture, and we found about 900 to 1,000 blood spatter on there, also human head hair on that. So it's a high possibility she also hit the metal chair.
Can you tell, as you sit here today, what sequence Kathleen's head could have hit various objects, or how many falls could account for her head hitting various objects?
See, I'm still thinking that her head, the lacerations on her head, and this does not exonerate Michael Peterson at all. But I still think the lacerations on her head came from that chair, because I'm pretty sure those chairs have like sharp edges. They're metallic, and if they're old, because wasn't that one in the house when they bought it? Like, they neither one of them needed it, so it was already there. So it was an old chairlift. So it probably, of course, it's made out of metal. So there had to be sharp edges and stuff that she could have hit her head on that caused the lacerations. Because the edge of the steps, I don't think would have caused a laceration like that. That's the blunt part. But the cuts on her scalp had to come from something sharp or metal. And I can't think of... I'm not saying that he didn't do it. I'm just saying I don't think he hit her with something. If anything, it was all barehanded, and she hit her head against something while he was, however he did it, I guess. But I still think that she hit that chairlift with her head.
Those sorts
Well,
of things.
I'm sorry I cannot give you the exactly sequence. But I do know she is unconscious. She got up because I found 11 partial fingerprint pumping on the door, different location of the molding. I do know she standing up. By that time, she did not have major injury. Otherwise, if I already have major injury, hit the molding, I should see more spatter. I only see few spatter, which means not really bleeding heavily at that point. I cannot tell you exactly hit the molding first or hit the staircase or any other area first.
With regard to Agent Deaver's testimony that Kathleen Peterson was struck at least 3 times with a blow poke.
Objection.
Not his testimony.
Sustained. You can rephrase it.
With regard to the evidence that you saw, did you see evidence that was inconsistent with Kathleen Peterson being beaten to death with either a blow poke or any other weapon?
There are some lack of pattern, sometimes equally important than actually pattern there. When I look at the staircase, the ceiling inside the staircase area, as you probably recall, have a cat picture on the north wall. Above the picture, nothing on a higher point of this area. So if an individual with a weapon, say 40 inches long, hitting, I should see something on the ceiling, cast off or sideways swipe type of a typical cast off pattern. Lack of that, which indicative no overhead beating. Of course, some maybe argue, say, could be choked the weapon a little bit, but if you do that, you very difficult not to get some blood spatter. Also difficult because that's a very confined place. You have to literally on top of each other. It's not a big room like this. It's a small place. So you expect to see some spatter on whoever suspect's clothing.
Focusing on that for a second, did you inspect Mr. Peterson's shirt in particular with a particular kind of light?
Yes, I did inspect Michael Peterson's shirt. It's a dark blue shirt. It's very difficult to see with naked eyes. So what we did use a higher magnification and use light sources and try to look at any area, see any spatter or not. I did not find any blood spatter.
If someone were choking up on a weapon and beating somebody in that confined area, would you expect to see any kind of spatter on the person's shirt?
In general, maybe we expect to see something.
And did you see anything at all that was consistent with a beating on Michael Peterson's shirt?
I did not see anything on his shirt.
With regard to the directions of the spatter on the north wall and the east wall, can you describe to the jury what you saw there and in terms of the directionalities of the various spatters?
If you have a picture, there's just multiple directions, so many different directions. Show indicative, multiple action, coughing, shaking head, get up and fall down. So you see tremendous amount of spatter.
And we'll get to some photos in just a few minutes. What about in terms of damage to any areas of the walls or the floors or that sort of thing? Did you look for that?
Yes, I look carefully, especially with a sharp instrument, pointy end of the instrument as a weapon. If you may hit the wall and may damage the wall, cause some plaster Paris and fall off or hit the wood. I checked those areas, did not see any damage.
When you inspected Kathleen Peterson's pants, you mentioned finding some deposits of blood on top of other deposits and some dilution. Were you able, from looking at the pants, to tell anything about how much time would have passed between the first application of blood on the pants and a second or subsequent application of blood on the pants?
Okay, with this specific case, I did not, because if you want to conduct an experiment, you have to know all the controls, all the variables. If without knowing all the control and variable, that's not calling an experiment.
Like how much blood
I
you're
don't know
using?
the temperature, humidity, and everything,
Really?
but I do see have to have a time lapse in between.
Sorry, y'all.
Exactly how many minutes we don't know.
Humility.
But some blood already dry, then subsequently other blood deposit on it. So with the coagulated blood, which suggests in general at least 30 minutes has some of those blood spatter deposited.
How do you know whether or not a second blood spatter is applied to a dry surface, whether it's urine or other blood, or whether it's coming immediately after the first application?
When a surface wet, if you have a drop of blood deposit on the wet surface, it will dissipate. It's not going to form the pattern anymore. Just like we work in the kitchen. I love to work in the kitchen. You have kitchen counter, some water. If you still wet, let's say you have a bottle of cooking wine, accidentally you knock it down, the wine and water will mix it and become diluted. You're not going to see the wine pattern anymore. Unless the water been dry, then the wine deposit on the counter, then you see the wine pattern.
Were you able to tell anything about passage of time from the amount of staining that was on Kathleen Peterson's pants and shirt?
Well, that's a lot of blood. It's not going to come out in just 1 second. We see blood depositing on top of blood. As a matter of fact, multiple layers. On the wall, same thing. We see smear, we see swipe pattern, and we'll have spatter pattern on top of those smear pattern. Then we'll have blood spot on blood spot, which indicative has to be a time period passed. During that time period, Kathleen still breathing, still have blood circulating, still liquid come out.
Are we talking seconds? Or are we talking longer than that?
We're talking minute and 20, 30, 40 minutes, and but cannot be too long, because if too long, the blood all dry. Once it dry, you don't have the liquid blood anymore. Just like a staircase I show you, once it dry, it flick away. It's not going to create another blood drops.
Judge, I'm going to be moving to a different area, so this might be a reasonable time to take a luncheon break. And we've got to set up some photographs and that sort of thing to get to this next area.
All right, members of the jury, we'll take our lunch break at this time. Remember the instructions that I've given you throughout the course of this trial. Keep an open mind about the case. Don't talk about it. Don't read about it. Don't watch TV about it. Don't do any independent research. And we will see you at 1:30. Can you make that? 1:30? All right.
Dr. Lee, before we broke for lunch, we were talking a little bit about the stains on Kathleen Peterson's pants and what those indicated to you in terms of passage of time and consistency with accident versus beating. I want to, if I could, show you. May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
What's been marked as State's Exhibit 32.
Yes.
And ask you if you could step down and we can put this on this table here. Perhaps if you could explain to the jury what you saw when you looked at these pants in terms of a sequence of events and passage of time. Thank you.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I asked that the attorney wear gloves when he's touching the evidence.
This is the front of Catherine's sweatpants. This side is the back. Of course, now we look at the flat. It's almost like two-dimensional. In reality, when a person wears the pants, should be like this. However, just look
Did
at
you
the
see it?
flat, we see variety of patterns. We have a large, heavy blood stain pattern. Since she only had the injury on her side, head, so the source of blood has to come from her injury. To have that much blood deposit from the shirt to the pants, so she has to be more likely in a sitting position. If it's a standing position, we should see much more running down pattern. Of course, you can see yellowish color. This line of demarcation, a pattern, shows that's more likely the urine. The urine, as you can see, dissolves some blood. So that's why have a light brownish color. In other words, some of the blood mixed with your urine start diluted. But meanwhile, some of the stain still maintain its integrity, which could indicative those stain will deposit after the urine stain deposit. When urine stain start getting dry. Those spatter subsequently deposit. That's why we see this perfect shape type of pattern. If we look at this heavy blood stain, you can see diffused area. That's the urine and the heavy blood stain start mixed together. It's lighter stain. This area on her left leg, we see some like a spatter, impact spatter. It's not somebody's beat her, caused the impact, just large amount of blood hit the pants, cause this radiated pattern up. Often you can reproduce that when you do a demonstration. Is just drop a lot of blood into other blood, you're going to have this splash pattern.
Oh God.
Now we have smears. As a
What
matter of
now?
fact, have some finger marks, which indicative a person's hand have a limited amount of blood. Now heavy amount, limited amount, touch the surface, cause this finger mark. On the side of the left leg. Finger mark. We have some medium velocity spatter on both her side. Both her side. The source of those medium velocity spatter can come from variety possibilities. Could be coughing, could be shaking hand, could be impact spatter, could be anything. I cannot really look at the one and tell you this one is from the hair shaking, that one from the coughing. I have no such ability to do that. All I can tell you is from some medium velocity source or sources. We have some smear on the side, which indicative this side did not soak with blood, but contact the surface with blood with a motion, so you have that wiping, swiping type of pattern. Now here you have some pattern on the right leg, this pattern area. This could be like an according effect. This part of pants was one time fall like this. Have one transfer. Now we open up, some area no blood, some area have blood, but this stem, pretty interesting, is deposit after the smear or transfer. So that tells us somehow in that area have variety action. Not just one time, you cannot cause them much of transfer. Of course, in the back of the right side leg, we have a partial shoe print. That's a stationary transfer, which means somebody step on this portion cause a transfer. If somebody kicking, we're going to see a dynamic type of a pattern transfer. In the back, the majority of blood is loaded. The pattern, basically, we can't really make too much of a interpretation, except say a lot of blood subsequently have some urine or blood perspiration and keep dissolving. But lower portion still in good shape, which indicative she was in a sitting position. If she is a standing position, this liquid more likely running downwards. So her pen basically tell us She bleed quite a bit in that area. Kind of top of downwards, but more likely a sitting position. But we do see some blood drops, like a vertical drop. So she.
Hang on, guys. There's squirrels in the chat. It's the inside. The very, very. Let me do it on this where there's not a earring. It's the very inside, right there. It's teeny tiny. So I don't know how they got it in the wrong spot, Jill. There's only room to pierce one part. I mean, so by wrong part of the ear, I'm saying, did they like do one of the other ear folds or something? Because I don't see how, if you got that little piece of ear, how you're gonna miss the spot. There's only room for one spot. So it did go in the little, like, really inside piece? Huh, that's okay. I thought I felt something weird on my right ear that I didn't have on my left, but I don't. I got them on both ears. But yeah, I just got the one, and if it ever stops working, I don't know that I'll get another. Yeah, I probably will, because I hate having migraines. But that piercing hurt. Oh my God. And Travis, I had the sides of the table gripped. Travis said my butt came up off the table.
At one time was in the standing position, but that time haven't created a massive amount of bleeding. And subsequently, as I say, urinating and cause other delusion and changing of the path.
Before you put those, let me just ask you a specific question. For example, if we look on the front, and I think you noticed some right here, for example, there's a spatter there that kept its shape, even though it's in the middle of the area that appears to have been from urine. How long would you say, and I realize you can't tell us exactly, would it take for the urine to dry sufficiently that spatter would keep its shape?
I cannot tell you exactly time. Takes a few minutes, maybe 10, 20 minutes to dry. Not going to be a few seconds.
Thank you, Nate. I want to get specifically into some of the opinions that Agent Deaver gave to the jury a few weeks ago and get your views on these various opinions. And I want to start with something that he referred to as a point of origin. You're familiar generally with that term?
Yes.
And is it, and I think he talked a little bit about, there were 3 points of origin that he identified, and let me just refresh your recollection about them. One was 19 inches up from step 17, 6 inches out from the north wall, and 8 inches out from the east wall. So he identified a specific point at those 3 intersections. Then he did another one, 11 inches up from step 17, 2 inches out from the north wall, which I think you mentioned earlier, at 8 inches out from the east wall, and found a specific point at that triangulation. And then a third point of origin, he said it was 27 inches up from step 15, 2 inches forward of step 14, and 5 inches out from the west wall of the stairway, the right wall going up. And he identified a specific point right there. Let me ask you, first of all, is it accurate to even talk about points of origin as opposed to areas of origin?
I don't know which spot he picked and how many spots the line of converging to the point. Generally, we say point.
Paul, how did you lose that accent? This man has been in this country. Okay, I'm going to stop. I love you, Paul. I'm not trying to be offensive, but he's been here forever. He still can't even make the TH sound. Doesn't he live over here? Seriously, I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm just like, he's so hard to understand. And he's supposed to explain to all of these jurors. And in fact, they did a I don't know what they call them, like a practice jury thing where it was him testifying to the jury and to the like test jury, and the majority of the jury said that he was very hard to understand. If you're an expert in your field, it doesn't matter if the jury can understand what you're saying to them. This is true. He doesn't live anywhere anymore. Gee, are you upset that we're making fun of his accent because he died not too long ago? All right, I'll stop. Marty, you behave too. Apparently, we're upsetting Judy.
Point, we means an area. We're not talking about one specific point. I have no question, no doubt, he probably know how to make a determination of the point of origin. But
Oh, there you
I do have
go.
a question of something, just one point, everything converging to one specific point. Very difficult to do that.
Can you talk a little bit about, and Agent Deaver also referred to it as a point of impact various times in his testimony.
Mm-hmm.
Is it accurate to talk about something as a point of impact as opposed to a point of origin? And if not, could you explain the difference to the jury?
Well, point of impact, that's another term we commonly use. Basically, not necessarily a impact force from that point. Basically, shows the origin of the source of blood. Can be coughing, can be the blood object, like somebody's head hit the surface, or can be any area create a spatter, not necessarily somebody have to beat on somebody on that point.
Let me focus for a second on the hallway outside the stairwell.
Mm-hmm.
And let me show you a couple of photos from that hallway. And the jurors had a chance to actually see that hallway last week.
Yes.
These are previously marked Defendants Exhibits 254 and 255. And the area we're talking about here is the header outside the doorway, and then a 90-degree wall, a west wall outside the hallway. Agent Deaver testified that there were basically 5 spatters, 2 by a doorway down lower, 1 a little bit lower on that wall, and then those 3 up high. And he said those all were traveling in the same direction, and they represented, in his opinion, cast off from a single blow from inside the stairwell with the weapon coming outside the stairwell on the swing back. That was his testimony in essence.
Objection. That's mischaracterization of Agent Deaver's testimony.
Overruled. Members of the jury, it's up to you to recall the evidence that was presented.
Well, let me be real simple about it. Do you have an opinion as to whether or not those spatters are all traveling in the same direction?
I do have an opinion. The 2 spot this 1 and 2, they travel in an opposite direction. 1 spot these 2 spots, if you have an enlargement, you can see the tail.
Can we go to the
lower spot. This spot here, you can see the tail pointing up. This one is coming down. So, which indicative, these pointed two different directions. When you look at a cast-off pattern, you have to look at the whole picture, the totality. Then you have to look at the alignment of those spots. Not only the alignment of the members of those you pick as cast-off pattern, also individual pattern relate to other pattern. The shape also important, and the number, how close they are together is important. Just with that two spot and say that's a cast off a pattern from a weapon beating somebody, I cannot reach such a conclusion.
Could we go back to the first photo there? And you see the spatter on that west wall. Can we circle that? That's good. And then if you could circle the two there on. Can you show the relative directions of those spatters?
Well, it's hard to do that because that's a distance. You need to close up and measurement, but it all travel in different directions. It's not the same direction.
Do we even know from anything that Agent Deaver or the Durham Police Department did whether all of those are Kathleen Peterson's blood or they all occurred on December 9th?
Yes, that's exactly my point. The first principle, we don't know the age of those bloodstains. How old are they? When those were deposited? That night, or a week before, or a month before? Second,
A month.
is this three spot all belongs to Catherine? Even all three spot belongs to Catherine. What's the mechanism produced? Not necessary beat up weapon, the blood are here on the weapon.
The blood.
Could be somebody flip a finger, could be some other action move
Hi,
ahead.
Jen.
So that's
Feel
why
better.
I will not give an opinion, say that's definite, that's from a weapon, cast off from a weapon.
Could you get a spatter like that, for example, if Michael Peterson were being forcibly removed from Kathleen's body and his hand flew back?
It's possible.
How much blood needs to be on a finger or a hand to produce?
That three spot has to be separated. At least that two has to be separate orientation and a very small amount. It's back of a amount in the fingernail. You can do that.
Let me focus, therefore, on the west wall inside the stairwell. Now, what we're talking about, Mr. Orion, is there was some spatter on the wall, on the west wall, inside the stairway itself. All
Yes.
right. Agent Deaver testified that, in his opinion, that was consistent with a beating with a blunt object and associated with the point of origin that he came up with. Do you agree with that opinion?
I disagree.
Can we show that? All right, let me show you what's now been marked Defense Exhibit 264. May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked Defense Exhibit 264. Is that a photograph of the area of the west wall that Agent Deaver testified about?
Yes.
Move 264 into evidence.
It's allowed.
Looking at Exhibit 264, can you explain to the jury what your opinion is with regard to those particular spatters and why you disagree with Agent Deaver?
First of all, those blood drop in question, if you look at closely, those blood I consider as almost coagulated blood. It's no longer the whole liquid blood. You can see some blood clot in those areas. It's different than the rest of the drop. So that could be after the bleeding start, blood already start semi-coagulate. Somebody have the hand have some blood coming downwards because most of the impact angle to the wall is pretty sharp. I did not calculate the whole angle because some of the involving deposit in the surface subsequently dripping down. And but in other words, they're not a typical cast-off pattern. I see a line of alignment of a spatter and start changing the pattern, the shape, and from round to semi-circle to elongated to very sharp like that. On the staircase also, we have some vertical drop. Some of the stairs appear to be kind of diluted, like these two. Those are heavier ones. So again, in this area, have a multiple activity. We really cannot definitively say that's definite beating with a fireplace poker.
Is there a direction on the longer ones that you circled there, say on the right-hand side? Do you see a directionality to that one?
It's from the up and downwards. This kind of like initial impact here, the cloud continue move a little bit distance.
And if someone were being beaten, in what direction would the blood be going off the head if they were being beaten from below?
Overrule.
Don't forget here have a banner. Staircase have a banner. If you hit somebody, an individual, that banner have to sticking out somewhat. So if you, with a forward motion, you have a high probability to hit this banner, the wood. We did not see any damage of that. Also, the individual has to be in a position pretty difficult to administer such a beating.
Do you have an opinion as to what could have caused those kinds of spatters?
Could be dripping, could be cast off of other from the hand or finger or other activities.
If, for example, Dr. Snell walked up the stairs in that area after examining the wounds,
Yes.
Or if Michael Peterson walked up the stairs to that level after holding Kathleen, are those spatters consistent with what might come off either of their hands?
It could be.
Have you taken a look at the spatters that were on the north wall and the east wall?
Yes.
And Agent Deaver testified again that the spatters on the north and on the east walls were caused by Kathleen Peterson being beaten with a blunt object. Do you agree with that opinion?
I disagree.
Can we mark this as Defendant's Exhibit 265?
All right, perfect.
Yes.
Let me show you Defendant's Exhibit 265 and ask you if you recognize that.
Yes.
Now, what is Defendant's 265?
Defendant 265 depicts top views. The photographer was standing on the top of the stair and coming down shows the door
It's not up on the screen yet, so.
Shows the door molding and then the north wall and the side of east wall.
Right. And would this photograph help you to explain the various directionalities and what you saw on the north and east walls?
Yes.
Move 265 into evidence.
It's allowed.
Can you come down a little bit? Yeah.
Using 265, can you explain to the members of the jury why you disagree with Agent Deaver's opinion that the spatter on that wall came from beating Kathleen Peterson in that corner there with some sort of blunt object?
Yeah. Before we go to that, we can see as we view this photo, the location here we call 1, 2, 3. Location 1, we can see this area contact, that's another contact, and coming downwards. The blood goes downwards. We'll have some spatter in this area, which photo did not really show up. Some spatter on the wall too. This consistent with Catherine was standing up against the molding. They have more likely hit the molding at that point in time, have some spatter. Now, location number 2, that's large amount of stand, also a wall area here. Here, the majority, this portion of it, is a multiple deposit of a stain, smear, spatter, wipe and swipe pattern. Also, we see this location, some dripping pattern here. The rest of we see spatter goes all different direction. Multiple, as I say, approximately 4,000 or more. So if a beating, you don't create that much blood spatter. This, based on my experience, has to be multiple origins, come from multiple sources. Coughing, shaking the hand, moving around. Maybe some impact spatter there, but just everything, it's all together. And as far as the molding area, you can see additional spatter here. Later, you can see a closer up picture, see some of blood stain consistent with a coughing type of stain. In this location, this is misleading a little bit. The elevator chair should be original here. We have some additional spatter, and some could be a cast-off pattern, and some consistent, maybe a ricochet or medium velocity spatter, variety spatter again, a tremendous amount.
Did you see in that area, and particularly I'm now looking at the large area that you enclosed on the north wall, did you see spatter on top of what appeared to be smear that had dried to some extent?
Yes, I did.
And could you explain that and what that indicates about the passage of time?
When blood is wet, deposit on the surface. If right after you have a hit again, the blood will hit the other blood drop, 2 will mix together now. Sometimes
There's
shape, some become a deformed shape pattern. But here we see spatter on the wall. Then we have spatter goes different direction on top of that spatter, which indicative the first spatter has to be drawn. Then the second one.
When you're in Disney World, you're on the second floor. There's a whole floor underneath. There are apartments all over the place for VIPs. There's a club, like Well, they're not. I mean, they're not to live in. They're like for VIP guests and stuff. There's a suite in Cinderella's castle that you only can stay in if you win like a lottery thing or a sweepstakes or something like that. Or if you're picked, occasionally they will pick you. Like if you're just in the park, they'll pick you. Um, there's a Club 33 where I don't even know how much it costs, just your dues for the year. Um, the entrance fee alone is, I think, $100,000 or something like that. Like this, it has stuff like that, but it's for people with money. It's not for people like me. And then, of course, you have Walt's apartment. Walt Disney's apartment is always there, with a light in the window.
Subsequently apply. So how long it take it dry? Again, I cannot
Abbey
tell you
Utilidors.
exactly. I don't know the environment condition, but at least minutes, maybe 10 or 15 minutes, maybe 30 minutes. In other words, not going to be a few seconds and my blood stand should be mixed together. You won't be able to tell them apart.
Looking at the spatter that's on top of other spatter that was dry, and looking at the spatter on top of the urine that had been dried on the pans, and looking at the blood on the bottom of Kathleen Peterson's feet, the soles of her feet. Do you have an opinion as to whether or not all of that is consistent with her having incurred an injury on her head, one or more injuries, being down on the ground for some period of time, consistent with blood pool forming, and then getting up and creating additional spatter when she got up after some passage of time?
Yes.
Did you see in this area, by the way, the jury has been out to the area last week, so they've physically been in the space. Did you see anywhere in that space the kind of cast off that you would expect to see if someone, for example, were standing, say, by the doorway and hitting somebody with a blow poker in that northeast corner there?
I did not see any overhead cast off pattern.
What about in terms of the point of origin that Agent Deaver identified near the west wall? Did you see any spatter that you would expect to see if someone was hitting someone from outside the stairway near that west wall?
Yeah, I didn't, the west wall, if any cast off pattern should be on the ceiling or the this portion, inner side portion of this above the floor molding, if a cast off, overhead cast off, I did not see any.
Can we show that animation for a second?
Objection. Like to be heard, please.
Step, if you take the jury to the deliberation. Yes, sir.
I'm not exactly sure what we're getting ready to see, if it's something we've already seen or not. As far as I can tell, there's been no foundation with this witness with respect to any animation. There have been no questions about that, so we would object because I'm not sure what it shows, number one, and number two, there's no foundation for showing it to the jury at this point.
Actually, it is the animation, the cast off that we've already showed to their witnesses who have said, yes, that's the kind of cast off that one would expect to see from a weapon in the areas where the animation is illustrating. So that's all we're showing Dr. Lee at this point.
Mr. Howard.
Well, just because they've shown it to our witnesses doesn't mean there's been a sufficient foundation for it to be shown. They've asked about it. We again would object. I don't even know what this witness has seen it.
If he hadn't seen it, he's getting ready to see it. Mr. Rudolph, has he seen it?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further.
He said he saw it.
Yes, sir.
I mean, he's an expert. He can formulate his opinion on any number of things.
Yes, sir.
Maybe even one that he hadn't seen before right now, but that's not the case. Anyway, objection's over. Questions? Just
Dr. Lee, I was about to ask you about Castle, and I was going to show you an animation. Have you seen an animation that some of the other witnesses have seen already that illustrates where Castoff might go from that location near the west wall?
Yes, last night you showed me this animation.
Now, looking at that, that's a view from down, if the person wielding this object were down below the source of blood. Can we hit a couple of those? All right. And would that be general? Could you go back one? Thank you. Would that be the general nature of where the cast-off would be going if someone were coming up from below, having hit a source of blood in that area?
And it could be.
All right. And if someone were above, coming down, would you again have cast-off coming up that way?
You're going to have a back, cast
All right.
off back, not really straight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Keep going. From another angle. Would that be, in general terms, where you would expect to see cast-off?
It all depends on forward swinging, backwards, and you can have some cast off.
All right. Did you see any cast-off anywhere on the ceilings or high on the walls similar to anything like that?
No, I did not see it.
Are you aware that Dr. Leachman, when he testified last week, showed the jury a slide, a photograph of a slide of the lung of Kathleen Peterson, where he found some evidence of aspirated blood?
Yes,
And did you see, when you looked at the scene photos, any evidence of blood in Kathleen Peterson's mouth or nose area?
yes.
All right, can we show that photograph? And again, this is a photograph of Miss Peterson.
Can you enlarge that area?
Hold on one second. Can you? And was there an area that you saw that?
Yes. And clearly, in this area, in the mouth area, also this area, the lip area, we see some reddish, darkish stain. It could be blood.
All right. In looking at, you can take that down, thank you. In looking at the scene photos, did you see any evidence of what's called aspirated blood or blood that has been coughed or sneezed out of a person's mouth or nose?
Yes.
First of all, and I think Agent Deaver may have testified about this already, is there a particular characteristic that one associates with blood drops that have been aspirated or that have been coughed out or sneezed out?
Yes. Not every drop you're going to have this phenomenon, but sometimes when you have air bubbles mixed with blood coming out of the mouth, when the blood deposits on the surface, blood start drying. The air bubble popped, burst. So you leave a ghost center. You only have a periphery area of blood, but center is lack of blood. Not usually indicative, could be a coughing or sneezing, blood come out of the mouth. Ideally, of course, is to do a test to check whether or not the presence of an amylase, which is an enzyme in the mouth. And if you can find all those things with saliva, And of course, we know it's come from the mouth.
And did you see, when you looked at the close-ups of the photos that were taken by the police, did you see any evidence of what you call ghost centers on a number of these spatters?
Yes. Here in this.
Hold on. Let's. What is it?
It's already in.
Can you just? Let's take a look at State's Exhibit P-126, and let me give this to you up here. I'm not sure you're going to be able to.
Yes, you can see it.
Can you see it all right?
Yeah. Of course, here we can see some blood clot. Those are clotted blood clot. Now, most blood stain you can see is on top of blood stain. That shows quite a bit of blood coming out. Now, here clearly, as I highlight those, you can see no centers. There are many other, but just to give some example, you can see have a blood drop, but no center.
All right. That's on the molding on the east wall. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Can we go to another photo? Let me show you what's now been marked Defense Exhibit 266. Showing you Defendant's Exhibit 266. Do you recognize this as a photograph of the riser between steps 17 and 16?
Yes.
And again, we'd move that into evidence, Your Honor.
It's allowed.
Did you see in that particular photograph evidence of ghost centers?
Yes, I see quite a bit of blood. Again, just a tremendous amount of blood stain here. Some deposit on the top of there. Some are looking more likely coagulated stain. Here, also, if you look carefully, we see some blood stain, no centers. So again, that could be resolved by mixed with air, saliva, and subsequently become a ghost pattern.
All right. Let me show you what I've now marked as Defendant's Exhibit 202. And ask you if you recognize this as the area on the east wall above the molding that you looked at earlier.
Yes.
Move 202 into evidence, Your Honor.
It's allowed.
Showing you that, do you recognize on here areas both of impact or impact type spatter as well as ghost middles, blank middles?
Yeah, some are even could be a cast off pattern too, because you can see alignment of the pattern here. You have the alignment. So you have a series of a stand together. Of course, if you can move a little bit higher. Now you see oops. Go center. Now you also you can see this drop is on top of those spine-like blood spatter. Those spatter, so you can see different sequence event. They apply to the wall at a different time.
What do you think?
You get to cast off what you said could be cast off?
Blood
Yeah,
is
right there. Do you
highlight.
see a spatter that appears to be on top of the dried?
Or did I misunderstand him?
Yes, we see this drop. On top, we see here another gold center. We see here another drop, then numerous drop. Here also, we can see drop on top of the other patterns.
So would that indicate then that the spatter on top would have come some minutes after whatever caused the staining on the bottom?
Yes, those stain has to be deposited first, subsequently almost dry, and the second one deposit on the first.
And are the ghost centers there consistent with expirated blood or coughed blood?
It could be.
Okay.
Let me. Let me show you what's been marked. First of all, states P 122, and ask you if you recognize this as an area of the north wall that's to the. Can you put up that large picture of the north wall? That one. And could you zoom in on the right-hand portion of the wall there? Yeah. Do you recognize State's Exhibit P122 as a portion of a close-up of a portion of that part of the north wall?
It's around this area.
All right. That's all
I
right.
have no idea
All
what
right,
you said there.
If we can go back to P122 then. And again, with regard to that photograph, do you see in that photograph some drops with ghost centers?
Yes, I can pick out a couple over here. Can you move the picture?
Will that move over any, or that may just be cropped more than the one that we got?
Okay.
Do you see some more on the state's exhibit?
Much more on the stage.
Could you come down and show that to the jury then?
Sure. Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Those are the area circle. Those are those. Center Nova.
By the way, when we were talking about that area of what you said might be ricochet or might be cast off on the east wall, one of the kinds of things that could cause that kind of cast off on the wall, assuming it's cast off as opposed to ricochet?
Could be hand, could be hair, could be anything.
Let me now show you what's been marked as and introduced as State's Exhibit P120. Can we put that up, please? Do you recognize that as the void area on the north wall?
Yes.
First of all, do you see some missing centers on the spatter in this area?
Yes, I do.
Press the bullet. No, press the bullet.
There are additional one you can see in the photograph much better.
Okay.
Also, I can see this cloud of blood clot.
What does that indicate?
That means when this drop deposit of blood already start coagulating.
And does that again get back to that passage of time issue?
Yes.
Do you also see in this particular photograph spatter on top of some smear?
Yes.
And again, does that indicate to you that that spatter came some minutes after the smear had dried?
Yes.
Now, Agent Deaver has testified that in his opinion, that void area is a result of someone coming with some sort of cleaning agent, spraying it on there, and cleaning that off. Do you agree with that?
That's wrong.
Could you explain to the jury, first of all, why you think that's not cleanup, or explain by cleanup?
In cleanup, usually you see if you either use a dry towel to clean or wet, you have a choice, either dry or wet. Dry, doesn't matter how you clean, you're going to have residue of blood leave on the surface. If wet, you should see a diffuse pattern, then you see blood start running downwards, dripping downwards because the liquid, the gravity goes downwards. As actually on the wall, they have certain area we see this kind of pattern. Here, it's nothing to do with cleaning. It's just simple shadowing, a blockage.
When you say shadow, can you explain to the jury what you mean by that?
If I'm sitting here, if you shine a light to me, you're going to see the shadow, my shadow. Because the light come and I absorb the light in my body, and at the back you have a shadow. Now, if the blood spatter come at me, I'm here, I'm going to intercept the blood stain, going to leave a pattern. Depends on this object, how close to the source of blood. For example, here, a very likely possibility is somebody's hand or arm close to the mouth. When you're coughing, the blood spatter goes forward, upwards. The fist on my hand intercept the some. So now, because I have a distance from the wall, look a little bigger now, the shadowing, basically my hand, intercept some of the blood, create this kind of ball pattern, which is not uncommon we see at the scene.
Hey, Melissa, I don't remember all that.
Agent Deaver also testified, you can take
Probably.
that down, thank you. Agent Deaver also testified about some swipe marks on the molding areas. Let me first of all show you some photographs about what he's talking about, and then mark this.
Yes, already hit.
Let me show you Defendant's Exhibit 252,
This one has to be introduced.
and let me also show you what's now been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 267. Showing you 252 and 267, do you recognize these exhibits as the swipe mark on the base of the north wall as 252 and a swipe mark on the riser on, I guess it's between steps 17 and 16 in Exhibit 267?
Yes.
Move 267 into evidence, Your Honor.
It's allowed.
Let me first of all show you 252. That would be the area at the bottom of the
Staircase.
at the north wall.
Right.
And by the way, you see that white powder there at the bottom?
Yes.
What does that appear to be to you?
Some kind of a chemical, or could be luminol, could be something, but some kind of chemical spray.
All right. And by the way, if one was trying to see if a stair like stair 17 had been cleaned.
Yeah.
Would one use a chemical like luminol to see if there were any swipe or wipe patterns that were on the stair itself?
Yes, you can also just visually, you can look at it if somebody cleaned it up. We examine a lot of crime scene, tremendous amount of crime scene. We see people clean up. We can use chemical reagent to enhance. Time after time, we can find shoe prints, we can find the handprint, bloody pattern enhancement reagent. It's pretty common. We can use variety of a chemical to enhance.
All right, looking at 252, do you see the swipe mark there?
Yes, I can see that.
Do you agree with Agent Deaver that indicates an intentional attempt to clean up that area?
No,
Could you explain to the jury why not?
that's a lousy job. If somebody trying to clean that, did not do a good job cleaning. Also, very narrow, less than 2 inches and bottom.
What sense does that make?
So difficult just to try. Why clean that 2 inches? Why no reason to clean up just that little area? Let's just say either intentional or unintentional swap. Some towel or clothing touch that. I don't think that somebody tried to intentionally clean that spot.
I don't think Dr. Lee has ever met anybody with ADHD. But if you start cleaning something and it's really hard and you're not making progress, you don't get a dopamine hit out of it and you quit. That's how the ADHD brain works. I'm not saying that that's what happened. I'm just saying it's possible. That's very possible that you start to clean and you're not getting anywhere and you're like, nope, I'm out.
All right, looking at Exhibit 267. Do you see the area at the bottom there?
Yes, I can see the area.
Do you have any different opinion with regard to that?
I don't think this is an intentional cleaning either, because the riser is about 6 inches here, just about 1.5 inch. Who want to clean that one little area? It's a tremendous amount of blood. Just no reason to clean that one spot.
By the way, do you see some spots right below the cleaned area there?
Yes, I can see tremendous amount of blood here, crusty blood here, all this area, numerous blood stains. That's a impact area I talk about. You see blood spatter in those locations, which indicative her head could hit that area.
Can you tell from that whether or not somebody's head hit that accidentally versus someone banging their head against that just from the spatter?
I can't tell you that.
When you looked at the stairway, both originally and in the photographs and last night, did you see any evidence that blood had in fact seeped in to the wood on step 17?
Yes.
Can you explain that to the jury?
The floorboard
Hey, Carla.
between floorboard have cracks. When I examine the crack, I look at the,
You know what,
the crack, have tremendous blood cracks sip into the crack.
I think we already watched this one.
I can assure you
I
we'll probably
checked.
find more blood underneath.
I checked the video from Friday, and it said that we were about to get to part 2, and this is part 2, but we watched part 2. Because I remember this part. So great. I wasted how much of your time? Oops. Sorry about that. I swear I checked. Swear I checked. Okay, so now we'll go to Dr. Lee part 3. Good catch, Melissa. All right, commercial.
Against his cross-examination, I neglected to move into evidence exhibits 261A through K, and I wouldn't offer those into evidence at this time.
It's allowed.
Sorry, guys.
Questions, Mr. Howard?
Yes, sir. Dr. Lee, at a hearing earlier today,
Yes, sir.
out of the presence of the jury, you were asked about
wait.
aspects of your
Wait.
opinion as it relates to those provided by Agent Dwayne Deaver. Do you recall
Okay.
that?
Yes.
Now I'm confused. Well, now he just said you were questioned outside the presence of the jury. But on the list, because on the list of videos on Court TV, it'll say OPJ if it's outside the presence of the jury. And there's not one with him that says outside the presence of the jury. But I remember him talking about the cracks in the floor where the blood could go down and still be pooled under there. I don't know. Let's just watch this one. You're right, though. You're right. So many things have been doubled up. It's so hard to do. It's like having deja vu all the time with this trial. Okay, let's just keep... That other one was almost over anyway.
And I think you indicated from a general perspective, you disagreed with his opinion that Kathleen Peterson's injuries were due to a beating. And that was based on the bloodstain pattern analysis that you had conducted. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall me asking you about whether you agreed or disagreed with his finding 3 points of origin in space?
In general, I agree.
All right. And just so we're clear on that, Your Honor, may I approach witness, please?
Yes.
You are aware that he found 3, one being on the... And you've never seen this diagram.
No.
Well, let me orient you. This would be the west wall.
Yes.
This would be the north wall. And then we've got the east wall where the chairlift is.
Okay.
Is that sufficiently orient you?
Yes.
And I think we concluded in that hearing that he found 3, one being on the outside of the west wall above step 15. That was 5 inches from the west wall and 2 inches from the riser of step 14 above step 15, 27 inches.
Yes.
You agree that that point of origin is located or in that area?
I agree. It's not the point of origin, it's in that general area.
And you agree that it's out in space?
I agree, outer space, that's the area of origin of the source of blood.
All right.
Not necessarily beating.
All right. But you agree that the point of origin or area of origin is out in space?
Yes, sir.
27 inches high, 5 inches from the wall, and 2 inches from the 14th riser.
Assume all those spots he picked is correct.
Okay. Well, you found them there, didn't you, sir?
I don't know which spot he used.
Okay.
I have no information. He have a lot of writings, some are erased, and I don't know which one he actually trajected. He did not leave the thread, the line of trajection behind for me to inspect.
But you found the same blood spots that were there when he was there, didn't you?
Right, but we don't know which one he used for trajection.
All right, but you don't disagree that you found that area of origin in space above that step, right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Now, he also had 2 others. One a little bit closer to the north wall, that being 2 inches from the wall,
Yes,
8 inches from the east wall,
yes,
and 11 inches high out in space.
correct.
I think you indicated that you agreed that with Agent Deaver's finding that was an area or point of origin as well.
Assume those spot he picked is correct, and I have no reason to argue with him. That's a area of origin.
All right. Well, you looked at the patterns there, didn't you?
I look at the pattern. He marked 44 different spots,
Okay.
so I don't know which one he used for the trajectory.
And you didn't pull any strings
No, I
to determine any points of origin yourself, did you?
No, I did not, because too many points of origin.
Okay. And the second point of origin that I think you indicated that the third one that you didn't have issue with and agreed with was approximately 8 inches from the east wall, 6 inches from the north wall, and 19 inches high. And you indicated you didn't disagree with that point of origin out in space as well.
No, yeah, correct.
And based on what you saw of your own examination, you don't disagree with any aspect of those three findings, then, do you?
I don't disagree. It's a very small area in that staircase, and I do believe Catherine's head was in that general area.
Right. And with respect to the north and east wall in particular, isn't it true that because we have a 90 degree angle to work from, it's easier to locate a more precise area or point of origin because of that fact?
Yes.
Wouldn't you agree with that?
Agree.
Okay. And it is fairly close in there, and that helps with respect
In
to
that general area, I still don't know that exact point, but in general area.
Well, and you'd have agreed that in the parlance of the experts, you use the term point of origin, but it really means area of origin.
Area, right.
And that can be a very small area, or it can be an area of what size?
Yes. Can be a mouse.
Okay.
Yeah. Can be any, area.
A mouse?
Now, toward the latter part of your examination with Mr. Rudolph, I think you indicated that you had consulted with Dr. Leetsma and Dr. Bandak and Dr. Recht and
Spit.
Dr. Spitz.
Yes. Warren Spit.
And you all, I'm assuming, discussed your various findings. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you did that with Mr. Rudolph.
Yes.
Okay. And were you all actually together when you had this conversation? Was it one conversation or more?
Maybe more.
Okay.
I don't recall, it's meeting all the experts together. Each one, we all in different area. Dr. Spit, Dr. Weck, they're a forensic pathologist, medical examiner, very highly respected forensic pathologist. Dr. Spit is from Detroit. Dr. Cyril Weck is from Pittsburgh.
And you
They're
worked
all
with,
senior than me. I'm very, very
Dr.
respected.
Spitz is not
And you've
from New
worked with
York.
several of
He's
these
from
people on
Israel, I
cases, haven't you?
think. He's not from
Yes.
this country.
well, let me get back to
Hey, MP, what's
question that I had. You all met and discussed each of your findings as it relates to this case with Mr. Rudolph.
Yes.
And I'm trying to get a handle on whether that was one conversation or more than one conversation.
Maybe one or two. We met probably two times or something.
Okay. Did you meet over at the Peterson house?
Yes, we meet in Peterson's house. We meet in Mr. Rudolph's office too.
Okay. Now, when Dr. Leetsma was here testifying earlier, he gave various opinions, and they ranged from issues involving pathology and neuropathology and a very broad spectrum of other disciplines. He indicated that based
Oh,
In general, I agree.
dang, I did it again, y'all.
90-degree,
Don't know which one he used.
That trial we watched him in, he told us everything about his life he possibly could. Oh, I can't remember. He's not American. He's not.
For the trajectory.
and you didn't pull any strings to determine any points of origin yourself, did you?
No, I did not, because too many points of origin.
Okay. And the second point of origin that I think you indicated that the third one that you didn't have issue with and agreed with was approximately 8 inches from the east wall, 6 inches from the north wall, and 19 inches high. And you indicated you didn't disagree with that point of origin out in space as well.
No, yeah, correct.
And based on what you saw of your own examination, you don't disagree with any aspect of those 3 findings, then, do you?
I don't disagree. It's a very small area in that staircase. And I do believe Catherine's head was in that general area.
Right. And with respect to the north and east wall in particular, isn't it true that because we have a 90 degree angle to work from, it's easier to locate a more precise area or point of origin because of that fact?
Yes.
Wouldn't you agree with that?
I agree.
Okay. And it is fairly close in there, and that helps with respect
In
to
that general area. I still don't know that exact point, but in general area.
Well, and you'd have agreed that in the parlance of the experts, you use the term point of origin, but it really means area of origin.
Area, right.
And that can be a very small area, or it can be an area of what size?
Yes. Can be a mouse.
Okay.
Yeah. Can be any, area.
Now, toward the latter part of your examination with Mr. Rudolph, I think you indicated that you had consulted with Dr. Leetsma and Dr. Bandak and Dr. Wecht and
Spitz.
Dr. Spitz.
Yes. Warren Spitz.
And you all, I'm assuming, discussed your various findings. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you did that with Mr. Rudolph.
Yes.
Okay. And were you all actually together when you had this conversation? Was it one conversation or more?
Maybe more.
Okay.
I don't recall, it's meeting all the experts together. Each one, we all in different area. Dr. Spit, Dr. Weck, they're a forensic pathologist, medical examiner, very highly respected forensic pathologist. Dr. Spit is from Detroit. Dr. Cyril Weck is from Pittsburgh.
And
They're all senior than me. I'm very, very respected in the field.
And you've worked with several of these people on other cases, haven't you?
Yes. Yes.
Well, let me get back to the question that I had. You all met and discussed each of your findings as it relates to this case with Mr. Rudolph.
Yes.
And I'm trying to get a handle on whether that was one conversation or more than one conversation.
Maybe one or two. We met probably two times or something.
Okay. Did you meet over at the Peterson house?
Yes, we meet in Peterson house. We meet in Mr. Rudolph's office too.
Okay. Now, when Dr. Leetsma was here testifying earlier, he gave various opinions, and they ranged from issues involving pathology and neuropathology and a very broad spectrum of other disciplines.
Mm-hmm.
he indicated that based upon his conversations with the blood spatter expert, and he didn't name you by name, but he did indicate that he had spoken with the blood spatter expert and that he'd also spoken with a biomechanical engineer as it relates to this.
Yes.
He rendered certain opinions about the actions of Kathleen Peterson in that stairwell. You would have expected him, I guess, to do that based on your conversations, would you not?
Overall.
I did not listen to his testimony, so I really don't know what did he say. That day I was pretty busy, did not have a chance to listen.
Well, in essence, what he said was that, in his opinion, Kathleen had 2 falls that caused 4 impacts. And when I asked him if he would describe how that occurred, he said, well, you'll have to ask the blood spatter expert and the biomechanical engineer. So I'm asking you, it was his opinion that she had 2 falls, 4 impacts, and as the blood spatter expert, can you please explain to this jury the sequence of events about how that happened? Would it be easier for you to step down and do it on the model?
With due respect, I can't really give you the sequence you meant. I cannot. I don't know exactly which one fall is first or second. I only can, as I testified before, Kathleen at one time was standing up, barefooted, had minimal amount of blood on her hand. Contact the
Polish.
molding area.
Okay. I don't know why I was thinking
This
Israel.
contact, we know, have certain force, not the great force,
Accent.
because the spatter
Not good
on
with
the
accent.
molding and the hair shows we see that. Then the blood running down, her body probably slipped down. A certain period of time, when, I don't know, before this or after this, her head had contact with step 16. Whether or not 1 contact or 2 contact, again, is subject to interpretation.
Step 16 sounds like a
And
nightclub.
more likely, she also contact the molding near the north wall side because hair and the concentration, the density of the blood stain, and possibly the metal chair. So I really don't know what the sequence.
Okay, well, you've testified in other cases that you can.
German
Yes.
American.
Some of the
Provide a
cases I
sequence of
can.
events.
Some of the cases I can. This
Okay.
particular case, as I indicate, science is not black and white. Sometimes gray area. I cannot tell
Then
you
why did they
exactly.
need to flee?
She fall, hit her head first on the floorboard, then get.
Okay, all I got going through my head right now is the beginning of X-Men when Magneto got separated from his parents. If he is German, why did he have to flee? I thought it was the Jewish people in Poland that had to flee during the war. Wouldn't German people be safe? Okay, I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know enough about World War II to know, but okay, never mind. I know. Yeah, he is Jewish. So even if we're talking about Dr. Werner Spitz, Okay, so if you're German and Jewish, you're still Jewish and they don't care that you're German. But he was born in never mind.
Up and then hit the wall or fall again. What the
German.
sequence event, I don't know.
Well, in fact, Dr. Lee, you can't even say
Even if they were
that
German?
all those lacerations were caused by falls, can you?
I did not say that.
Well, that's what I want to understand. You can't say
I did not say that.
that all of those lacerations were caused by falls.
I don't know. That's beyond my area of expertise.
And isn't it true that you can't
I don't know if we can say that word.
necessarily say
Michelle.
that any one of those lacerations was caused due to a fall?
Jewish
That's
is
true,
also
isn't
a race,
I'm
though.
not the pathologist. I only can reconstruct the crime scene, make an interpretation, and report to you faithfully what I observed. Beyond that, I cannot tell you anything.
Okay. But at least in the past, when you've testified in other cases that relates to blood spatter, you have had the occasion to describe to jurors what a sequence was of actions of those involved in the event.
Yes,
But you can't do that here.
because everything is in this one area, small confined area. Other cases involve in different rooms, so I can tell somebody running, walking, or crawling, so you can actually follow that to different bedroom, living room, yard, so you can tell the sequence.
But you can't do that here. Okay. Now, I think you'd indicated in your direct examination that you'd been to the Peterson home on a couple of different occasions, and based upon those observations and a review of photographs that you took on your own, police statements, police reports, and various other things, you were able to formulate opinions about the events in this case. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, with respect to that, I think you produced a report
Yes.
involving at least some of those opinions.
Yes.
And you've called it a reconstruction report.
Yes.
In some of the materials that I've seen, there is a distinction between types of reconstruction reports. We had a full report or a partial report. Based upon what you did in this case, is what you produced a full report or a partial report?
It's a partial report.
And if you would please define for the jury what a partial report is.
Apparently, you read my book. My book. Thank you for reading the book.
We're going to be talking about it soon.
Yes. Reconstruction,
Really, Wiggle?
I can
I'm sorry.
have a full reconstruction. If this case happened, let's say today, for example, in Connecticut cases, they contact me right away. So I can get to the scene before any action been taken. So I have a direct observation, first-handed, before the body moved, before medical examiner even get to the scene or any crime scene people start processing. Now I can, because everything is from original condition, so I can do a full reconstruction. May be able to talk about a sequence event. What did happen, how did it happen, where did it happen, when did it happen, what the sequence event. As a matter of fact, in a couple weeks, I'm going to testify in Connecticut a quadruple homicide. This reconstruction is a full reconstruction. Then we have something called partial reconstruction, something called very limited reconstruction. Partial reconstruction, if I have good crime scene documentation, in this case, as I indicate to you, although the crime scene procedure still have room to improve, but in general, I have some good pictures and documentation for me. Also, most importantly, the crime scene is still there. I can go back to compare. So I can tell part of it, partial, not everything. The limited reconstruction, for example, you give me a pen, Michael Peterson's pens. Sure, I can look at it. I can see a lot of blood spatter in the back. There has to be some reason create that. That's a limited reconstruction. Or somebody say, how about that wall? North wall have a walled area, no blood. Is that cleanup? That's a limited reconstruction. I can tell you, I look at it with my magnifying glass. I say, no, it's not. It's a shadow. Just block some pattern. So that's very limited, focused.
And because it's such a limited, focused procedure, it limits what you can say, doesn't it?
Yes.
And you'd still be concerned about and want to be sure that you documented appropriately, even in your own report. Is that right?
That's correct.
And in your report, it indicates that you went to the home for the first time on the February 14th date, and I think you talked about that.
Yes.
And you indicated that you looked at the scene and you took some photographs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You also further indicate that you went to the scene on May the 17th
Yes.
of 2002.
Yes.
Mr. Palmbach said in his examination that y'all went March the 17th of 2002. Did you go in March or did you go in May, or is one of you not correct?
I don't know.
I didn't know
I'm
that.
getting all, every day I'm someplace, so I really don't know which day. Is that really important,
didn't
May
know
or
that.
March? Or
That's cool.
I don't have on my note here. If you
Well,
have
if
my
we're
copy,
talking about documentation, it may be important and things
Yes.
that you saw and what you
That's what we
did.
have
Wouldn't you agree?
right on.
yes or no, because the scene is no longer original scene. The scene already
Cool.
moved, processed, boarded up. People been walking all over the place, so it's really not that important anymore. Been marked, been moved, been line been drawn, so it's not really that critical. I think it's May, if I remember correctly. It's May, or it may be March.
And with respect to
I
that
have
issue,
to check my airline ticket. Maybe I can tell you. Check the airline ticket.
and I think you'd indicated that at some point you looked at clothing of various individuals. You looked at Mr. Peterson's clothing,
Yes.
Oh,
those being khaki shorts, socks, Converse sneakers, Asics shirt. And oh, by the way, in this report, you indicate that there's heavy blood staining on his shirt. Isn't that correct?
In the front, have lower portion have heavy blood stain.
No, I'm talking about the shirt.
Short.
The shirt. Mr. Peterson had heavy blood staining on.
report. Can I look at the report?
You don't have it with you?
I don't have.
Mine has marks all over it.
Do you have a copy?
Report.
Notes and report. Thank you.
With respect to Mr. Peterson's shirt,
Yes.
that had blood staining on it, even though it didn't have individual spatters. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, with respect to the stains on that shirt, is it your opinion that they were all contact stains?
Yeah, consistent with context.
Okay. Would those stains be on the front and on the back?
Most, according to my notes, it's almost everything on the front, the back only on the sleeve area have a little bit.
Would it be your opinion that water or saturating blood could obliterate impact spatters on some surface?
Yes.
That being cloth.
Yes.
Well, isn't it possible that even though you didn't see any impact spatters on Mr. Peterson's shirt, that the heavy saturation of blood or perspiration or water could have obliterated those.
It's a possibility.
Okay. And you can't discount that.
No.
And with respect to other clothing that you looked at, I think you indicated
What about the
that
first
you,
three?
at least in the report, looked at Mr. Todd Peterson's blue jeans, his Eastland leather shoes, champion white socks, and a purple plaid shirt from Brooks Brothers. Is that right?
Yeah.
I had the impression that you also looked at his T-shirt. You did that, didn't you?
Yes.
Why was that not documented in this report?
This report, as I say, is a preliminary report. When this report was issued, I wasn't even in the United States.
Well, what
I
my
was in
question,
China lecture also helping them a serial killer case. So the report was formulating as a preliminary report, never as a
I didn't know that.
finished product.
well,
That's why I did not even sign it.
but you were aware that I think you had indicated that the court wanted to make sure that this report was prepared, and you were aware that it was going to be used by Mr. Rudolph and by our side as well. You were aware of that, weren't you?
Yes,
Even if it's a preliminary report, wouldn't you want it to be as accurate as you possibly could make it?
yes, because many of the items we did not even examine. If you look at the report, January 17, we issued them. Subsequently, January 30, we still examine evidence, still have a additional photograph we never see before. During the discovery, they just give it to us. So if you write a report without all the information, say that's the final report, that's not scientifically correct either. So when everything come, ideally, we got everything together. But unfortunately, it was given to us piecemeal, whatever the discovery procedure.
Well, but I guess my point is, Dr. Lee,
Yeah.
you looked at all these various pieces of clothing
Yeah,
and you document that you've looked at certain of them, but you leave out the fact that you've looked at a shirt that has contact stains all over it. And I'm trying to understand, is that something that you would find appropriate, or was it just an error on your part?
most likely, which one?
on
About
page
Michael
4.
Todd Peterson or Michael Peterson?
Todd Peterson.
Todd Peterson, we did say a long sleeve brother shirt.
But you were aware that he had another shirt on as well, and that's the shirt that had blood on it. And you looked at that, didn't you?
We did, and
But you didn't show it in this report, and I'm trying to figure out why.
I don't know why. That's a good point. Maybe I'll overlook. I better have a word with Major Bombay.
Okay. Now, you had said something earlier about the fact that a lot of people had been in the scene. Is that right?
Yes,
And that it was no longer in the state that it was originally in, say, the December 9th, December 10th timeframe of 2001. Is that, in essence, what you said to the jury?
not exactly. What I say, the scene being altered somewhat, but with more people at the scene, the less control you're going to have.
Well, maybe I'm not making my question real clear. I think you'd indicated that since there had been a lot of people in and out of that scene since, say, the December 10th timeframe, that it wasn't in its original condition. Is that right?
That's correct.
Are you aware that a couple of days ago, the defendant's investigator, Mr. Jenrette, said that the scene had been boarded up and it was in the same condition that it was when they took control of it back on December the 10th. Are you aware of that? Were you told that?
No, I don't know.
Oh, that's
I-
cool.
Probably he looked at it a layman's point of view, not the scientific point of view. the scientists, we more critical about the scene, the patterns, everything preserved. And I'm not trying to justify, explain for him, but maybe the staircase was brought up. That's why it's still original condition, talk about staircase.
But you're aware that court TV's been in there going up and down the
Sure.
scene. They filmed in there.
Yes.
I think you were in there back in April of 2002 with the show 2020.
Yes.
They were in there filming you while you were working and up and down those steps. Is that right?
That's correct.
So the scene actually isn't in the same condition.
See, if you really look at philosophical, nothing will be the same condition. This jury room today compared this afternoon with morning. Is that the same condition? It's not. So, pure philosophically, it never be same condition. But this jury room still generally the same. But some item be moved, some people being in the audience, other people being walk away. I finish a bottle of water. That's all some differences. So you were really, if you want to talk about philosophically, no two things are, exact replica.
Well, I guess the point that I want to make is that if you are aware of actions within a scene, the experienced crime scene technician or blood spatter expert can take those things into account when he makes his examination and then renders his results. Is that fair?
It's pretty good, but not fair. Pretty good. Once the scene after original process, subsequent process, we have to rely on original photograph. That's why the interpretation basically on the original photograph. Then anything original photograph lack documentation, I go back to document that. The first time I get there, that's the most important moment. Subsequent visit, it's no longer important because I already document what I did the first time I saw.
Replay 2 needs to
Just
turn
like
on.
A closing
Replay
shoots the
chat.
first time whoever exam, that's the most
Don't say it.
important person. Once they take a pair of scissors, start cutting, doesn't matter subsequently who exam. It's already changed.
Well, I think you'd indicated that you had processed, and I wasn't sure about this number, 1,000 scenes.
Yeah,
In any one of those scenes, was the defendant frozen in time at the scene, having not moved when law enforcement got there? Any one of those scenes?
yes.
How many?
Well, I don't remember like a homicide suicide case. We just had another one. Husband killed a wife, so defendant froze. Nobody moved.
Nobody
Most
moved. Absolutely.
Most dead.
Both dead. Okay.
He killed his wife, then commit suicide.
Well, I'm talking about where you have a situation where you've got a perpetrator and the perpetrator doesn't want to get caught.
No, you
In
have
that
a life
situation-
subject.
Okay. Have you ever had a situation where the perpetrator didn't want to get caught, was frozen in time right after the event happened?
No,
Okay. And so wouldn't you agree that the second the perpetrator moves, there's some alteration to that scene?
of course.
Okay.
That's why I made it clear this morning, I'm not blaming law enforcement. Please don't think I come here to criticize Durham Police Department did not do a good job. No, I have no such intention to criticize anybody.
Well, in your opinion, they did a good job, didn't they?
I think he did a pretty good job, not perfect job, need room to improvement for some better future. I'm learning every day. I'm still learning. Hopefully I can be a better person.
Well, and how many of those 1,000 cases that you process scenes were they all perfect?
I want to make it clear, I'm not a single person, not like a television movie, one person does all. not like CSI. We have a crime scene investigator. I'm just working with them together. Some of the scene we did excellent job. Some of the scene when I get there have problem. That's my job as a teacher. Have to teach them. So next time they will do a good job. That's why a lot of investigators like to go with me to crime scene. That's a living classroom to learn together.
Well, for those scenes that were handled in less than a perfect way, you still processed them, didn't you?
Yes, you have to.
And you were still able to glean important information from the scene.
That's
weren't you?
correct.
And in this case, do you have any information at all about how long the defendant moved around and did things in the house before law enforcement even got there? Do you have any information about that at all?
No.
So you don't know what he might have done to intentionally disrupt or alter evidence in that crime scene before EMS even got there.
Of course, but I have some opinion. I don't think anybody clean up this staircase area intentionally.
Well, we don't have any information that's been presented to the jury about all of his activities while he was in that house waiting for the first responders to get there. We don't have any information.
We
like
don't,
that,
but the scene, the staircase indicates all that much blood spatter. If you want to clean up, you literally need a water hose, need a brush, and spend days to clean up. But you can't even clean it up.
And someone would figure that out fairly quickly after trying to clean up, wouldn't it?
It's not easy to clean up.
It's not easy to clean blood, is it?
Yeah.
Most people don't know that, do they?
Oh, I don't know if people know that or not.
Okay. Well, let me get back to my point.
Okay.
We don't have any information
Mhm.
about this defendant's activities and what alterations or contaminations may have occurred to that scene before law enforcement or EMS got there
No.
to it. Okay. But we do have quite a bit of information about what EMS did when they got there, what law enforcement did when they got there, and what others did when they were there as well. We've got quite a bit of information about that, and you were provided that, weren't you?
I have a report. I don't know exactly what they did.
Well, you were able to take those actions of those various individuals into account as you conducted your examination and rendered your opinions, didn't you?
No,
You did not.
did not.
You don't take any of that into account.
I just look at the blood spatter pattern. That's what I'm here today to report to you, the spatter pattern.
Well,
Nothing more, nothing less.
Well, you talked to the jury earlier about alterations on step 15.
Yes. But I don't know who altered, so I can't really say EMS or Dr. Schneier or Michael Peterson. I have no knowledge, so I only can report to you whatever I can see, the scientific fact. Anything beyond that, I cannot come here to speculate.
But
I'm
you
not
were,
here to speculate.
excuse me, but,
Yes.
but you were able to see those things and you had information about it, so you could take those things into account as you rendered your opinions, right?
A two-page report, what can you render an opinion on? Two-page report, I got there, I give first aid to the victim, to Catherine. Now, what he did, render first aid, I don't know exactly what he did. So I cannot really give an opinion on somebody say, I was there, walk around. I don't know exactly what walk around means.
I guess the point I'm trying to understand is that all the information that you had gathered at the scene, whether you wrote it in your report or not, but you've testified to the jury about it, all those things you were able to take into account and factor those in when you rendered your opinion, right?
No, I did not. As I indicate to you, I only look at the scientific evidence. I did not look at the human factors because I don't know what they did.
But even though you don't know what everyone did, you were talking about to this jury
Hey, watch your
aspects
fingers.
of step 15 that, in your opinion, had been altered. Isn't that true?
That's true. That's scientific fact. Being altered. You compare two pictures they took. One photograph, as you can see, the blood pattern altered and have additional material added on the step. So who did that? I don't know.
And it doesn't matter, does it?
Doesn't matter. But it's altered, so I don't want to give an interpretation of that area anymore.
Are you saying, in essence, that even with the information of the two photographs showing the very minor differences, that those differences are so grave that you can't give an opinion about what appears on that step?
That step, I can only give you general opinion. Specific opinion, I cannot give it to you anymore. I have to look at the original photograph. That photograph should be original documentation. The second photograph, it's no longer original. We have to disregard that second one.
Okay.
You got my, you have two pictures. One you see change. If you use a change the picture, make an opinion, you're wrong. Therefore, you have to disregard. Just look at that. Right.
And so you look at the first picture. And
Exactly. That's exactly what
so
I'm trying to say.
that makes the alteration unimportant.
I did not say that important, but the alteration did exist. Luckily, they document that area. If area did not document, then we don't know
And with respect,
important or not important.
with respect to that photograph of step 15,
Yes.
you weren't asked about specifically finding any other alterations, but I think you said there probably were. Do
Yes.
you recall that?
Yes.
Well, you don't know that for sure.
I don't know for sure. If one step altered, somebody cannot just jump to 15. Step 15, somebody have to walk on 18, 17, 16, then to 15.
But wouldn't you look at those
I don't
steps?
have a close-up picture for those photos. If I have a close-up, that's why say have room for improvement. In other words, we can take more close-up photo.
Well, we've got several photographs of step 18, 17, and 16.
Sure.
You were able to look at those, weren't you?
So you can give it to me, I can look.
No, I mean, you had various photographs
I
of
don't
those
think they
areas,
have
right?
any real close-up. Many, it's out of the focus. Some, it's not in play.
Now, I think you had indicated that you found hair in various locations on the, what we'll call as the north side door molding of the entrance to the stairwell. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you do any testing to determine that it was human hair?
I look at it.
Well, did you do any testing?
No, I did not.
Did you conduct any testing at all to determine whose hair it was?
No, I did not.
Didn't do a DNA match?
Why I have to do DNA match?
Well, wouldn't you like to know if it were Kathleen Peterson's hair?
Well, that's your job, but it's not my job. That's police job.
Well, I
But
mean,
that's my case, I will do it. If in Connecticut, I will definitely look at a microscopically whose hair is this and try to compare. Since I'm just a consultant in this case, if I do every test, I probably should move to North Carolina and stay here, live here.
So is it your position then that when you testify for the defense, you don't do
If
any
they don't
testing
ask,
of that
I don't
nature?
do.
And you weren't asked to do that?
No.
But you have told this jury it's human hair.
It's human hair. I can tell. I can walk the courtroom. I can pick up the hair. I can tell you that's a human hair or animal hair by just looking at it.
And you have told the jury that Kathleen Peterson's head struck that area in two different locations.
No, I
Wouldn't
see.
it be important to know if it were her hair?
If the defense attorney asking me, then I will do it. Meanwhile, I just have so many other things to do. The hair will not disappear. You can still do it. The hair will preserve. Is those type of evidence will preserve forever. Anytime you want to do a test, you can take it out to do the test, even today, not too late.
Well, you're aware that actually several hairs were found on that stairwell, and DNA testing was done by the state. You're aware of that?
I did not.
Are you aware that some of those hairs were forcibly removed from Kathleen's head?
Sure.
You aware
I
of
don't
that?
know. I don't know. The forcible remove, that's another misdemeanor, wrong interpretation. A forcible remove lets the hair, my hair, because blood adhere on the surface. When I lift my head up, my hair removed. Not really somebody grab your hair. So I don't want you to walk away with a wrong impression. Somebody have to forcibly remove your hair. Kathleen can remove her own hair too, forcible remove.
And are you aware that some of her hair had been cut as though it had been struck by something?
That's again, it's wrong. If she fall into a sharp corner, time to time, you can see, look like the hair been cut. I would like to examine that hair, talk to the examiner, cut with a knife or scissor, or what kind of cut. If the examiner that good should tell us that's a scissor cut or a knife cut or just a sharp edge cut.
And the defendant didn't ask you to look at all those hairs that were found?
I did not have the pleasure to look at the hair. I asked her to look at the clothing. I did not look at the hair.
Okay. You were given a variety of State Bureau of Investigation reports in this case, weren't you?
Some. I don't have a hair report.
Well, in item 3 of review of submitted materials in your report, you indicated assorted scene documents, investigative reports, Durham Police Department, and North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation. Going to the next one, SBI laboratory and blood stain analysis reports.
Yes.
Which reports did you actually see then?
I did not see any hair report.
Okay.
I only see a blood spatter report and some crime scene report.
May approach the witness, please.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I knew that. I didn't know October. I knew he wasn't born in December though.
And Dr. Lee, let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 202. And I'm not going to have you get up because hopefully we can just see from here. That's the north molding of the door frame just going into the stairwell. You recognize that?
Yes.
And I think you also identified that with Mr. Rudolph. So you do recognize this.
Yes.
Now, at this point, we move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 202.
It's allowed.
Now, I think you had indicated that there was contact on this molding. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
If you would, please take that magic marker and mark that. Okay. Are there any other contacts? Okay. Now, with respect to this highest one, is that, would you describe, is that impact, or is it a contact stain, or is it a smear? Exactly what is it?
This is a contact with some force. As I indicate, I see some medium velocity spatter in the molding area. Also, I notice hair and a depression of the auditor area too. And the blood start running from the top downwards. You can see streaming. This photograph is not the highest quality. I took a much better picture because that basically bleached out. You really don't see the detail. The general area is the same. This is the second location I have a contact. So probably if you want to see my picture, my picture is much clearer.
Well, let's just use mine because that's what I've got in my hand.
Okay.
With respect to this contact point right here,
Yes.
is this a first contact in the sequence of events or something else?
I don't know. I cannot come here to tell you.
Okay. What about with respect to that second contact?
That's two has to be more relative close together.
Okay, well, is this one first or this one first?
More likely this one first, this one second.
Okay. Well, let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit. We mark this as State's Exhibit 210. You recognize this as well?
Yes.
Now, at this point, we move in evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 210.
It's allowed.
Now, this is the south molding.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, with respect to that, what kind of marks are those on that south molding?
Those so small side of molding, again, I'm not criticizing the police. This photograph is not the best photograph. We took a better photograph, shows a combination of that stain, variety of the blood stain. Some are blood spatter, some are dripping, but most importantly, a lot of partial print, palm print, or could be fingerprint, which indicative here somebody can moving back and forth or closing contact that area with a blood source.
So how would these stains arrived on that surface?
Maybe her body leaned against that area or her hand touched the surface, tried to get up.
Okay. You had mentioned your book a moment ago, and I want to show you a picture. You obviously recognize that, right?
Yes.
Okay. This is your book, isn't it?
It's a co-authored.
Okay. Let me show you page 287, if I may. And you've got a diagram here that shows medium velocity impact spatter at a homicide scene.
Yes.
You'd agree that's what that is?
Yes.
And if you would, please, Your Honor, with your permission, can you step down and show the jury this?
Yes.
And with respect to the pattern here, you've identified it as medium velocity impact spatter, correct?
Correct.
Do you see other staining as well?
There are other standing too.
What do you see here in
I
this
see
photograph?
some smearing.
Okay. Can you point that out for the jury, please? And with respect to this down here, what is that smearing as well?
No, those are blood on top of blood, large amount of blood.
And with respect to the distance here, how high did this blood staining go, if you recall?
I don't remember, but this is a ruler. You can, so probably 6 inches. Assume this is a 6-inch ruler.
Okay. This is a 6-inch ruler?
I don't know.
Couldn't it be a foot?
Could be a foot, 6 inch to a foot.
Okay. So this distance could be at least a foot?
I have to know what the ruler is. Can be
Can you
6
see
inch,
it?
can be a foot.
I mean, my eyes are not that great. That looks like
I'm
12.
not much older than you, so
That
I
could be a
say
foot.
so. Could be a foot. Doesn't matter. Doesn't change anything.
All right. Now, wouldn't you agree, Doctor? Let me show you what's marked here, State's Exhibit P199. Wouldn't you agree that there are aspects of State's Exhibit 199 that look very much like the photograph depicted here in your book at page 287? I mean, you've got blood on blood.
You have blood on the blood. This particular thing you might be kicking. I say this morning, just beating with a fireplace poker. You don't create that much blood.
Well, let's stay with my question. Wouldn't you agree that it has similar components? We've got blood on blood. This is medium velocity impact splatter.
looks like in general the same, but detail, if you look under the magnifying glass, you're going to see difference, complete difference.
Well, you've got some smearing here, right?
You have a limited amount of smearing, and this
Yes.
have a tremendous amount of smearing.
Right.
Here, you can see the spatter and goes downwards and shows the project the blood up and coming downwards. Also, we have a tremendous amount of blood spatter, deposit on blood spatter, which shows me the source. You like to use point of origin, the source is very close to the wall.
But it was still out in space, wasn't it?
Yeah.
In the photograph here?
It's almost
in the
very close.
Please take a seat. Now, I want to make sure I understand with respect to what's marked as State's Exhibit 199. I'd like to move that into evidence this time, Your Honor, please.
So,
How many different types of patterns do you see here in this photograph?
I will say, if you really want to put into general category, you say you have blood spatter, you have smear. That's two general categories.
Well, with respect
And
to
in the
the blood,
spatter, now you have projected, you have impacted. As I pointed out, you have ghost center spatter. You have so many different spatter. And with the smear, you can see this consist of a wipe and swipe, both type. You can see could be some hair swiping too. Then you have a coagulated blood stab. Then you have a screening, the blood liquid start running downwards. So you have at least 5, 6 different type pattern in there.
well, let's start here at the bottom. We've got smearing blood,
Yes.
and then we have impact spatter or projected blood on top of smearing blood.
Yes.
How did the smearing occur?
Smearing occur pretty easy. If I bleeding, my back bleeding, soak on my clothes, let's say my jacket. If I, excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
If I touch the wall, coming down here, you're going to see smear. If I fall this way, you're going to see smear go that way. If I fall that way, go to smear that way. So it depends on the movement of the individual.
Well, is that what you're saying Kathleen Peterson did?
You're asking me to explain the smearing, that could be what she did.
Well, it could be from someone taking something and smearing it physically with their hand too, couldn't it?
I don't think so. If somebody white, we should see finger mark. I do have cases that people smearing with hand. You do see finger mark.
Would you see finger marks if a towel were used?
Since this here, also you have a blood spatter on top of the smearing. So that shows you smear up first. Then subsequently still have blood deposit.
But let me go back to the original question.
Mhm.
If a towel were used,
Yes.
it could cause this smearing, couldn't it?
A towel, if you have the same action as the clothing, any clothing, will have the same type of a smearing pattern. So a towel, a sweater, or sweatshirt, any fabric material, touch the surface, you're going to have a smearing, but not like a towel try to clean up. I don't think this is a pattern.
Well, with respect to this void area here,
Yes.
that could be cleaned up, couldn't
No, that cannot be cleaned up.
it? Well, you've got these drips running down here from what appears to be some liquid. Would you say that that's at least possible?
I don't think so, because this cleared area has no spatter on it. If somebody want to clean the spot, why clean that one little spot? It's more consistent with a shadowing. While coughing, as I explained this morning, and just blocked. So the blood spatter deposit are on the other area.
Well, what evidence do you have that this was caused by coughing? And
Based on my experience, many cases on the wall, I see a bald area, an area no pattern. Must be a blockage. Something blocked it. If a cleaning, I should see much more dripping mark. As I say, either a dry clean or a wet clean. The dry clean doesn't matter how you clean it out. You're going to have smear. You just same location, you smear back and forth. A wet towel, you're going to have water or cleaning reagent or something. You touch the surface because this is a vertical surface. You should see streaming, running.
Well, let me ask you, what specific information do you have that tells you that someone was here when the blood was projected so that this void area would be ghosted under this surface?
Well, nobody was there. What I mean ghosting, let's, for example, this is the wall. I'm lying here, I'm coughing, my fist, when you project on the wall, going to, instead of my fist, only say 3 inches. But the ball area can be 8 inches. Just a shadow.
Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Is that what you're saying happened?
That's
Kathleen
exactly what
Peterson
I'm saying.
held her fist close to her
Either
face
fist
and
or
coughed.
arm portion of the body near this projected blood.
And that's what you're
they're
saying happened?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, you talked about ghosting, and I think with respect to individual spots.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Well, there are other things that can cause a void in a spot that looks like ghosting, aren't there?
Of course. Of course.
And some of that relates to the texture of the wall or the paint that's on it or anything like that. That can cause ghosting as well, right?
That's correct.
So there's a little void in the individual spot as you were describing on various locations earlier in your testimony, correct?
Yes, but that's why you have to look at the totality, the whole picture. If every spot is ghosting, then you say, okay, the texture must be play a factor. If you only a few spots, certain spot ghosting, so your other spot is perfect, you know that's airborne.
Well, Dr. Lee, I think you'd indicated that if there were ghosting based upon coughed blood, that the coughed blood would have saliva in it, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Well, what testing did you do of any of these ghosted spots to determine that there was saliva in the ghosted spot?
That's why I suggest need room to improvement. Future should do saliva test.
Well, did you do a saliva test?
No, nobody asked me. Otherwise, I moved to North Carolina. As I did indicate to you, that's not my job, not
Okay.
my responsibility. That's your local laboratory crime scene people should do. If they do their job properly, I don't have to come here. You cannot blame me, say I did not do the test.
Yeah, I
Well,
agree,
let's
Michelle.
approach it from a different perspective then. You can't say that it's expirated blood or coughed blood because you didn't test to see whether there was saliva in the ghosting, and that it could be ghosting due to the texture of the wall material. Isn't that true?
I already say that.
Okay.
It could be. That's why I say this morning should be doing a saliva test.
But you didn't do one either, right?
How many times I have to repeat?
Okay.
That's not my job. You're in Connecticut. I guarantee you I will do it.
John, may I approach the witness again, please?
Yes.
Dr. Lee, let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 200 and ask if you can identify that photograph. You're familiar with that, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
You know, at this point, we move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 200.
It's alive.
And you recognize this as 18, we've got 17, 16, and then 15 right here.
Yes.
And that's it.
Yes.
Now, do you see any blood whatsoever on step 17?
In 17, this picture could be a misleading picture. Again, you take it with a flashlight. The flashlight, if say you have a shining blood surface, can be, that's why the color, you compare the floorboard, have a different color now. Actually, all the floorboard same color. I checked a couple of times. Yesterday, I checked it again. So this is an artifact. I cannot tell you, but I did look at the crack, had blood on it last night.
Well, let me make sure we're clear on the question. Do you see blood on the surface here as depicted by this outline?
That's a misleading photograph. You're asking me to give an opinion, I'm not certain. This photograph, it's not fair to ask somebody, say, this is blood or not.
Well,
it's a misleading photograph.
Well, I'll give you that there's blood in the cracks, okay? All right, we'd agree with that.
We agree with
Okay. Do you see blood on the surface of that step?
I did see blood on the surface in the periphery area.
Okay.
Here,
I'm talking about in the middle area where it's
I
out.
cannot tell.
Okay. Well, you see blood on step 16 right there,
Yes.
don't you?
Yes.
And you see some blood on step 15,
15.
and we see blood on step 18. You do see that, right?
You do see this here, that corner, you do see blood. Okay? Because that color is the same color as the floorboard. But this middle portion, I think the flashlight just burned the whole area.
But you don't see any blood there.
I don't.
Okay. Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 201. No, 211. You're familiar with this photograph, aren't you?
Yes.
Now, at this point, we'd move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 211.
So,
Now, Dr. Lee, do you see any impact point in this photograph?
It's hot here too at Christmas.
No, I did not see any.
Okay, none whatsoever.
No.
Okay. Well, with respect, well,
Can you see that?
Dr. Lee, let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 196. You're familiar with that photograph, aren't you? And what's depicted there?
Yes.
Okay. And we've got steps 16 and 17, is that right?
17, 16, yeah.
And then we've got 15 right there.
A little bit, right.
Okay. Now, with respect to what's marked here as State's Exhibit 196, Your Honor, we'd move that into evidence, please.
it's allowed.
Showing you this corner, you see the blood that's depicted there on step 17, don't you?
Yes, just that picture just show me you don't see that much blood now. This one sees some blood.
Okay.
Okay.
And with respect to that, how did that blood get in that location? Do you know?
I don't know.
Are these transfer stains or what are they?
You have blood drops, vertical drop, low velocity dripping. You have transfer blood stain. You have some look like a swipe pattern. Of course, the 16 riser and here have more spatter pattern too.
Okay, but you don't know how the blood here depicted in this
I do
black
know
marked area.
some blood dripping there. I do know some object or clothing have some blood cause this transfer and cause the smeared up too.
Okay. Is that an impact of Kathleen's head?
No,
With respect to what's marked in this photograph, and we'll call this is step 16, right? You recognize that?
Yes.
Where these outlined areas are, what types of stains are those?
That's a contact. Could be contact a bloody surface, could be an impact pattern. That's the one I talk about, 16, on the shred area, on top of the riser. That area have some impact pattern.
Okay, and this is, we'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 196. This is a slightly better view of the step 16, right?
Also better picture.
We move in evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 197.
So allowed.
And with respect to the outlined area, what kind of stain is there?
Here, the outline area, which suggests because all those spatter is horizontal to the plane, parallel to the plane. So which means a blow source impact this area. That's the exact area I see. Also, I see 5 finger mark on the staircase with some blood.
And will you mark those, please? Okay, now with respect to the outlined area on the edge of step 16, is that an impact?
Could be an impact.
How did it get there, do you know?
Because only one person bleeding, that's Catherine, her head has to be impacted in that area.
Okay. Now, let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 194. And you've seen that, and I think you showed a version of that to the jury already. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And this is primarily step 15.
Right.
Now, at this point, we've moved in evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 194.
So allowed.
Now, what type of action caused that staining pattern with that circle?
Something, object was in that area with some motion. So you do see some outline of an object, but at the same time you have motion. So, well, I don't know, something was on the floor, somebody picked it up or placed on and motion.
Well, how did the blood get there to begin with?
Blood can be on the object or somebody's hands. That's so-called secondary transfer, or it's in, or maybe origin on the surface, which I doubt. It's not on the surface.
Well, with respect to how it got there, do you know
Transfer.
what actions were taken?
If somebody's hand have some blood and pick up things or put down things, that's not really that much blood. Well, picture looks like big, but very little blood here.
Okay. Dr. Lou, let me show you what we'll mark as State's Exhibit 112. Excuse me, 212. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
And what is that?
that's blood stain behind the elevator.
You sure about that?
Looks like.
Okay. What if this were on the west wall?
Staircase area,
Banister,
the banister.
right there. Above step 15.
Above step 15. Do you have an overall picture show that?
Probably do, but not.
Okay, I assume. Okay, I assume.
We move in evidence what's marked as State Exhibit 212, Your Honor, please.
It's allowed.
With respect to that series of blood stains, what kind of staining is that?
That's a medium velocity spatter.
And what's the directionality of that?
This looks like that one clear shows that direction.
Okay.
The other could be same direction. It's outer plane.
Now, assuming it's above step 15 on the west wall, based on your examination, how would that have gotten there?
any action, I can just flip my finger, can get on there.
Is that the only way that it could happen?
No, it can be any variety of way, medium velocity way.
Okay. And let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 213. You recognize this photograph? If that's 15, this is 14.
Yeah.
Now we move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 213. So, with respect to this pattern here, you see that? What kind of pattern is that?
That appear to have another contact.
What type of contact pattern would it be?
The blow source impact the surface.
Would it be your opinion that Kathleen Peterson's head struck it?
I don't know because that's a very limited amount of blood. And the spatter are very little. So it could be, but I'm not going to, could be somebody's palm contact that too. So not necessary to have.
But you're just not sure.
Not sure.
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 193. You familiar with that?
Yes.
With respect to the circled area, what's the pattern there?
You have some, those are, looks like a smear.
And by the way, where is that located?
This looks like a, the west wall, directly under the banner, about step 14 area. You have dripping. Those could be a medium velocity type of pattern, could be a low velocity pattern. Well, I don't have a measurement, a ruler. If that's why this area could be improved, is to have a scale next to the pattern. Then we can tell you exactly what it happened.
Well, do you have an opinion as to how that series of
Well,
stains
could be
got
the hand coming downwards, could be hair doing any possible medium velocity action.
Could it also be an object striking the back of Kathleen Peterson's head and glancing off?
I don't think that will be the one, because if you going down like that, you won't have the spatter. Because you have to lift it up. If I face, Your Honor, I step down.
Yes.
If you are carrying, I'm back, hit you, you're down. That's a location very down. If I hit like this, the starter won't get in my back unless I lift up the weapon. If I just hit, you're going to have a splash type of pattern.
Well, let's assume that that's what happens.
Mm-hmm.
She's
Okay.
lifted up, strikes the head, glances off. Would those patterns in that area be consistent with that cast-off?
I don't think that's definitely it's a cast-off pattern. Cast-off can be when somebody hands or finger. This more only few spatter without a continuation of like this morning I tried to show you alignment of your spatter. If you have alignment, then I can positively say you're correct. But with that, I cannot really say.
Well, let me ask you from this perspective, is that at least possible?
Maybe.
Okay. Now let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 214. You can just take my word for it. That's step 12.
Yes.
You recognize that, don't you?
Yeah.
Your Honor, we move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 214.
It's allowed.
What type of pattern is caused by these two spots here?
This basically vertical drops.
Okay, how would they have gotten there?
A blood source. But it's not really whole blood. Doesn't look like a whole blood to me. In other words, something has to be more diluted. Let's say I can drip from my fingertip. If my hand washed, have some blood with liquid dripping on it.
Okay, so in your opinion, those are dripped blood spots.
Yeah, blood spot.
Would they be 90-degree blood spots?
It's consistent with 90 degrees.
Okay, and they're circular.
Yeah.
Okay. show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 215. You recognize this?
Yes.
Your Honor, we move in evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 215.
It's allowed.
And you just take my word for it, that's step 7, all right?
Okay.
Okay. With respect to this blood drop, how would that have gotten there?
This is a dripping, just same as 14, a vertical droplet from a certain height. Again, if have a scale or measure, I can tell you exactly how high it dripped from. Since lack of that, I can tell you it's a vertical dripping.
Okay, 90 degrees. And like with step 12,
Yes.
they're very similar.
They're similar, the low dip.
And with respect to these, can you tell how they got there?
Dripping from a source. Could be a hand, could be a small towel or something, have some liquid blood.
And I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 216. You recognize this.
Yes,
And what is that?
I don't know.
Well, will you take my word that it's the top riser?
Yeah, top riser, I don't know what it is. Maybe Coca-Cola or coffee, because it's not red as the rest of blood.
Okay.
It's kind of,
So in your opinion, that's not a blood stain at all?
I don't know. I wasn't there, so how do I know? If you say the blood's so fine, but blood, I don't know. You should test it.
Did you test it?
No, when I get there, it's gone. It's no longer there. You want me to work for you? Sure. You offer me a job, what come here?
Your Honor, we'll move in evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 216.
That's allowed.
But let me make sure I'm clear. In your opinion, because it doesn't look like the others, it's not blood.
Yeah, in my opinion, doesn't like the rest of that vivid red. It's kind of like a off brownish color.
May we approach the bench, please? Oh, Your Honor, I apologize. I apparently didn't introduce into evidence what's marked as State Exhibit 193, and I did that this time.
It's allowed. All right, members of the jury, we're going to take our afternoon recess at this time. Remember the instruction the court has given you throughout the course of this trial. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:30. 9:30.
Where every time I go to the bathroom. Why is there no
How
sound?
certain types
there it goes.
of at least potential actions could cause patterns of ink and ketchup on some standard boards. You showed us that, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness, please? I just want to show you a couple of these. First, show you what's marked as defendant's exhibit 261J, and it's been marked here as overhead cast off. And this is where you used a dropper and used an arm motion to show this line. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, with respect to, you used ink on this particular demonstration, didn't you?
That's correct.
Now, it's not going to be your testimony that ink has the same properties in terms of viscosity and weight and density as blood does. That's not your testimony yet.
That's not my testimony. Before my demonstration, I already made it clear. I used ink and some ketchup and gelatin. It's not my intention to mislead the jury, say this is blood. It's not blood.
Okay, and this was just used for demonstrative purposes,
Yes.
is that right?
That's
Okay.
why I say that's a demonstration. I don't even call that's a test or experiment.
And with respect to what is marked as Defendant's Exhibit 261F, that was a cast off using the same ink with the same eyedropper in sideways motion. Was that correct?
That's correct.
Again, just trying to demonstrate what a pattern would look like if it were cast off.
If the blood going to give similar pattern, but this is not blood, just ink.
Now, would you agree that cast off patterns cannot be configured or cannot be examined to show a specific area of origin or point of origin? Cast off patterns are not subject to that kind of analysis, are they?
If I have a complete picture, the totality of the scene, if I have alignment of the pattern, yes, I can tell you in certain situations.
Okay, well, what would those situations be?
Well, if I have a complete alignment, line of a totality. Also, you have the crime scene, actual crime scene, nobody contaminated, nobody changed anything, and I can figure it out for you. That's called crime scene reconstruction. It's one step above blood spatter interpretation now.
So is it your testimony then that with cast off patterns, you can find an area or point of origin?
Not always. I just say it once in a while, if I have a complete alignment, also I have a complete crime scene. I cannot just show me some cast off a picture, tell me where's the origin. Very difficult. But if I have a complete alignment, in other words, multiple drops shows the configuration changes, then I can give me some indications.
But at least in some instances, then the testimony would be that on cast off patterns, you can find a specific area or point of origin. I just want to make sure I
Not always.
Okay. Now, with respect to cast off patterns in beating cases, you don't always find cast off, do you?
The beating case depends on the type of beating. If I have an instrument or have an overhead or side swing, many times we found cast off pattern, but not always.
Okay. But it depends completely on the weapon used, the velocity of the impact of the weapon on the source of blood. Would you agree with
Also depends on how many times being hit. The more time you hit, more chances you found overhead cast off.
And wouldn't you agree if an implement that is used in a very controlled manner, the likelihood of cast off is much lower?
So far, my experience, very few times when people in anger have a control level. On most of crime scene, I investigate if involving swinging a weapon, most of the time found cast off, but not always.
Now, with respect to the model that was prepared of the scene and that stairwell at 1810 Cedar Street, I think you indicated earlier that you had an opportunity to go to the State Bureau of Investigation and look at that.
Yeah.
And I think you were with several people when you did that, weren't you?
Yes, I went there. As I yesterday testified, I went there. That's an expensive model. They're almost a real replica of the staircase.
And you also indicated that you'd seen the videotape that Agent Deaver produced with respect to various actions that he engaged in to cause blood spatter on those walls.
Yes.
Is that correct? And with respect to your review of the model, you didn't see any cast off in the model, did you?
That's why I think Agent Deaver misled, say this is an experiment. It's not really an experiment. When a scientist doing an experiment, we should really replicate the actual scene. You use a mannequin head. It's not a human head. That's from ground zero. It's different. Then you keep pulling the blood on the wig because the mannequin head is not going to absorb. Even you put a sponge there, it's not going to be like a human head. You start beating, that's not actually beating. I don't want to say that's a child play, but it's not really an experiment. The best I can say that may be a test. It's not an experiment at all.
Well, let's stay with the question, Dr. Lee. You didn't find any cast off anywhere in that model, now did you?
The model, because as a matter of fact, I think I found some cast off because the hair, he was moving the wig, and cast off not necessarily from the weapon. As I demonstrated yesterday, cast off can from somebody's hand. Kind of finger can be a cast off. Hair can be a cast off. So many variety of ways can produce a cast off. Don't ever think the weapon is the only thing that's a cast off.
Well, from whatever mechanism, though, Dr. Lee, you didn't find any cast off in the model. Is that
If
right?
you show me the model, maybe I can look at it again.
Well, let's look at it from this perspective. You looked at the model. In fact, I think you all spent several hours over at the State Bureau of Investigation looking at the model and looking at these targets. Is that correct?
The purpose of that inspection, it's not to look at the individual blood pattern, is to compare the model, what he called experiment, versus the actual scene. Is this the same or different? My conclusion is different.
But the bottom line is you didn't find any cast off in that model. Isn't that correct?
I don't remember. If you have to try to refresh it.
I'm going to object unless we have photos of that scene, and if this attorney wants to show Dr. Lee some photos and see if he can identify cast off, that's fine. But he's asking him to go back over a year now in his memory, and I'd object since he has photos. Let him show him the photos.
He asked him a question. Either he can answer the question or he can't. I mean, if he needs the photos, he can say he needs the photos.
I already say I need the photo about 5 minutes ago.
Well, with respect to what you found when you were there, you don't recall finding
I don't
it.
recall.
Okay. Now, with respect to the controlled swings that Agent Deaver used to create some of the patterns in that model, would you agree that there was sufficient velocity and force with those controlled swings to cause lacerations on a head if a head were contacted in the manner that Agent Deaver used his implement?
I don't know. I wasn't there. I cannot testify somebody else what he did, what's the velocity. I have no idea the velocity.
But you saw him strike various objects, one of those being a head with a wig on it in blood, and he popped it several times. I mean, I think there were
There's
38 impacts.
Total. 38 times.
Well, wouldn't you agree that at least one of those would have been sufficient to cause a laceration on a head if it were contacted?
Maybe.
Okay. Do you have an opinion as to whether it would take more than one impact to cause a laceration on the back of a head in a manner similar to what Agent Deaver used, the implement that he used while he was conducting his experiments?
Yeah, more likely you're going to find 37 lacerations.
Now, we talked a little bit yesterday about some of the photographs that were taken. Your Honor, may I approach the witness again, please?
Yes.
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 198.
Yes.
We were talking about it some yesterday.
Yeah.
Do you need your magnifying glass?
Yes, okay.
And I was trying to get a real firm handle on exactly which types of patterns you saw on this north wall.
Maybe look.
With respect to this photograph, what are the different patterns of blood spatter that you see?
Okay. I can see multiple type of a spatter pattern. Most are medium velocity type of pattern, medium velocity. But this medium velocity pattern can be produced by coughing, sneezing, breathing, movement of the hair, or impact. And also I can see a lot of smear. Some are consistent with hair swipe, other more likely because the closing of a cassering or some contacts the surface from the up and moving downwards. Then I see the blood streaming pattern, running pattern. It's a very complicated pattern. You can't just use a simple way to explain this very complicated pattern. It's not, say, by beating create that much pattern. There's no way.
But you can't discount that at least some of the actions that caused this complex pattern was due to a beating. You can't discount that, can you?
I don't know, because too complicated, but I can explain. Majority pattern more likely project from down and upwards. So
turns
which
red.
consistent with somebody coughing.
It turns
with
red when I
blood,
try to go
especially
on.
have all those ghost pattern. The pattern no center. Not indicative. That's more likely from somebody's mouth coughing out.
But you'd agree that there were a lot of different actions that caused this complex series of patterns, wouldn't
Yes. Yes, I agree.
you? And I just want to make sure I understand. You can't discount or eliminate the possibility that some of this pattern is caused by impacts to Kathleen's head. Is that correct?
I cannot.
Okay. And with respect to what's marked, and I want to back up, you indicated that you see medium velocity spatter.
Yes.
You've got contact stains, impact spatter, medium velocity. Do you see any low velocity spatter in this pattern?
Well, some maybe it's low velocity, but in the vertical surface, it's very difficult to say that's a medium or low. Let's say you have 2-3 drops of a medium velocity blood together, colliding. Now it become a bigger drop. That you say could be a low because bigger drop. Maybe some there.
Do you see any specifically?
Well, just too complicated. Why we spend the time each drop? We can spend a whole year talk about each drop. That's why, again, as a good scientist, you have to look at the totality, the whole scene, not just one isolated drop. If you want to study the tree, the disease of tree, everything, you want to look at the whole tree, not just look at one leaf. Here, I can spend time to look at each drop.
Well, you all counted
I
the
did
drops
count
on this wall,
Sure.
and
About 4,000 some drops.
right. And with respect to that number of drops, you would expect to be able to identify patterns, wouldn't you?
No, counting drop is different than study each pattern. By the way, this picture, it's not implant, it's slanted. So the pattern going to look different than the actual scene. That's how dangerous if you look at just a photograph make an interpretation, say this pattern is the diameter or wrong, because you are taking a picture at the angle.
Well, let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 200. That's a direct on shot, isn't it?
I don't think so. I think, again, yesterday I pointed out, probably use a flashlight, some area all bleached out. It's all gone. You really don't see this area now. It's gone.
Well, let me ask you, Dr. Lee, with respect to the 4,000 drops that you all counted on this wall.
Right.
Is it your testimony that even with that count, you're not able to specifically pick out patterns?
I can spend the next 2 years each drop, label 1 to 4,000. I can measure it. I can tell you here to report to you. You're probably asking me how much money I earn by counting that 4,000 drops. It's really academic to say each drop. I can't. If you want to specific drop, you want me to tell you.
No, I'm not asking you that. I'm just asking you the general question. If you've counted 4,000 drops,
Yes.
isn't it reasonable to assume that an expert in the field of blood stain analysis could look at this pattern overall in totality, as you suggest, and then identify specific patterns within the totality of this wall?
Well, as I already identified, they are smear, they contact, they are hair swipe, they are medium velocity spatter, they are impact spatter, they are blood coming coughing. Consistent with that, I already identified those.
But are you able to specifically identify a particular pattern?
If you ask me which one, I will identify for you.
Okay. Well, why don't you just pick one?
Why you pick one? Why you want me to pick one? So just one. All right, you want me to pick one.
All right.
All right. This one, as I pointed out, this is a coagulated blood, which means the blood already start coagulating. It's not.
But what kind of pattern is it?
Objection. He asked the witness a question, the witness is trying to explain.
I think that wasn't a question that they asked, so ask you a question, Mr.
What is this pattern right there?
Okay, this pattern. Okay, this pattern actually, again, this photograph, it's out of it's not in focus. But in general, those are medium velocity pattern.
All right.
Yes.
With respect to this pattern, you just mark it right there.
Right.
Using the stringing method, how would you determine the location or point of origin?
Okay, I need another string first, because here, that piece, that area alone probably have 1,000 individual blood spatter. You're going to have a hard time to do that. You're going to wrap yourself with all the string. You still don't know where you're going.
Okay.
Just too many drops on top of each other, which again, it's a dynamic situation. It's blood spatter on top of blood spatter. It's a long sequence of time. If you try to use a simple way, a string, just pick a couple drops to show this the whole complicated scene, that's wrong again.
Well, you've used the stringing process in other blood spatter
Yes, sir.
cases, haven't you?
Yes.
And you'd agree that it's a viable, legitimate technique to identify points of origin in blood spatter, wouldn't you?
Yes, the technique is correct, viable, but it depends on what you pick. People commonly make a mistake and they try to assume all the spatter has come from one source. And you can move the string certain direction, make sure they all converging. That's not the real converging.
But
I see people make mistake.
But an experienced bloodstain pattern analyst can use the stringing method and use it effectively to locate points or areas of origin. Would
Yes,
you agree with that?
definite. Depends on the experience. If you have 30 years wrong experience, won't make your experience correct.
But it still can be done by an experienced.
It's 30 years wrong experience,
Okay.
still wrong experience,
Okay.
in my opinion.
But you didn't do any stringing
No.
whatsoever in any area of the scene.
Yes.
Did you use any type of computer model to locate points of origin within this scene?
No, sir.
Did you use any other technique at all to locate points of origin in this scene?
As I indicate, 4,000 blood spatter on the wall. You can use any method. You still probably spend years stay there doing this. We're probably still doing this.
Well, let me ask you, but you didn't use any technique to
I use
locate.
my experience,
Okay,
just like you say. I use my observation.
okay.
This is a complicated pattern. You cannot just use a beating to explain this complicated pattern. The bottom line.
Okay, well, let me make sure I understand. You
Yeah.
just use your visual observations and no stringing technique or computer technique or any other technique that you're aware of that's mechanical in nature to locate points or areas of origin.
No, I did not.
Okay. When was the last time you actually used the stringing method to locate points or areas of origin in a crime scene?
That's many years ago when I just started as a rookie. I used to use string to help me. Once you investigate thousands of cases, when you see something, you know there's something. We did an experiment, as a matter of fact. Some people use strength, some use computer. I just go there, observe. And the result, we come up to point origin, which my determination, as good as any other determination, and probably even more accurate.
Well, do you consider yourself, or did you consider yourself, did you say rookie?
Early days, I'm a rookie,
Okay.
just started.
Did you consider yourself a rookie in 1992 when you used the stringing method to solve the crime in the Matheson case?
Many times, if the scene is only a few drops, you can use a string method. You only have few drops. If you have 4,000 drops, I need 4,000 strings. You've been in that staircase before. If you use 4,000 string on just on one wall and many other walls, total approximately 10,000 strings. Do we have that room for that many strings? It's you ask for something not possible.
Well, what I asked Dr. Lee is whether you considered yourself a rookie in 1992 when you used the stringing method in this bloodstain pattern analysis case to solve the Matheson murder in Hawaii.
As I indicate to you, when I just started, every case I use strength. Now I do once in a while use strength in few blood spots. I can traject back. If I have that many blood spatter, humanly impossible. If you just pick few out of the 10,000, you are not really doing it justice.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Dr. Lee, I got your book again. Let me show you.
Thank you again for reading my book.
Page 351.
Yes.
And if you would, please step down with court's permission and show the jury the stringing process that you used in the Matheson case.
Sure.
And this was in 1992, is that correct?
Yes. Here I'm showing only a few spots of the blood on this between two seats. And because few spots, so very easy to do this one. Here on the console, for few drops. I think, if I remember correctly, about 5 drops.
Dr. Lee, please keep your voice up.
Few drops.
Well, let's turn to another page.
We have a page number.
351.
Thank
Let me show you page.
Yeah, that's the drops. Close up on those drops.
Right, but there are also drops on page 362, aren't there? And that's the interior of the van and all this, that's blood and they're
No,
dropping.
here, that's wrong now. This is a drywall. Those are smear. It's
Right.
not drops. I did not
Oh,
do
it's blood, correct?
blood. I did not do any stream on this. Too much blood stand on here. Just smear on top of smear, them soils. You don't, if you look at it, you say this drop, you assume it's from the first bleeding or the second bleeding or third bleeding. You make a wrong assumption. That's why as scientist, you cannot make assumption. You don't know that's from the first cough or the second cough. Catherine, apparently, they're at least 30 minutes. This case, same thing. She probably in the back at least 10, 15 minutes. The blood continue come out. I don't know the minute first or minute 15. If I start use strength, as soon as all come together, it's not right.
Dr. Lewis, take a seat. But you agree that you did use the stringing method in the Matheson case?
Yes.
That you
And
found
many other cases.
several points, or at least drops of blood that you could use for that purpose, and there were about 5 or 6 in here.
Yes.
Is that right?
That's correct.
Is this the last time you used the stringing method to determine points of origin or areas of origin?
No.
When was the last time that you used it? Do you recall?
I don't remember, maybe a year ago or something.
Okay. Now, Dr. Lee, you'd indicated that you looked at Mr. Peterson's shoes. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Madam, may I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Let me show you what is marked here at State's Exhibit 3A and 3B. And with your permission, Judge, can step down to the jury.
Yes.
I'm wearing gloves, just I don't want my DNA get on the shoes.
Well, I'm not so concerned about it. Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 3A and ask if you would identify the types of drops that you see on 3A. That's 3A. Yes, sir.
3A, clearly on the tip area, we'll have some smear, contact transfer pattern. We'll have vertical drip. The big one. And big one. Here, we'll have a transfer pattern. Under the magnification, I see some ridges from finger. So that's more likely a contact transfer from a finger.
Before we get there, with respect to this big drop, is that the only vertical drop that you see on the top of the shoes?
And so far, that's vertical drop again. That's those even smaller spot could be a vertical drop. Okay.
Now, with respect to those vertical drops, if Mr. Peterson has these shoes on, where would he have been in relation to Kathleen when these drops were deposited on the shoe?
The shoes first, we don't know. That shoes was on him when the shoes take off. We saw shoes on the hallway. We see numerous action on the hallway. We assume this drop was deposited the first minute, could be 5 minutes later, could be 10 minutes later. I don't know when. Assume this drop was deposited when he wore it. So this has to be in lower position, lower than the blood source.
Would she be standing, or would she be seated, or would she, how?
I don't know. I can't tell you. I only can tell the blood has to be higher than the shoes. Nothing to do with Catherine, because this drop we don't even know it's cough out of the mouth or her finger doing this or hair moving, that drop kind of airborne too. So I cannot come here. I'm good, but not that good. I cannot tell you exactly step by step. I only can tell you this is a vertical drop. Some drop dripping. The source of blood has to be from the top.
Well, at least with respect to the vertical drops, would it
Yes.
be your opinion that if Mr. Peterson had this shoe on, he'd have to be in close proximity to Miss Peterson regardless of her position when these were deposited?
What do you mean close proximity? How close?
Well,
1 inch, 2 inch?
close as you know.
Could be further.
Okay.
Could be a little.
All right. Now, you had identified a transfer mark on the outside of what's marked as State's Exhibit 3A, and I interrupted you, and I apologize.
That's all right.
What, with respect to that, how would that have been deposited on that shoe?
Somebody probably pick up the shoe or take off the shoe, have some blood on the finger. So you have a transfer. You see. A lipid. And a lipid. That's okay. All right. Now we have, you want me to continue?
Well, let's go back. Again, let's assume that the shoes are on Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
Would it be your opinion that these were taken off before this transfer point was made, or was that part of the process, or do you know?
I don't know. There are a couple of possibilities. Maybe he took off the shoes himself, caused this transfer. Maybe subsequently somebody pick up the shoes, caused this transfer. So it's a transfer pattern from somebody's finger.
Well, in your conversations with Mr. Rudolph and with the defendant, didn't they tell you that Mr. Peterson had these shoes on at some point?
I don't. I said,
Now, let's go around to the outside of the shoe. We've got other points here that appear to have some directionality to them.
yes,
Do you agree with
I
that?
agree.
Would you agree that with respect to the drops that have directionality, this shoe had to be in movement, or the source had to be moving in order for those to be deposited and cause directionality?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. And we have similar staining on the inside of the shoes, inside area of the shoe as well, don't we?
Yes,
And you'd agree with the fact that there is directionality to some of these drops?
exactly.
Would it be your opinion that these drops would have been deposited during the same movement as the drops on the outside?
I don't know the same movement or different movement because it's shoes from different angle, different word, different directions. You have some come from here downwards, this direction. Meanwhile, this from the other direction. Very tiny spot that shows the direction. So, all we can say, the person is moving or the blood source was moving. I don't know when deposit there and how deposit there. It's a dynamic situation. I think yesterday when I began, I said this is a dynamic scene. You cannot just look at that one drop, say, must be coughing. I cannot tell you. Or you cannot say this drop must be from the beating, because we can't. That's the limit of science.
But you look at everything in totality.
In totality.
Okay. Well, let's go to what's marked as State's Exhibit 3B and ask for you to identify what you see on the top of this shoe.
On top of the shoes, we see smear, contact pattern. Another smear in this location.
You see vertical drops on the top of the shoe?
I see some small drops. But that's the size of the right shoe. Also, I see possible a finger mark on the side. On the side.
And what would have caused that, if you know?
Somebody pick up the shoes.
Or take the shoe?
Or take the shoes off.
And do you see drops either on the top or the side of the shoe that have what you would consider directionality?
Yes.
Would it still be your opinion that with respect to this item, either the source is in motion or the shoes are in motion when those are deposited?
Excellent.
With respect to the blood on the bottom of the shoe, you see that it's in the crevices of this shoe?
Yes.
You see that? Can you show that to the jury? Do you have an opinion on how that would have been deposited in the crevices of the shoe?
It's more likely somebody stepped in the blood. Have sufficient amount of blood, which means a lot of blood wet still in gel or wet situation and cause this transfer.
Now, you indicated that you looked at Mr. Peterson's shorts.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I think you indicated that with respect to this dilution pattern, that could have occurred from a wet towel.
Anything can be a wet shirt, a wet towel, anything wet with liquid, contact the surface and start diffusing.
Okay, you don't have any evidence whatsoever that there were towels at that scene that were wet with water, do you?
I don't, my experience, my observation, it's inconsistent with somebody trying to clean up. It's more consistent, something wetty, touch the surface, start diffused up.
Well, let me show you what's marked here, State's Exhibit P183. Do you recognize that?
That looks like some towel or sponges or paper towel.
Do you see the sink basin here?
Yes.
Do you see the gardening water can in the sink basin?
Yes.
Well, if could water being poured from this have caused this dilution?
That's speculation now. I don't think so. You use a garden scene to try to do this. I see more dripping, line of dripping, because come out going to be stream of water instead of this line. Unless if somebody really want to wash this pan, why don't take off the pan, soak in the sink, or put in the washing machine?
Well, at least it's a possibility that this watering can could have been used to dilute the stain.
Well, I give you a little bit possibility, but highly unlikely.
Okay. All right. Now, you had indicated that there were stains in the backside of the pants and in the interior of the right leg. Let's start with the backside of the pants.
Yeah.
And I want to make sure I understand with respect to this marking how that got there.
I have no idea.
Okay.
I did not mark that. When I examined,
Let
some
me
are already
clarify.
marked, so it's not my writing.
Well, with respect to the deposit of the blood stains, what is your opinion on how that got there?
I consider that's sort of like a medium velocity type of pattern. Can be any medium velocity action can create such a pattern. I cannot tell you this stemming from beating. A cough comes from coughing, from moving the hand or hair, because don't forget, look at the totality, not just look at that view. The whole back, you have a lot of little blood spatter. A lot. Almost 100 of it.
But with
You
respect. to-
can't really be somebody, get all those spatter on your back, your bottom area.
Well, you'd agree with
Michael?
that there were numerous actions
Yes.
of Mr. Peterson when these shorts run, wouldn't you?
Like what kind of action?
A variety of actions. You're talking
Variety of
about a variety
actions.
of actions.
So you agree have a variety of action?
Okay, we can agree with that.
All right, we agree.
You can't discount or eliminate the possibility that any of this blood spatter was caused by impacts to Ms. Peterson's head. Can you?
I can eliminate most of them not.
You can't eliminate all of it, though, can you?
Maybe, I don't know, but again, that's the limit of science. I cannot come here, mislead you, say, yes, definite from beating. I cannot come here to tell you that.
But you definitely can't say that
I
it's
can't
not.
say definite beating will create that much in somebody's back.
Okay, beating.
Maybe one drop, I don't know. I have no idea, but I can tell you this, anything when you examine, look at the totality. If you give me one isolated blood stain, how that blood stain caused, I can't really tell you. Could be any possibility.
Okay, and with respect to any tests that you conducted, you didn't test clothing, you didn't conduct any experiments to help draw your conclusions about how these blood stains were deposited, did you?
Still
Again, I
here.
want to make it clear. Those not really experiment.
No, I'm asking you what you did.
It's child play. You doesn't matter how many tests you do, you are not going to produce the same thing because this is a dynamic situation. You can jump, you can beat a mannequin head. That's not really the real life. We're talking the real life. Doesn't matter how many tests I do, I cannot reproduce identical pattern. Nobody. You can have any blood spatter expert to do whatever test they want to do. I cannot produce everything on this test.
Well, let me go back to the question I asked. You didn't
I did not.
conduct any tests.
Because useless.
Okay, in your opinion, useless.
Useless at all.
All right. And you didn't conduct, well, let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 268.
Defense exhibit.
Excuse me, Defense Exhibit 268. You don't have any idea whether 268 or Defense Exhibit 269 or Defense Exhibit 270 are any of the positions that Mr. Peterson was in relation to Ms. Peterson when these deposits were made on this short.
I don't know. That's why I say I cannot do any test. I really don't know which leg was up, which one is down, or he's in what position. I have no idea.
Would it be your testimony then that these photographs being Defense Exhibit 269, 270, and 268 would have been just theoretical possibilities of
No, it just-
potential actions or
Just
maybe?
offer some alternative explanation.
Okay.
Not just by beating, you can have that. Other alternative, innocent explanation can happen.
Okay, please take your seat.
Okay.
Your Honor, with respect to the State's Exhibit 198, we'd move that into evidence, please. Now, I think you talked some about scene alteration that was caused early on at the Peterson residence in relation to the hall and at least potentially the stairway. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
I think you talked about the fact that you see medical
Emergency
apparatus.
apparatus, yes.
You see some blood stains that appear to be transfer stains and contact stains. And I think you also indicate that you saw some footprints. Did you see actual footprints?
On the photo,
Okay.
on the photograph, Yes.
All right. And I think you said you saw towels in the area as well.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Aren't those typical things that you see at most scenes where people have to respond, whether it's the medical examiner, the first responders from EMS, or the first responders from the fire department or from the police department? Aren't those the types of things you would see at a scene such as this?
Yes, as I said yesterday, that's necessity. Our job is to save somebody's life. I'm not come here to criticize their action. I'm just demonstrate there are alteration of the scene. I'm not here to say somebody wrong or shouldn't do that. It just shows the scene has some alteration. That's life.
Well, and let me ask you, with respect to the scene, you're aware that there's been testimony that the area around Kathleen Peterson, all the blood was dry except for that was up under her. Are you aware of that?
No, I don't. Just the photograph showed me the blood wasn't dry. If somebody say dry, I think the observation may be wrong. The photograph shows me it's not.
So if EMS responders, fire responders, initial officers at the scene all say that the blood on the floor around Kathleen Peterson was dry, then they would be mistaken in your opinion?
No, here you tell me now the blood stain on the floor. That's maybe correct. What I'm saying, they are wet blood. The towel show me it's wet, soaking with blood, impossible to dry. The color of the photo shows me that towel. It's wet. I'm not talking about a blood smear on the floor. I agree it's dry. A couple of drop. I already know it's dry because flicked away.
Well, the area around her, you were aware that that's dry as well, weren't you?
I don't know what do you mean area, how much area around, if directly under her or next to her, probably not dry. Takes a while.
But in the hallway where she was located around her, if that were dry, that's something you'd not been made aware of?
It's nothing to do with the blood stain interpretation.
Well, let me approach it from this perspective. Would you agree that dry blood does not transfer?
Oh, blood plus blood that dry still can transfer. You can re-wet it. Also, you can somebody shoe step on it and carry to another place. You still can transfer. Dry did not really say protect you, no transfer.
So I'm not talking about re-wetting it. Mm-hmm. So it would be your testimony then, even if you have dry blood on a hard surface, mm-hmm. that can still transfer.
If the blood start flake away, for example, if we walk on some dry blood crust, this static attraction to my shoes or sometimes to our clothing, you can transfer that.
In that situation, would you leave a pattern?
Huh?
In that situation where the blood's dry and you've got something that walks over the top of it or moves over the top of it and disrupts it, would it leave a pattern when it contacts another clean surface?
Sometimes do, sometimes not.
Okay. Now, you had talked about the 5 spots of blood outside the hallway, those being on that header and on the extreme west wall of the hall. You recall that?
I guess so.
Okay, well, let me point it out. You want me to approach the diagram?
Yes.
What I'm talking about, a couple of spots that would have been up here.
That's 2. I remember that's 2, not 5.
There were
right.
3
1 on one's top, then 2 underneath. Yeah.
That down at the door.
Right.
And I think you've indicated that some of those were going in different directions. Is that correct?
That 2 in different directions.
Okay. Well, would that indicate to you more than one action to cause those different blood spots?
Yes.
Can you say with certainty, and can you absolutely eliminate those being deposited or any one of them being deposited from some object that had blood on it? For example, the blow poke, if it were out in that hallway area, can you eliminate this as depositing any one of those drops?
I can eliminate if this both group have blood
Thank you,
amount of
Michelle.
blood
That's
under
so
that
sweet.
instrument. Sufficient amount, definitely will not.
So
I can eliminate.
You can completely eliminate
Yes,
the blow poke
You
as
have
the
a lot of blood.
apparatus
Yeah.
that deposited any of those 5 stains.
Yes, that's very small drops, very tiny small drops.
Now, I think you talked about the fact that in Kathleen's mouth, and I'll just show you from here what's marked as State's Exhibit 200. You've seen that several times up close.
Yes, sir.
I think you'd indicated that, at least from this photograph or a photograph like this, it appears to you that there was blood in her mouth. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Are you aware that the medical examiner indicates that she doesn't find blood in the mouth and only finds microscopic, not visible, but microscopic blood in Kathleen's lung, but none in the mouth or the airway? Are you aware of that?
I did not aware, but I read the autopsy report. It say lung have some blood. How the blood get to lung have to come from the mouth. When I look at the photograph, it clearly shows me their blood like material there. So she can testify because that's her area. I only can testify what I see. I cannot testify what she saw.
So if she testified that she didn't see blood in the mouth or the airway except for non-visible microscopic blood in the lung somewhere, then you can't dispute that, can you?
You can only say it was medium velocity blood spatter. You can't tell where it came from. So if the ME didn't find blood in her breathing passages in her mouth, then you can't say that's where the blood came from. Just because she might have a little bit of blood in her lungs doesn't mean that she had it. Your lungs are here. Your trachea in your mouth is way up, or mouse, he says it, is way up here. You can have a little bit of blood down here, and you're not going to be coughing up blood. It's like when your lungs flood with blood, like if you get hit in the lungs, or, well, sometimes you get hit in the lungs collapse. Or like you have major trauma to your chest, or you get shot, and then the lungs fill with blood. That's when it comes up and you're going to cough it out. If she didn't see blood in the passages, just down the bottom of the lungs, she didn't expirate that blood. It's not possible. I am more and more thinking that this man is just a hired gun. I used to really respect him. I know he's dead. R.I.P. I mean, I'm sure he wasn't a bad person, but I'm starting to think he just was hired and said whatever they wanted him to say. This was not my ultimate goal. I don't know what my ultimate goal was. I just wanted to do it, but this makes me happy. So thank you, Michelle. So, and we all love you. I love all of you guys. Thank you for being here every day.
In this view, she should think about how the finding in her own autopsy report says blood found in the lung. How that get there?
Well, let me ask the question again. If she were to testify and did testify that there was no blood in the mouth or airway, you can't dispute that then, can you?
She have to live with it, not me.
Okay. Well, are you aware that there were swabbings taken of Kathleen's mouth, and the State Bureau of Investigation analyzed those, and they indicated that the swabbings from the mouth failed to reveal the presence of blood?
Well, I object to that. That was after embalming. She was already at the funeral home for 2 days when that was done.
I'm not sure he's saying when it was. He just asking the question. So overall, your witness can respond as to when he thinks it was if he knows.
All right. Witness will respond if that blood takes 2 days after embalming them. It's not a reliable sample. You should discount that sample at all.
Okay. Were you made aware of the lab report that indicated that there was no presence of blood from swabbings in the mouth?
I only can testify what I observe. I observe on the photo.
Okay.
Shows their blood-like material.
Now, in your book, you outline a process for fact gathering
Yes, sir.
with event at the top and reconstruction as the result.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
In fact, it's on page 278 of your book, right?
I should give you an award for reading every page of my book. I hope most students can do what you do, reading carefully.
And with respect to this cycle of fact gathering,
Yes, sir.
we have the event coming around in the cycle. We have evidence collection, observation, coordination of information. We have conjecture, and then subtitled or hyphened, beginning of reconstruction, hypothesis.
Hypothesis.
And then you have the development of the hypothesis. Now, from your perspective, what is involved in the development of the hypothesis?
Oh my God.
Development of hypothesis is keep your mind open. Don't ever develop a tunnel vision. Like a television movie or detective get to the scene, they snap the finger, I have a theory. They already started tunnel vision. What I suggest here, develop hypotheses, multiple hypotheses, every possibilities. You should consider every possible explanation. Instead of just narrow-minded on one theory, then we try to do some tests to prove the theory correct. That's not the experiment.
The only reason I'm laughing is because Hardin tripped over the word and Dr. Lee tried to correct him and he can't say it right. I'm sorry. That's so disrespectful.
But not the scientific way. We just come up all this hypothesis, all this possibility. Then let the chips fall. Sometimes we, as a scientist, impossible to come here to tell you everything.
But
So
wouldn't
that's
you-
what I mean.
Okay, but wouldn't you agree that in the cycle of developing the hypothesis,
Yes.
you've indicated here that that calls for some conjecture.
Yes.
So you have to formulate at least reasonable possibilities. Would you agree with that?
Excellent. Yes. Reasonable possibilities.
And you set some parameters on what those reasonable possibilities would be.
Excellent.
And then you go about the process in the next phase of this cycle of testing information or data from the event.
Yes, sir.
And from that point, you can either continue to collect data
Yes.
or you can begin testing, in particular, forensic lab testing. You'd agree with that?
I agree with you.
You'd agree with that the next aspect of that would be to conduct identification processes,
Yes.
comparison processes,
Yes, sir.
and you've also indicated individualizations.
Right.
Now, what you meant by that was in every single case, there are going to be some specific tests that need to be performed, right?
Right. Such as DNA, such as fingerprint. You can identify the individual. Then you can positively say this fingerprint is Catherine, this fingerprint is Michael, this fingerprint Todd, or emergency people. Then we know exactly whose bloody fingerprint on what spot. Then we can in a much better position to develop hypothesis and theory and reconstruct.
And once you've done those things and you develop your theory,
Yes.
and then you the final thing you do is conduct a reconstruction. Is that right?
Exactly. Once you develop a theory, you still should keep an open mind. You should have other expert to look at it or other colleague to look at it, to consult with other, did I overlook something or any new information develop. That's why when I issue my report, I say that's a preliminary report, because if future have new information, new evidence develop, I have to modify my report.
Now, with respect to the testing aspect of it, you'd agree with this statement, wouldn't you? Testing. Once a hypothesis is formulated, further testing must be done to confirm or disprove the overall interpretation or specific aspects of the hypothesis. This stage includes comparisons of samples collected at the scene with known standards and alibi samples, chemical, microscopical, and other analyses and testing. Controlled testing or experimentation of possible physical activity must be done to, and it says collaborate, I think you mean corroborate, the reconstructive hypothesis. You'd agree with that, wouldn't you?
Whoever write that, excellent writing.
And you wrote that, didn't you?
Yes.
So you'd agree that controlled testing or experimentation of possible physical activity must be done
Yes, sir.
to corroborate the reconstructive hypothesis.
Yes.
Okay. Would it be your position that to go through this fact gathering process, you need to use every phase of it
Yes.
so that you can arrive at the appropriate conclusion?
Yes.
With respect to your activities in this case, you didn't conduct any test of anything, whether it's the shorts or any of the t-shirts or the shoes or the hair or any of the blood. You didn't conduct any test with respect to any of those items, now did you?
Not exactly. I thought our system is burden of proof rests on the prosecution. My assignment is to compare the test Agent Deaver did, whether or not meet the scientific standard, whether or not consistent with the scene. That's my sole assignment. If this is my case, yes, I'm going to follow every test. I did collect some hair. I did look at the hair. That hair, I can tell that's a Caucasian hair. I did look at the spatter, and based on my study, microscopically examine each piece of item. I did conduct some basic examination. I cannot say I did all the tests, saliva, DNA. As yesterday I said, I probably can spend the rest of my life here, move to North Carolina, become a resident of this nice state.
Well, Dr. Lee, you did produce an 8-page report called a reconstruction report, didn't
Yes,
you?
I did.
And you did that without going through all the phases of the fact-gathering process that you've indicated in your book are very important to go through in order to produce a reconstruction?
No, I did gather in the fact. I went to the scene. By the way, I was correct. May 17th. It's not March.
So Mr. Palmback would be wrong.
I don't
here.
know what he said, but
Okay.
May 17th. I checked it last night, May 17th. So although I'm old, not that old, so May 17th, that's correct day. February, I went there, collect information. Photographs, study. May 17th, I went back again, collect information, data. Then I went back to 2 more times, and then went to the Durham Police Department, examine each piece of an item, not only visually, also microscopically examine. So I did all the collection of the data. Then I compare what the other testing. I cannot do tests because once I do tests, has to have a court order because that's destructive test. I cannot, my instruction, you cannot cut any piece. In other words, I cannot touch anything. If I start cutting a piece, probably today you're going to impeach me why I violate the agreement, start sampling. So evidence still here. That's the beauty of science. Anytime you can go back, as long as the evidence preserved. Even today, we can go back to the test.
But what I just
test-
want to understand, Dr. Lee, in
Yes.
your book, you say that you're supposed to go through all these various phases
Yes.
so that you can draw your conclusions and reconstruct what happened.
Yes.
But you're saying that you didn't do that
Oh, I
in
did.
this case.
No, I did the collection of data. I spent a lot of 240 hours. That's a lot of hours on this case. I did all those hours, which means I did not just sit there and write a report. 240 hours time.
Now, I think you said that Agent Deaver's experiments were not scientific. Is that a fair
No,
statement of
that's
what you
no,
said?
not really. I think that's not the experiment. I can say that's a test. He tried to conduct some test. Give an experiment to compare the pattern found at the scene, at the house, compare what he did. That's not really valid experiment.
So you're drawing a distinction between a test and an experiment.
Yeah, I draw differences, experiment, test, or demonstration. Like yesterday, I did the demonstration I'm not trying to do any test or nor experiment.
Well, in the past, you've done experiments similar to what Agent Deaver did. I mean, you've dropped bloody sources to determine impact spatter, haven't you?
Yes, but I have variety of target. I'm not just use a bore. If this is a floor, I use floorboard. If this is a carpet, I use similar carpet.
Okay. Well, I mean, you've dropped a bloody source from some height to determine pattern,
Yes,
haven't you?
yes,
You've taken a variety of objects and struck a source to determine a pattern, haven't
yes,
you?
sir. Yes,
And you've done that at least in ways similar to what Agent Deaver did in this case in your past, haven't you?
yes, I did. But I don't call this as a valid comparison of the scene.
Okay. Well, you'd agree that at least in the industry, it suggested that you conduct experiments, or as you call it, tests. You'd agree with that, wouldn't you?
Well, I don't think we're an industry where scientists not even manufacture anything. So maybe my English is not too good. Industry looks like I make something.
Well, are you familiar with Stuart James and William Eckert?
Yes, I know Stuart.
You know both of them, and so I'm assuming then that you're familiar with his book,
He called
Interpretation of...
our field is an industry.
Yes.
Oof. I better have a word with him. That's
Well,
a
you're familiar
scientific
with his
field.
book, aren't you?
No, everybody can write a book they believe.
Okay.
Like my book is what I believe, my experience.
Right.
My experience, our field is a scientific field. It's not a industry. Not-
Well, you're familiar with Mr. James and Mr. Eckert, aren't you?
well, Mr. Aker unfortunately passed away.
But you were familiar with him
He's a
before
good
he wrote
friend of
this
mine.
book.
He's a good friend of mine.
Okay.
But
And-
he's not a blood spatter expert either. He's a medical examiner. A good person, very nice person.
Have you read The Interpretation of Bloodstain Evidence that was co-authored by...
I think he including a one chapter I wrote in the appendix.
So you're familiar with this book?
Yes, I know.
Are you familiar with the fact that in this book, they indicate that experiments are very helpful? In fact, they talk about the goal of reconstruction of the crime scene utilizing blood stain pattern interpretation is to assist the overall forensic investigation with the ultimate questions that must be addressed, which include but are not limited to the following. Number one, what events occurred. Number two, when and in what sequence they did they occur. Number three, who was there during each event. Number four, who was not there during each event. Number five, what did not occur. Would you agree that that's generally what bloodstain pattern analysis does?
Well, bloodstain pattern analysis sometimes way beyond what they listed. But not all the questions they raise we can answer. Not always, because many times the crime scene you don't find blood. Because you did not find blood, you say somebody wasn't there. That's an incorrect interpretation. In general, I agree with the statement, but you can't really say with the bloodstain we can tell everything. We're God. Believe me, we can tell everything. No, nobody can tell everything.
But you'd agree that at least the general parameters that are outlined by Mr. Ecker and James
We
are
attempt.
reasonable.
I think we should put this word there. Attempt to determine.
Okay.
Okay.
And would you agree with the sentence that contemporaneous experiments to duplicate specific patterns should be considered relative to a given case to support an interpretation or conclusion? Would you agree with
Yes.
that statement?
Sure.
So
You
you
have to-
agree that
you have to-
experimentation is important?
Important. You have to duplicate what happened. What I'm talking about, Agent Devers really not duplicate whatever the parameter. He did a good job trying to do everything, but he did not consider coughing as an alternative. Breathing is alternative.
Yes.
Take a 10-minute break.
Yes.
Mr. Lee.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Please allow the jurors to exit courtroom.
Well, breathing is not an alternative for me. I have
Dr.
to
Lee, we
breathe.
were talking about
That's not
the
an alternative.
process of
I know,
conducting experiments, and I was about
Just
to
trying
ask
to
you
liven
whether
it
you
up
were
a little
familiar
bit.
with
It's boring.
Terry Labor and Bart Epstein
Two excellent individuals, highly respected.
in the area of bloodstain pattern analysis.
Yes.
Are you familiar with
Oh,
their manuscript
And
with
sorry,
respect
y'all.
to
I fixed
a
it.
description of
Fixed it.
experiments and practical exercises in
No,
bloodstain pattern
I
analysis?
said
Yes.
stop it.
And in this manuscript, it outlines in some detail the types of experiments you would do to create patterns of a variety of types. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Just to kind of thumb through, we've got experiments that talk about how you show diameter. There are experiments on how to produce cast-off patterns
Yes.
to replicate things at a scene.
I think this designed for training purpose for student to follow, just like college or medical school or graduate school, we have a manual, experiment called laboratory experiment manual.
And the experiments also go on and show how to create contact patterns, which
Yes.
would replicate what's at a scene,
Yes.
or impact
Excellent.
patterns
Yes.
that can be replicated as to those at a scene.
Well, it's designed for the training student, not designed for replicate.
Why did he say ouch?
Well, you'd agree that with respect to the experiments that are outlined in this manuscript, that they are things that even experienced bloodstain pattern analysts can use throughout the course of their career to create patterns so that they can compare those to what they see at scenes. You'd agree with that, wouldn't you?
I agree 100%. They suggest to use same substrata. For example, they use glass, use wood, use paper, use sponge, use variety of substrata. In other words, surface, not just use a cardboard.
You'd agree that these are the experiments that are often used by persons who are involved in bloodstain pattern analysis and can be used throughout one's career to recreate or replicate patterns of a scene. You'd agree with that, wouldn't
I
you?
agree with you.
Okay. And in fact,
That's a book.
as we alluded to earlier, you've done these
That's a
same types
book
of
on blood
experiments
spatter
trying to
analysis.
replicate patterns at a scene, haven't you?
Yes, we have similar manual given to the student too.
And if I may, Your Honor, may I approach the witness, please? Looking at page 290 of your book, you've got a couple of experiments that you've conducted attempting to replicate stain patterns. These are in your book, aren't they?
Yes, we're doing some test.
And with respect to these two different
Yes.
targets on the bottom, was that cardboard similar to what we did here?
We are not use that to compare the crime scene. It's just to teach student high velocity blood spatter looks like, not replicate the crime scene.
But you can use these types of
Same
experiments.
exercise, but if you change your target, you change the surface. If it's a floorboard, use a floorboard.
Doctor, my point is, you still use these experiments regardless of the surface so that you can attempt to replicate patterns that you might find in a scene. You'd agree with that. It's right here in your book, isn't it?
I agree with that, except you should experiment. You should for the crime scene. You should as close as the crime scene. The laboratory teaching the student, you use the most convenient stuff like cardboard, more economic and much easier to handle.
Or wouldn't you agree that the model that the State Bureau of Investigation used is a pretty close replicate of the scene, such that that's comparing apples with apples and not apples with oranges?
Since you ask that, we just talk about it because they don't have a ceiling. They
But
don't
wouldn't
have-
you agree with respect?
Let the witness finish his answer. He can finish. He's not asking him anything.
Wouldn't you agree
No
with?
objection. He was in the middle of his answer, Mr. Harden.
Okay, Dr. Lee. answer.
Wow, it's close, not exact, and no ceilings. The staircase only have two cases, a couple of cases, not the complete staircase. The wood may be the same. I don't know. I did not check the wood.
It's not substantially enough different for it to really matter now, is it, Doctor?
Except for cast-off pattern may have the differences.
Well, I'm talking about the stains that could be replicated on the walls and the floor and the stairs.
Uh,
All those surfaces are essentially the same as they were over at 1810 Cedar Street, aren't they?
yeah.
Now, Dr. Lee, let me show you, if I may. Your Honor, may I approach the witness, please? Let me show you what's marked here as State's Exhibit 209 and ask you to thumb through that if you would.
Sure. Yes.
Okay, you familiar with those documents?
Yeah, this is a copy of our note.
Now, I think in his direct testimony, Mr. Palmbach said that this was the combination of your notes and his notes. With respect to what's marked here as State's Exhibit 209, would you please mark for me all of the pages that represent your notes?
That's all his handwriting.
It's all his?
His handwriting. As I said, we work as a team. I have to work to photograph. I took the picture. When I take a picture, I cannot take note. So he's following me. That's a combination of joint work. When I say something, he write it down. So that's my note too. It's
Okay.
his note, but I don't know exactly word by word what he wrote it down.
So if I understand you, then none of this writing is of your making.
Maybe some of my writing, I have to look at the page by page, and that's going to take hours
All
to
his
do.
notes then, Doctor?
His job, we have a team, usually goes to any place when I teach the student. It's a teamwork. Nobody can do everything by yourself. When I examine the clothes in the shoes, I say this is a size 8 by 10 or whatever, a short. So he's copying what I'm saying. What I'm doing examination is a joint note.
So these are all Mr. Palmbach's notes and not yours.
Well, objection.
Fine, if you can say Palmbach's notes, fine. I don't care.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe you have someone writing in there, but I don't. That's a lot of pages. You talk about collect data, document. That's an example. I did collect data, and you did.
And have you looked at Agent Deaver's notes?
I did not.
You never looked at his handwritten notes?
I did not have that.
Okay. The defense
You
didn't
did not
provide
give
that
it to
to you?
Well, objection. We got him in the middle of trial, Your Honor.
That's the problem here.
Well, my objection is to the form of the
He asked that he look at the notes.
question. Well, how is he going to look at it if we don't have it?
Well, he can answer that question. You guys, overrule. Come on.
You're aware that Mr. Deaver testified over about 8 days in this courtroom, right?
You can reduce probably in 1 hour.
Okay. But he testified for a long period of time. And are you telling us that the defense didn't make available to you the notes that they were provided that were made by Agent Deaver?
My report already issued way before anything, January this year. You can see my report already issued. I did not receive any note.
Okay. At this point, we'd move into evidence what's marked as State Exhibit 209. Now, Dr. Lee, you had indicated early in your testimony that you had about 240 hours in this case.
Yes, sir.
With respect to that, how much are you compensated on an hourly basis?
My national standard rate is $500 per hour. But this case, we did not bill $500 per hour. The total compensation is $27,000, not including all my expenses. So exactly expenses, including develop the photograph, buying film, and the typing expenses, other assistance, and sometimes lodging and food, and exactly my compensation until the case over, I really don't know. Maybe less than $100 an hour. Maybe even much less.
Well, at this point, you've been paid $27,000.
Including my expenses.
Okay.
If you minus the expenses, for example, my microscope, was shipped here. When we ship back, the lens cracked. That alone going to cost $2,000 to $4,000 repair.
Okay. Well,
If I minus that, I have to make any money.
well, Dr. Lee, up to this point, you've been paid $27,000 for
Whatever my cost.
whatever the cost is. Okay. And you've got 240 hours in up to what point?
Up to whatever $27,000, up to a couple of days ago.
Okay. And do you distinguish between $500 an hour for in-court work as compared with analysis work outside the courtroom? Or is it all the same?
All the same. It's my time.
Okay. Now, I just want to make sure I understand. In your direct testimony, you said that, in your opinion, what happened to Kathleen Peterson is more consistent with an accident than with a beating. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that opinion is based on a review of the things listed in your report, which would be some clothing of Kathleen Peterson,
Yes.
some clothing of Michael Peterson,
Yes, sir.
some clothing of Todd Peterson,
Yes.
some scene photographs,
Yes.
autopsy photographs, and autopsy report, assorted scene documents and investigative reports from Durham Police Department and North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation,
Yes.
SBI laboratory and bloodstain analysis reports,
Yes.
Agent Deaver's bloodstain experiments,
Yes.
and your personal observations.
My personal observation and discussion with other pathologist, medical examiner, and expert in the field.
And these people that you're talking about that you discussed it with were hired by the defendant.
Yes.
Okay. But you haven't done any testing on any aspect of the clothing, correct? Or experiments.
Correct.
Haven't done any testing on any of the surfaces in the stairway, correct?
Well,
And no experiments.
I did examine the stairway. I did examine all the clothing, not only visual inspection, also microscopic examination. That's what I'm supposed to do, all those examinations. Those are considered tests, by the way.
Okay. And you'd admit that you can't identify all the patterns in the stairwell, whether it's be on the north wall, the east wall, or the west wall. You'd admit that.
Yes.
Okay. You'd admit that you didn't pull any strings to find specific patterns, right?
Yes.
You didn't use a computer model to locate any
No.
patterns.
No.
You did that based on your observations of the total area.
Yes.
Is that right? Even though we've got 10,000 different blood spots in that stairwell,
Yes.
you correct me if I'm wrong, you indicate that you couldn't select patterns out of that specifically visually.
You assume everything deposit at one time. That's an assumption you shouldn't do,
Okay.
because that Catherine in that location at least about 30 minutes. That's a lot of time goes by. So many things, so many spatter, 10,000 of them.
Well, let me make sure we're clear. You can't, even though there are 10,000 blood spots there, you couldn't identify specific patterns.
I identify all the pattern you asked me to identify. I did identify.
But you didn't do that with strings, and you didn't do it with a computer model. You just did it visually, right?
No. String or computer model will not tell you what type of a pattern it is. That only say try to assist you to determine so-called point of origin. It's so clear it's happening in the staircase. It's not upstairs, not in the living room, not in the kitchen. Doesn't matter how many strings you're going to spend the time to do, still in the staircase.
All right. Well, based on all that you saw
Yes.
and all that you did, all that you didn't do,
Right.
is it your testimony before this jury that you can absolutely, conclusively exclude that Kathleen Peterson was beaten on her head?
I say my conclusion more consistent with an accidental fall.
But you can't exclude that she was beaten based on
Nobody
all
can-
you did.
Nobody can exclude everything, but the pattern tells me the indication everything more consistent as an accident.
Now, Dr. Lee, are you aware that Mr. Labor and Mr. Epstein
Yes.
had evaluated this scene as well?
Yes.
And I think you've already indicated that you disagree with Dwayne Deaver's conclusion.
Break at this time. Remember the instructions I've given you throughout the course of the trial. We need to take a little bit shorter lunch break today because of some scheduling problems we're going to have today. So I would ask that you take an hour lunch break, and should be back at 12:30. Anybody who can cut the court time to 3 o'clock every day can eat lunch in an hour, I think. Yes? No? I said anybody who cuts the court time to 3 o'clock from 5 o'clock can eat lunch in an hour, don't you?
Yes, sir. I appreciate it.
It'll be the last time. We got everybody?
Yes, sir.
Did you gentlemen resolve your issue?
They don't have issues, they have a whole prescription.
Further questions, Mr. Hart?
Dr. Lee, at the outset of your testimony, I think you had described some of the activities that you are currently engaged.
Yes.
And I just wanted to flesh that out with you a little bit. I have the impression that you still provide some level of service to the state of Connecticut. Could you describe that for us, please?
Yes, my current job title is Chief Emeritus for Forensic Science Laboratory, Connecticut State Police, which
Isn't that an honorary title?
my responsibility is look at a major case, examine evidence, and assist law enforcement in crime scene. Also conduct training for prosecutors, judges, and police officers, and conduct research on any other major criminal justice issue which need my service.
With respect to that position, how many hours per week do you devote to it?
Depends, varies. If I have time, I go there. If not, I don't go there. I work 7 days a week, generally 16 hours a day. So I work many hours.
Okay. With respect to forensic training, the Forensic Research Training Center that you're involved in,
Yes.
how many hours a week do you devote to that?
Varies. So you have cases, I put more hours. You have no cases, the whole week I don't go there.
Well, on an average, during a week, how many hours do you work?
Average week, because every week is different.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, my secretary just faxed the next 3 months schedule. It's all full.
It's all
Every
full?
day. Every day is full.
With respect to the next 3 months, how many hours a week are you going to be working for the center?
Center, probably few, whatever time I can squeeze out.
Okay.
My primary responsibility is to teaching at University of New Haven and forensic laboratory. Although I only get paid for $1, generally I spend at least about 1 to 2 days at the laboratory. University, I spend 1 or 2 days, so I have the rest of the day work on other projects.
And what is the nature of the other projects that you work?
Research, training, as you just asking me.
Okay. And with respect to major cases that you're working, I think you indicated you still do that.
Yes.
How many open cases do you have currently? Of any type, of any nature, whether it's
Currently, approximately 800 cases.
And would those just be in the state of Connecticut?
No, all over the world, just in different stage. As I indicate to you, I work with a lot of people. Most of the cases being investigated by the police, some so-called cold cases, cannot solve anymore. they ask for assistance. Just have to wait. I have time to review whatever they have done.
Okay. With respect to the 800 cases that you currently have open, are you conducting, say, a reconstruction similar to what you did in this case?
Yes, some are more like this, other maybe even more involved. Have to look at the witness statement and re-exam evidence.
Okay. And with respect to your involvement in this case, we talked a little bit earlier about some of your activities, and what I want to focus in on right now involves the observations you made over at the State Bureau of Investigation.
Yes, sir.
And I believe that was on January the 30th of this year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you went to the State Bureau, you had with you several people, didn't you?
Yes.
Who was with you?
That's what I thought.
Timothy Pombach. I think he was with me, and Mr. Rodolph was with, and I think some other people. I don't remember exactly each one.
Okay. Well, do you recall looking at the model that was at the State Bureau of Investigation of the scene at 1810 Cedar Street?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked a little bit about that earlier.
Yes.
And I think you also looked at these targets
Yes.
that Mr. Deaver had created.
Yes.
Do you recall looking at anything else?
Looking at the test clothes he used, the shoes and clothes. That's about it. I think it's in a garage. I look at the inside the garage.
And do you recall being there about 4 hours?
Approximately.
Okay. Do you recall having a series of conversations with Agent Deaver about his work?
I don't remember specifically. I spent most of my time documentation, study the pattern. I did not talk to him for hours.
But you remember talking with him after having looked at the model and seeing the targets that he created and
Yes.
looking at the test clothes.
I think
did
I
talk
had
with
some
him.
conversation with him.
Do you recall telling him that you had traveled around the United States and that this was some of the best work that you had seen? Do you recall telling him that?
No, I say this is the best model I ever see. To build this elaborate model. I assume very expensive model. The staircase.
So you don't recall telling him that this was
His
some
work.
of the best work that you had seen?
His work.
Yes.
I don't think the work speak for itself. I don't have to elaborate again.
So you don't recall telling him that?
I tell him something. He did some good work, and the model is beautiful, but the model did not prove anything.
Okay. Do you recall telling him that his work and his conclusions were very close to yours, but that you differed in how some of the blood spatter occurred? Do you recall that?
As far medium velocity,
No,
blood
Dr.
spatter.
Dr. Lee, do you recall?
I don't
telling-
recall. I think you take out the context. As I testified yesterday, today, I differ with him on opinions.
Okay, well, let me show you a copy of your book. You recall giving him a copy of your book, don't you?
Yes, I generally give everybody a copy of book. I want them to learn.
You do recall giving
Sure, I give people copies of book.
Okay, and for the record, we'll mark this as State's Exhibit 217.
Yes.
Do you recall signing an inscription with a note to Agent Deaver in his book when you were there?
Yeah.
If you would, please read what the note says.
I say to Dwayne Deaver, one of the best, keep up with your good work With warm regard, Henry Lee. Yes. You probably found thousands of this since.
Well, you wouldn't give it to him unless you had felt that way, would you?
No. I give everybody courtesy. That's Chinese culture. I went to his place. He extended courtesy. Let me see what he has. That's my upbringing. Respect other people. I give him a book. I cannot write say you're. I don't want to say it. You can write on the book say somebody you're totally wrong or something. What you going to write? Of course you say keep up with your good work. Keep doing good work. Good work means legitimate work.
In your opinion,
He tried. He tried, but his conclusion is wrong, but he tried very hard.
Okay.
I cannot say he did not try to do good work. Agent Deaver did a lot of work.
So you're agreeing then that he did good work.
I did the, what do you want me to say? He did lousy work on the book? I cannot say that. Just like I give Mr. Rodolph a book, I say, you're one of the best attorney, but he's lousy. I still give him a book.
Well, let me ask you, you said you were going to give me one of your books. You're going to write that in my book too?
Are you going to be the best at prosecutor?
I don't have.
Definitely, I want to send you a book.
I don't have any other questions.
I'm glad you did. Mr. Rudolph.
Thank you.
Because I can keep you here for a long time.
No, please don't.
Well, Mr. Harding going to ask me how much money I'm going to charge you.
All right, Dr. Lee, let me start with some of the points that Mr. Hardin made earlier today.
I appreciate you keep short because I have to teach tonight.
Yes, sir. Should have thought about that before the answer you gave. Let me. You were asked some questions about the model that you went to see,
Yes.
and about whether you saw any cast off there at the model. And
Yes.
at that point, you said you couldn't remember, and you asked to see a photograph. Do you recall?
Yes.
Let me show you Exhibit 271. That picture.
Yes.
Do you recognize what Exhibit 271 is?
271 is a photograph which we took about a staircase model.
Was that taken in January of 2003 when you went to the SBI?
Yes.
Move that into evidence, Your Honor.
It's allowed.
Okay. He's going to put up. Perhaps you could step down. Do you see any cast-off spatter on
Yes.
that photo? Could you step down? May he step down?
Yes.
Our technology is warming up, so if you could step down and just show the members of the jury the cast-off. And up on the screen there, is that the area right there?
Yes.
All right. Now, of course, you didn't see any cast off up high at the model, did you?
No.
And in part, that's because the model didn't have a ceiling,
No, sir.
and the walls of the model only went up about 3 or 4 feet, right?
45 inches on one side, 50 inches on the other side.
Let me. That's 272. exhibits 273. Yeah, we'll get it. I mean, it's all right. May I approach you? Let me show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 272 and ask you if you recognize what that is.
That's the photograph of the model, the top no ceiling.
Okay, and I'll move that into evidence.
So,
Is this? Can you turn this on here? Thank you. Now, just could you orient the jury so that you can tell them? Can you take that? Yeah, thank you. Where is this photo actually being taken from?
in the garage of forensic laboratory.
And what's the perspective of the photo?
The perspective photo is showing the top down.
Hey, well,
All right,
good
and
morning.
so is the person taking the photo sort of lying down and looking up?
Looking up.
All right, and what that's showing is that there's no ceiling.
No ceiling.
All right, let me show you Exhibit 273.
Yes.
You recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
That shows
Hold on, it's not in yet, so. What does that show, 273?
273 shows the door area replicant of the staircase, shows the wall.
Well, no, we have to put in evidence first.
Okay.
And does that show the north and the east wall of the model?
Yes.
Move 273 into evidence. Can you put that up on the board? Now, if you could show the jury what that's showing and how high up the model goes.
It's about from here to here. It's some 45 and 50 inches high. No top.
Okay. So, and do you know why they built it with no ceiling or no walls higher than 45 inches?
I don't know.
If there was going to be any cast off, it wouldn't have shown up in that particular model, right?
No.
You mentioned when Mr. Hardin was asking some questions, problems with photographs that are not taken straight on if they're taken at an angle.
Mhm.
Could you describe to the members of the jury what the problem is if a photograph is not taken at a perfect 90-degree angle in terms of interpreting blood spatter?
When we take a photograph, the camera lens directly face the plant. And everything, the ratio, everything in proportion. If we slant the angle, that going to, some area going to closer to the lens, other area further from the lens, then all the pattern going to be distorted.
And can that adversely affect, for example, interpretation of bloodstains?
Sometime wrong.
Let me show you what I've now marked as exhibits 274 and 275. You had mentioned to Mr. Hardin, this is 275, 274. You had mentioned to Mr. Hardin that you had a better photograph of the north molding entering the staircase at the Peterson home that showed where there might be some spatter from Kathleen's head hitting that molding. You remember
Yes.
that? Let me show you exhibits 274 and 275 and ask you if you recognize that. Those.
Yes.
What is 275 and what is 274?
275 is an overall view of this door molding area, shows the north side of molding. 274 is a close-up photo, shows the molding with blood spatter, the contact pattern, dripping pattern, and hair particles.
Okay, move 274 and 275 into evidence.
So,
All right, let's go to 274. That's the overall view, right?
yeah, that's,
I'll go back. I'm sorry.
that's okay.
What part are we going to focus in on?
We're going to focus in this area, the molding.
All right.
Just specifically the 61.5 inch from the ground, that area.
All right. Can we go to 274, please? All right. Can you use that to explain what you saw?
Here we see contact pattern and with the dripping and dripping coming down. We see some smear and some additional dripping. Most importantly, we see blood spatter. That's a medium velocity type of spatter here, some are here. This is the location of our hair.
Thank you. You were asked some questions about your book, and in particular, a question about some stringing that was listed in a case study on page 351.
Yes,
All right, now, there's a photograph there of the actual stringing that was done. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Can you explain to the members of the jury why you would take a photograph of the stringing after it's done?
I want to show the blood spot I picked under the string, how it converging. So in case other expert want to look at my data, my result to compare. So I document that, memorialize that before I take the string off.
And was that done to your knowledge in this case?
No.
Mr. Harden showed you that photo a little bit earlier and asked you about whether Mr. Peterson could have used that particular device to pour water on his shorts. Remember that?
Yes.
Can you test containers like that with either luminol or phenolphthalein to see if they've been handled by anyone with blood on their hands?
Yes, definitely I can do that.
To your knowledge, was that done?
No.
Mr. Harden took you through on page 278 of your book a chart, I guess, about fat gathering process and coming up with hypotheses and testing and that sort of thing. Remember those questions?
Yes.
Did the Durham Police Department or Agent Deaver, in your opinion, follow the chart that's set forth on page 278?
Certain portion of it they did follow, but did not step by step.
On page 290 of your book, he pointed out some pictures of some demonstrations. I guess they're shooting demonstrations.
Yes, sir.
And I think he asked you, well, did you do experiments to try to replicate what's at a crime scene? Were these experiments done in any way to try to replicate anything at a specific crime scene?
Objection to the characterization of the question. Overruled.
No, it's designed to teach the student to tell the differences between low velocity, medium velocity, and high velocity.
When he was asking you questions about things you've done, demonstrations you've done, dropping things off of ladders and that sort of thing, are those done as part of your analysis in a particular case, or are they done as part of your training of other bloodstain pattern analysts?
What we do is the training for other students and law enforcement officers, the appreciation of the pattern.
You were Terry Labor, he's sitting here, right?
Yes, I know him for many years.
And I think Mr. Harden showed you a copy of his and Mr. Epstein's booklet.
Yeah, I remember the book.
Okay, that's fine.
It's an excellent.
Oh, it's not an evidence. Oh, I'm sorry. And do you know what that booklet is used for?
For training.
Now, I think you did agree with Mr. Harden that the model that was done of the stairway was, I think you said, excellent.
Yeah. Good job. Excellent.
To your knowledge, did the state offer to bring that into evidence that the jury could see it?
I don't know. That's not my
Sustain.
Well, let me ask you this. With the 38 blows that were struck in that model, were they able to replicate the overall pattern that you
Florida,
saw?
that's where I live.
Did
I don't
any of
know.
the
I don't
shoe experiments or clothing experiment, well, I'll take that back. You were asked about Agent Deaver's notes. Let me show you what's been marked previously as Exhibit 180, and ask if you had a chance over the luncheon break to take a look at Agent Deaver's notes, and in particular, the diagrams that he did of the scene.
Yes, briefly over the lunch, you showed me this.
And was there anything in there that would change your opinion about anything that you testified to in this case?
Not really.
Was there an indication on the notes about what Agent Deaver thought that void area was originally?
Yes.
And what did he call it?
He called specifically as a shadow.
And what's the meaning of that in your profession?
Shadow, basically, as I explained yesterday, shadow can be something directly. For example, I have this piece of paper. If I can directly here. Now the blood spatter impacts the surface, then this piece of paper removed, you're shadowing. You have an 8x10 pattern. At the same time,
Oh, that's not going to show up. I am about an hour away. I thought it was down south. It's not. It's north of me. It's about an hour north. And when I came home last night, I smelled smoke. But I don't smell smoke outside today, though. I think probably what happened last night, because there's a burn ban right now because it's so dry. And I bet you late last night somebody burnt trash. And they figured if they did it late at night, they wouldn't get caught. I don't know. But in the 90s, I went on a mission trip to Venezuela, and we were going with a church from Jacksonville. So they had rented like the buses to take us to Miami, to fly out of Miami. And I guess Osceola Forest is up. It must have been the same forest because there was so much smoke and everything. I remember we drove up to Jacksonville to get with the other church and get in the buses, and on the way up there we went through like all the smoke and stuff, and then coming back through there to drive down to the airport, it was through all the smoke and stuff. But then they'd gotten it put out by the time we got home a week later. But yeah, that was 94, 93, 94. So it's been a long time since we've had a wildfire up here. Yeah, we've got a burn ban right now and everything.
shadow can be this object is far away, little far away from the target, just in the path of the blood spatter. That can be a shadow too. Shadow means something block some of the intercept some of the blood.
Was there any indication on his notes that he considered that void area to be cleanup when he was there on December 9th?
I did not see that.
Similarly, with regard to step 17, did he label the area there or an area there with regard to absence of blood?
Yes.
What did he call that?
He called shadow area no blood.
And how can one get a shadow area like that on a step or an area like step 17?
It's very easy and very easy to explain. Catherine maybe sit on step 17. Well, her body was partially on the floor 17. So basically block all the spatter.
You were asked about whether you did any testing on the clothes or on the surfaces in the stairway, and then you were asked some questions about Mr. Epstein and Mr. Labor and some work they did for the state. And you've seen Mr. Labor here the entire time you've been here, have you not?
Yes, I'm glad to see him. We haven't seen each other for quite a while.
Do you know how much he charges per hour?
I hope she charges more than me.
To your knowledge, did Mr. Epstein or Mr. Labor do any testing as part of their work for the state?
I cannot say that because I wasn't talked to him about his experiment or his test or anything in his report.
Did they recommend that some testing be done on the shirt that Michael Peterson had been wearing?
In their report, they did recommend to do additional tests.
And to your knowledge, were those tests done by Mr. Labor, Mr. Epstein, or were they sent back to the SBI for testing?
I think their role, just like my role involved in this case, to compare the documentation, compare the pattern, offer opinion. We're not really in a position to conduct original test because original tests you're going to involve in cutting the evidence, used up, consume the evidence that unless both sides counsel agree, you can't really do destructive tests.
And you may have cleared this up earlier, but the date that second date you went to the house was what date?
May 17th.
And I think Mr. Harden asked you whether or not Mr. Pomback had said March 17th and was, I guess, trying to impeach one or either of you. Let me direct your attention to page 4 of the transcript of Mr. Pomback before the jury on May 5th, 2003. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Mr. Maher is conducting the examination. And did you see the question, and what opportunities have you had to personally observe the stairwell?
Yes.
And did Mr. Pomback say, I personally did observe the stairwell? I believe that was on January 30th?
Yes.
Of this year, he said. And then he said, oh, I mean the actual scene, because that was the scene that he observed the model stairwell, right?
Yes.
And then the answer was, oh, the actual scene, I'm sorry, yes, on three occasions. First being February 14th, 2002, is that correct?
That's correct.
Then again on May 17th, 2002, correct?
Correct.
And then again briefly approximately 1 month ago, correct? So you don't have to talk with Major Pomback about that. He asked me to do that.
Okay.
With regard to the point of origin issue, I think Mr. Harden asked you whether you agreed with the points of origin that Agent Deaver came up with. Let me ask you, first of all, did you even have enough information to independently confirm or disprove his calculations?
No, I don't have any reason to doubt, and because that's a small area. point of origin has to be on the staircase somewhere. So really not a big issue exactly what spot.
And do you agree with Agent Deaver when he says that he's got very specific points, 19 inches up and 5 inches from one wall and 2 inches from another wall. Do you agree that you can determine a point of origin that precisely?
Well, you have to, first of all, the assumption may be incorrect. You assume all those blood spatter he picked from one event. That's the first thing we have to know. Are those spatter from one event? If we're not sure from one event, then we pick the wrong place. I wasn't there, so I cannot really say, anything about it. If me, I'm not going to do that.
Do you agree that whatever that point of origin is, it means that that's where Kathleen Peterson's head was struck with some sort of weapon?
No, the point of origin basically just shows the source of blood, not necessarily indicative somebody had hit with a weapon.
Would a cough, for example, create a point of origin from the place at which the person's mouth is located?
It's possible. Could be a finger, could be hair, could be any possible explanations.
You mentioned to Mr. Harden that there were too many points of origin to determine all of them.
Yes.
Could you explain a little bit more what you meant by that?
Approximately 10,000 blood spatter. 10,000 blood spatter impossible from one event. Even Agent Deaver tried very hard 38 times. You did not produce 10,000 blood spatters. So very difficult for us to sit here and say, that's definite how did it happen. That's definite hit how many times. I cannot make a determination.
You were asked some questions about whether you had any information about what Mr. Peterson might have done to intentionally alter the scene before even the police got there. Remember that?
Yes.
Did you see any evidence in any of the police reports you read and any of the materials you read gathered by the police that Michael Peterson did anything to clean up in that house?
I did not see any documentation.
Or that he did anything to intentionally alter the scene?
I don't know.
You were asked about this additional testing, and I think you were asked about two areas. In terms of the hair, you did find some hair on some of the moldings, correct?
Yes.
And what was the length of hair that you retrieved?
Approximately 3 to 4 inches long.
And do you know what the length of Michael Peterson's hair was back in that time frame?
I don't remember short. I remember it's short.
You saw him in, I guess, February for the first time,
yes.
right?
Yes.
February
but that day, I don't know what his hair looks like.
And did you see any need to do any kind of testing on that hair, given the relative lengths of Kathleen's hair versus Michael Peterson's hair?
There's no need to do DNA on the hair, but hair was collected. If later become an issue, you can always go back to do microscopic comparison on DNA testing.
Also, with regard to the expirated blood issue, I think you've already testified in response to Mr. Harden and on direct testimony that you were aware that Jan Lietzma found some evidence of blood in one of Kathleen Peterson's lungs, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And I think you testified in response to Mr. Harden that, in fact, the autopsy report done by Deborah Radish, I think it's on page 4 of that, page 6 of that report, indicates that a section from a central area shows an airway with a small amount of blood, correct?
Yes.
And of course, you saw some pictures that indicated at least the remnants of blood in her mouth or nose area, correct?
Correct.
And I think you've already testified that you saw a number of spatters with what you call ghost centers.
Yes, sir.
And are those characteristic of expirated or coughed or sneezed blood?
Yes, it's consistent with.
Given all of that, did you see any need to conduct further testing of those spatters?
At the present time, not. If future somebody want to test, you still can go back. As you can see, the pattern still on the wall.
Finally, Mr. Harden asked you whether you could say that all of the lacerations on Kathleen Peterson's head were from a fall. Remember that question?
Yes.
And I think you said that's not your area of expertise.
Yes, I say that I'm not the forensic pathologist.
And I think he also asked you if you had met with other experts and discussed their opinions with them, correct?
Yes.
And asked you whether there were other people around when that happened.
Yes.
And I think you said that you had.
Yes, I did.
Now, Dr. Jan Lietzma is one of the experts who's testified before this jury. Is he one of the people who you met with?
Yes.
And he's testified before this jury that it was his opinion that these lacerations were not from a weapon and were from a fall. Assuming that was his testimony, is that in any way different from what he told you months and months ago?
No, no differences.
Did you also speak with Dr. Werner Spitz about whether he thought, in his opinion, these lacerations were from a weapon or a fall?
Objection.
Sustained.
Yes.
May I be heard?
Briefly, yes.
Sustained your objection.
Let's Deputy, you take the jury to the deliberation room.
No.
Yes, sir. I don't have a problem asking if he is asked whether he's considered the opinion, but to describe it before the jury, I believe, is hearsay, not appropriate.
So what, you don't object to what?
I object to Dr. Lee describing what Dr. Spitz's opinion was. If he wants to ask whether he considered it, that's one thing, but to state it before the jury, I think would constitute hearsay and we'd object.
Judge, it's our position that Mr. Harden opened this door on his cross-examination. I didn't go near this on direct, but on cross-examination, he asked specifically about conversations that Dr. Lee had with other experts. And I think having opened that door, we're now entitled to get into at least some of the substance of that. So that's our position.
Yeah, you're probably right. Objections overruled, but can we kind of get through this?
We're going to be dead. This is it.
It's going to be here all day if we don't get
Oh, no, this is
this
it.
testimony. Yeah, Mr. Harden is writing down things. I suspect he's got other questions. I want to get y'all,
Yes, sir.
let you, both of you, examine this witness fully and fairly, but if you guys keep going on, we're going to stay here for a long time.
This is it for me.
All right. All right, objections overruled.
Did you, early on in this case, meet with Dr. Spitz there at the scene?
Yes.
And did Dr. Spitz express his views about whether these lacerations on the autopsy photos and on the autopsy of Kathleen Peterson could have come from some sort of weapon, or whether they were consistent with a fall in that stairway?
Yes.
And what did he say?
He said it's not from the weapon, but consistent with fall.
And have you also discussed that with Dr. Cyril Wecht?
Yes, briefly.
And did he differ at all with Dr. Spitz?
No, I don't think so.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Just a few questions.
Briefly.
Yes. Dr. Lee, is it your testimony that you've never done any experiments in preparation for any case you've ever worked?
No, it's not.
Well, then you have done some experiments in cases that you've prepared for court.
That's correct.
Okay. experiment similar to what we've shown here that Agent Deaver did, correct?
Not exactly.
Well, within the general parameters of impact spatter and dropped blood and things of that nature, you've done those.
I call those tests. I call those tests. Experiment, if I want to prove that's on the staircase, I probably use the wood, the staircase wood.
Okay, but you have done some of those in the
Yes.
past. Now, Mr. Rudolph showed you Agent Deaver's notes, I believe, and you indicated that you'd had an opportunity to see those over lunch.
During lunch today. Yes.
Exactly how long did you look at them?
How long? A few seconds.
Okay. You had talked quite extensively about cast off that you had seen on the north wall, on the east wall, and on the door molding of the north side of the doorway going in. Is that correct?
I talk about blood spatter, blood stain, and not specifically say cast off.
Well, you have talked about cast off in those areas, haven't you?
Yes.
Okay. I've been looking through your report, and I can't see any notation whatsoever of your finding cast off in those various areas. In fact, all I see is one reference to no cast off blood pattern associated with an overhead motion.
Yes.
That's the only reference.
Yes.
So you've not referenced any other cast off findings that you've testified to in this court, in this report.
So this report, as I indicate, we give a deadline to issue a report. We give a preliminary report that not describe every blood spatter at all. So just a general term. We say medium velocity blood stain. Every place we mention medium velocity blood stain, which could be cast off, could be coughing, could be any other stain. If you have to each pattern give a detailed interpretation, now probably the report can be a thick book.
So it's your testimony then that regardless of what it is, you've called it all medium velocity blood spatter.
Yes.
Okay. Well, how is another expert supposed to be able to look at your work and determine what you did as it relates to identifying particular types of blood stains?
Well, he can call me, can ask me, can read my transcript, can hear my testimony like he's here today, take the notes, whatever I testify.
But he couldn't tell that from the report.
I cannot tell his report either.
Okay. Well, with respect to the notes that Mr. Palmbach made, do you know of any reference whatsoever as it relates to the north molding of the door jamb, the north wall, the east wall, any reference whatsoever that you all found cast off? Because I can't find it.
You cannot find it. It's a medium velocity because we have to approach the case with an open mind. You cannot from day one say, that's all cast off, that's all beating up blood spatter. You just document whatever and subsequently you collect a photograph from original scene. We don't even have the original photograph to compare any pattern being changed or not. Now you look at the original crime scene photograph, that's the best documentation to see whether or not we can study the pattern, then compare the wall. So take a long process. You asking me, did I spend time to compare? Did I spend time to collect data? Those are the time we spend, 240 hours study.
Well, isn't it true, though, that if you were to go into that stairwell right now,
Yes.
you'd be able to identify cast-off patterns based on what you say you saw?
Maybe. I cannot guarantee you because too many patterns there. Just not from a single, I say so many times, not from a single event. A long period of time. There are 10,000 blood spatter.
Okay. Now, let me show you page 15 of Mr. Palmbach's voir dire testimony, if I may. Your Honor, may I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
There's no objection. Voir dire testimony was not in front of the jury and has nothing to do with what his testimony was in front of the jury.
I don't know what it does now.
Your Honor, he's under oath. I'm assuming what he said was
Over.
Yes, sir.
Ooh.
Yes, sir. This is a series of questions that I asked Mr. Conrad and his responses. Yes. Question. I think you've indicated that you went to that scene a couple of times. Yes. I wasn't actually sure about that. When did you go to the scene? Answer. First time was February the 14th, 2002. That's what it says. Huh? Yes. Question. Okay. Answer. The second time was March the 17th of 2002, and I returned within the past month as well. Okay, it goes on. Flip the page. Talks about
So I'm going to spank him, right?
Just trying to get clear on when you all were there.
No, I wasn't there. Unless he went there by himself. I know it's May 17th.
Okay. But if he says that it's March 17th and then sworn testimony in his voir dire, then it's just not correct.
Not correct.
Okay. Well, I have no question.
All right. Stop. You can come down.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yay!
What about the video release?
Yes.
Judge, we have another expert who's flying in this afternoon, and we'll be prepared to put him on first thing in the morning, but just trying to schedule things got a little bit difficult. So at this point, we need a little bit of a shorter day to get to our next witness.
Good Lord.
Okay. Are we finished?
Yes, sir.
Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, sir.
All right.
For today.
All right. All right, then, members of the jury, we'll take our afternoon recess at this time. Remember the instructions the court has given you throughout the course of this trial. I take it we're going to start at 9:30?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll see you at 9:30 morning. A major weather event that you all have been keeping up with. I know you have. I will tell you, I have not had very much success during hurricanes with jury trials. The last one that hit came on a Thursday. I knew it was coming through. I knew it wasn't going to hit us directly. I told the jury that wouldn't come back that Friday. I'll see them the next Monday. I saw them 5 weeks after I said that. Of course, you all know what happened and how we lost power and weren't able to perform. But without regard to that, because I don't know what's going to happen when it hits the coast, if it hits the coast. But I thought it was something we needed to talk about. I didn't check with you all individually about whether you have relatives on the coast. Plenty of people do in the court system. You all know what this case is about and how important it is. And I don't know that it's going to cost you too much to keep your mind on this case and whether you have friends on the coast, whether you have relatives on the coast. I'm trying to think it through. I talked to the lawyers about it. I'm thinking that maybe we should not meet tomorrow. The projections are that the hurricane should hit the coast somewhere in the afternoon tomorrow, but you know how that goes. It may not. I don't know what's going to happen. There's a possibility that we could get bad weather here. Probably not like the hurricanes that have hit through the past, but I don't know. At least by Friday, you will know. You'll know about friends. You know about relatives on the coast. You'll know what our weather would be like here now. If we have bad weather here, bad enough for us to not proceed, then the clerk will call you. She has your numbers. She'll try to get you, assuming she can, that she has the ability to do that, and let you know that we're not going to meet. So you don't have to worry about that. I'm really thinking we shouldn't meet tomorrow, and that's what we've been talking about. You know how important this case is. You know, all the lawyers expect your full attention, and I believe you would really try to do as best you can. I just don't know that that's asking too much. I mean, what do y'all think? Do you want to say anything about it? You can say what you want. Decision's already been made. You can say what you want. That's what you. No, but if you were concerned about it, I do want to give you a chance to say whatever you thought. We rely on you to make decisions. We'll bend over backward as best we can to go forward with the trial if that's what you want to do. I do not think that the delay for that reason will hurt this trial going forward. I've talked to parties who are going to offer witnesses. They can make arrangements with their witnesses. Is there anything y'all want to say about it?
Is it just for tomorrow or
Well, I'm assuming if the hurricane hits tomorrow and there are not severe consequences in this area, that we would be able to go Friday. But I've made that mistake before, as I indicated. Hurricanes come through here, and we weren't able to get back. Couldn't even get out of our houses until weeks from now. You all know, you know about it. Just trying to short circuit that a little bit by having her call you, so you know that. But assuming that there's not very much damage to this area, I would think that we could come back Friday. I'm much more concerned. I'm not really concerned about damage and your ability to get here right now, because I just can't predict that. I don't know about that. I'm more concerned about mentally. Whether you feel like you're going to have that weather event on one side of your brain, have this trial on the other side of your brain. No, I'm more concerned about that, quite frankly. The other part is out of my control. If it hits and we're unable to meet, we'll just do the best we can to get word to you. I mean, what are y'all thinking? I mean, I want some feedback.
that sounds pretty fair?
Yeah. Okay, then we will go today, our regular time. We won't meet tomorrow. Unless you hear from us, we'll try to meet Friday morning, 9:30. Now, the other technical problem I have right now is that my court reporter is not here, and I don't know where she is, so we're trying to locate her. That being the case, we cannot proceed without the court reporter. She has to be here by North Carolina law, and we're trying to locate her. As soon as we do that, we'll proceed. So, do you all want to wait in the back, or do you want to go back to the jury pool room, which might be more comfortable? It's up to you. I don't care. Y'all want to go back? All right, then why don't you go back to the jury pool room, and we'll let you know when we're ready to proceed. All right, members of the jury, I'm not exactly sure what our schedule is going to be until we finish doing the things we need to do about it. We will probably go to 11:30, take a short break so that the juror can check with who she needs to check with to determine whether we can stay longer. And then if we're able to find out, we'll modify our schedule, our lunch schedule, based on that and some other factors. So just stick with me. I appreciate the flexibility that you've shown and your willingness to work with us on our schedule. We appreciate that very much. Now, where are we?
Your Honor, this time, that's called out for expand that.
All right.
Didn't you already testify?
Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give the court and the jury in the case now being heard to be the truth and nothing but the truth and nothing else.
I do.
Please be seated.
For the purposes of the record, could you spell your first and second name for the court reporter, please?
Sure. Faris Bandak, Faris Bandak.
I saw that other guy.
And Dr. Bandak, what is your profession?
I'm a research scientist in injury biomechanics.
And how long have you been a research scientist in injury biomechanics?
I've done research as a scientist in mechanics for 25 years. The last 12 years or so have been in injury biomechanics.
And by whom are you currently employed?
The Volpe National Transportation System Center.
And could you explain to the members of the jury what the Volpe National Transportation System Center is?
This is an agency of the U.S. Department of Transportation that does transportation-related research by taking technology that exists out there and doing some research and deploying that technology for the purposes of many things, but in my association for the purposes of safety and injury prevention.
And do you also hold a academic position at this point?
I have an adjunct appointment as a professor at the George Washington University, a professor of biomechanics.
And in what school at George Washington are you?
It's the School of Engineering and Applied Science.
Now, I'm going to ask you in a minute to describe to the members of the jury your qualifications in this field. But before I do that, could you tell the jury briefly what biomechanics is?
Well, the word in biomechanics, mechanics, is the study of forces and motions on objects, how objects deform, how they tear, how they break, how they rupture. That's generally applied mechanics to everything. When you focus it as biomechanics, it ends up being that same application of the physics and the mathematical framework to understand the deformations and the forces on the human body.
When you say deformations, what are we talking about?
I mean, stretches and compressions and just changes in shape.
And does research and application in the field of biomechanics apply in any way to everyday life?
Yeah, basically we experience biomechanics in our daily activities. The minute you put your seatbelt on, there was somebody, a biomechanician or a biomechanics trained person designed that. When you look at folks who wear helmets, and they should, motorcycles and especially children on bikes, that is also biomechanics. And it's not just in injury and prevention of injury, it's also in prosthetic devices, heart valves, in fixation when we have a spinal injury, for example, the plates and the rods and the pins and all that help us regain our function are biomechanically designed so that they function to take the load so things don't break while you're healing again.
When you talk about load, I think that probably has a specialized meaning to you. Could you describe briefly to the jury what you mean when you use the term load?
Yeah, very much so. Load is a generic term. You can have a force, you can have an acceleration, and all those things will come out as we talk. But load means a burden, an excess. It could even be an electrical load. So if you're pushing a car, you're loading it. It comes, if you have a bucket and it's hanging on a scale and you load it with water, that kind of thing. So a load is an excess or a burden imparted in our biomechanics world on the body.
And is there an area of specialty within the area of biomechanics that's known as injury biomechanics.
Yeah, that's again, we're now specializing. Injury biomechanics is the application of biomechanics to understanding the causation of injury. How does an injury happen? You know, how does something break? And it's generally, most of the work has been done to prevent injuries. You have to know really how the head responds to an impact, so you can design the helmet so that the helmet protects the head, and so that you don't do something that actually ends up being more injurious.
Can you describe to the members of the jury your education and experience in the fields of mechanical engineering or biomechanics and injury biomechanics? Just take us through your education experience, if you could.
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in aerospace engineering, and a master's degree in structural mechanics, and a PhD in mechanics as engineering science.
Could you describe for the members of the jury what each of those areas involve, just so they have a feel for that, and what schools you attended and that sort of thing?
Sure. While those things seem to be different, aerospace engineering, structural mechanics, they have a similar fundamental mechanics background or a mathematical background. The mathematical backgrounds are the equations we need to be able to describe something physically. So aerospace engineering, for example, I was involved in understanding how basically wings, where the mechanics of the flow of air over wings lifts the plane, missiles, even torpedoes, etc. Structural mechanics are the tools that are developed by mechanicians to give to structural engineers so that they can build a plane and they can build a bridge. They need those tools, and that's mechanics. And then when you get to the PhD level, you're really doing that research to develop these tools. And in biomechanics, I specialized early on in head injury. My experience beyond my education is I've had, in the last 25 years, like I said earlier, half my life was with naval research, different labs, and the second half was with the U.S. Department of Transportation. The first half had to do with mechanics of things like rockets and airplanes and impacting things that are metallic, and looking at things that explode, and looking at submarines and how they respond. The second half was looking at how the human body responds and how we should prevent injury. And when I did move to the Department of Transportation, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, I started doing the research in head injury, and then became the director of the Head Injury Research Program. That was in a division of biomechanics research. That research capability for that agency was designed to find out information, understand things, so you can develop tolerances and of the human body to forces, so we can pass those to the regulatory arms, which is the part of the agency that develops and implements standards, so that we can function, bikes, motorcycles, and of course rail and otherwise, we can function in a safe way, having the cars that we drive become safe in terms of occupant injury in case of a crash.
Let me go back just a little bit. In terms of your degrees, undergraduate and then master's and PhD, could you just briefly tell us where you received each of those degrees?
Yes, the first one, my bachelor's, was at the University of Maryland. The second one, structural mechanics, my master's was at George Washington University, and my PhD degree was at the Johns Hopkins University.
And you mentioned working for the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, which I take it is a agency within the Department of Transportation.
That's correct.
Could you describe to the members of the jury what the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration does, and what your particular program, the the head injury research program did in particular?
Well, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration has to do with cars and light trucks in terms of passing standards for safety. So they do a lot of things. What I was involved in is the research and development administration, and more focused there is the biomechanics. So I was acting division chief of that biomechanics division. And I was the director of the head injury, as I mentioned, the head injury research program, and I was also a program director. In the 10 or so years that I was there, doing more injury research on other parts of the body other than the head. And again, to repeat, that's the data, that's the research that gives information to the regulators so they can pass standards. To say, well, you can't exceed this type of load in a crash, so that the manufacturers can build safer cars.
And how long have you been teaching as an adjunct at George Washington University?
Well, I started in '93, so about 10 years.
And what courses have you taught over the years at GW in the fields of biomechanics?
Yeah, I recently have just been doing research, but in the early years and for the first 6 or 7, I developed biomechanics courses and bioengineering courses, biomaterial courses, and taught basically graduate students getting their masters and their PhDs in engineering. And when they worked with me, they wanted to specialize in biomechanics. So my PhD students graduated with PhD degrees in brain injury research and, in fact, ankle injury research, etc. So I taught and conducted research there, supervised graduate students, gave them their doctoral degrees, and I had other responsibilities to be on examining committees for PhD students, both at GW and other universities in the U.S. and overseas in Europe.
I noticed that the prosecutor has a book called Traumatic Brain Injuries, Bioscience and Mechanics. Is that something that you were involved in editing?
Yes, that book was done when I was the director of head injury at the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration in '96.
And could you describe in general terms the kinds of research and publications that you've been involved with in the field of injury biomechanics over the years?
Well, I published in injury biomechanics and biomechanics. I have about 80 publications, and they consist of 5 edited books. I have one coming out soon. I have published book chapters and, of course, just papers, articles that are peer-reviewed in areas like brain injury, neck injury, ankle injury, ear injury, thoracic injury from airbags, things that were useful in developing the understanding to hopefully develop better standards of safety.
Have you also served in various capacities in professional activities? And by that I'm talking about editorial positions, chairs of conferences, panel members, lecturer, in various kinds of professional settings.
Yeah, I've served on the board of journals. I was a guest editor for the Journal of Neurotrauma, fairly prominent journal looking at trauma to the central nervous system, the brain and the cervical spine. I am the associate editor of the Journal of Crashworthiness. Crashworthiness is just that, making cars crash-worthy. That's another big word for really safe. Crashworthiness has to do with managing the energy of the impact, but we're really not doing crashworthiness research to protect the car. We're doing crashworthiness research to protect the occupant. So that's where, biomechanics the occupant interacting with his environment, requires biomechanics information for safety. So as the associate editor of that journal, I review papers that are submitted, and I also send reviews out to other reviewers for that journal.
What about conferences and panels and that sort of thing? Have you participated in professional?
Yeah, I've chaired several conferences and workshops on crashworthiness, on neurotrauma, brain injury, on injury science, injury biomechanics, where, these conferences were focused conferences where we brought people with specific research, the latest research in an area or new research in an area, and put together the latest research so people can use it and further the knowledge so that the field itself continues to contribute to safety.
Have you been invited to give lectures in various places on biomechanics and injury biomechanics?
Yes, I've lectured a few places in the U.S. and abroad on head injury, pediatric head injury, several places, yeah.
Have you been qualified as an expert in various courts of law in the field of biomechanics and injury biomechanics?
Yes.
And could you, again, briefly describe to the members of the jury how many times approximately you've been qualified as an expert witness in those fields and where you've testified? I'm talking about in court now.
Yeah, no, I haven't done that very much. I under 10 times, I think 6 or 7. That's about it.
And what jurisdictions?
Texas, California, Kansas, Colorado, Maryland. That's it. I can't remember.
Do you have a curriculum vitae that you prepared that summarizes what you've already described to the members of the jury in terms of background and qualifications, as well as a number of other positions and speeches and papers and that sort of thing?
Yes, I do.
And is that CV complete in terms of all the publications and all the speeches?
No, not really. I just a few. There's just the representative ones. I just selected the latest and otherwise.
Yeah, Coach Ron.
Yes. You gave me just one copy.
Sorry. Let me show you what I've now marked as Defendant's Exhibit 276 and ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
It's my CV.
All right. And does this exhibit accurately summarize your education, training, and experience in the field of biomechanics and injury biomechanics?
Yes, it's representative.
I'll move 276 into evidence, Your Honor.
Wow.
All right, this time we would tender Dr. Bandak as an expert in the field of injury biomechanics.
Wow.
Dr. Bandak, can you briefly describe to the jury how and when you first got involved in this particular case?
You called me June, about a year and a half ago, I think.
Okay, and try to keep your voice up so that the court reporter can get you, and
you able to?
so all the jurors in the back can hear you as well.
Okay.
And at the time that you were first contacted, we're talking about June of 2002.
Yes.
What were you asked to analyze and to try to determine as an engineer with a specialty in injury biomechanics?
The causes of the lacerations on Kathleen Peterson's head and other bruises, but what was the cause of those injuries?
All right. After you were contacted about doing that, what did you do at first to begin to become familiar with the facts relating to the injuries suffered by Kathleen Peterson?
Well, I generally get some information at the beginning, and I got some police reports and pictures of the scene and pictures of, and I got the autopsy. I looked at those and basically came down and visited the scene and looked at the details of the scene.
All right, let me back up for a second. In terms of the initial material you got, do you recall whether that included the autopsy report that had been done by the medical examiner's office on Kathleen Peterson?
Yes, as I recall, that was one of the first.
All right, and do you recall whether or not you received somewhere in the neighborhood of 12 to 15 autopsy photographs representing all the autopsy photographs that had been taken by the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
Do you remember whether or not in that initial batch you got all the scene photographs? There was something like 200 and some odd scene photographs.
I don't think so. I don't recall, but I did eventually get them.
All right. Now, you mentioned that you came down to the Peterson home.
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury, first of all, why you wanted to do that, and second of all, what you did when you got there?
Well, my job was to find out really what happened based on the autopsy results, based on the pathological findings. I needed to see the scene to see, what happened, what is visible at the time there. I needed to look at the details of the scene, to the size, the shape, in this particular case, the material, whether it was concrete or wood, or I need to look at the moldings, the sharp edges, just general things. I dimensions.
I was gonna say I want the Crash Daddies, but then I realized that they were probably very young when this trial happened.
Etc. It's critical that I actually see the scene and not just look at the diagrams and dimensions that were drawn.
What is the difference from the standpoint of someone who's doing injury biomechanics between looking at just two-dimensional photographs or diagrams and actually being in the space itself?
Well, biomechanics or otherwise, if you're trying to figure out what happens in a situation like this, I think you need to see the scene. And for me particularly, I need to see details that I can put in context when I look at the pictures. Whereas just looking at the pictures, I might not perceive, and I didn't, how tight the space is or how big it is. The pictures don't give you the three-dimensional image, where this, in this case, where this event occurred.
Now, when you were there at the scene, can you describe what you did in terms of pictures, observations, that sort of thing?
Yeah, I looked at all the salient features that I needed to look at. I looked at the moldings on the baseboard, on the door, on the steps. I looked at the chair. I just basically tried to get as much detail as I could to see if what kind of impact scenario might have occurred, in that landing area of the steps.
Did you eventually get detailed measurements, pages and pages of detailed measurements that had been taken by the Durham Police Department, including some computer-generated measurements?
Yes, I did get those.
And did you eventually get the scene photos that had been taken by the Durham Police Department?
Yes, eventually I looked at those, yeah.
In terms of other reports, besides the autopsy reports, can you describe just in general terms what other kinds of reports you received copies of?
I looked at the investigative reports, the police reports. I'm in anything I look at in the record, whether it's some kind of interview or description, or I try to see if there is any indication of any biomechanical evidence, something that would tell me, some observation that would tell me if a person hit this spot, or if there was, something different than what I'd seen.
Did you have an opportunity to go back to the scene after you received things like measurements and scene photos, original scene photos, and police reports and that sort of thing?
The Crash Daddies work for an organization called ARCA. Basically, they do exactly what this guy does. They're like crash scene reconstructionists, and they do all the physics calculations and tests and everything. They were very prominent in both Kieran Reed trials. They were the ones that basically said there was no way that a car hit John O'Keefe. And they were cute too. So there was a lot of funny memes and stuff about the judge, like giving him the side eye and smiling and perking up when they came on the stand and stuff.
Yes, I did.
And how many times roughly have you now been back to that stairway to inspect it, to look at things, compare measurements and that sort of thing?
I think with today, it's 6. If I'm not correct, it could be 5, but I think it's 6 with today. I went back again today.
Now, have we covered pretty much the data have you had a chance to look at some x-rays?
Yes, I looked at prior x-rays of Ms. Peterson because I think the reason was she sustained a pool diving injury, had some neck injury issues, so they took medical images of her, and I basically look at those x-rays to determine if there's any specific congenital type issue with, in her case, the occipital part or the back part of the skull, so that I can be aware. For example, if her skull were thicker than normal, or there was some thinness or some less bony area that would tend to fracture under certain loads. I had to evaluate that, and I found it to be reasonably normal.
Any other information that you could think of right now that you had as part of your reservoir of information in approaching your analysis here?
Well, I've seen a lot of things, but it just generally hones down to the autopsy, which is the injuries, what happened, what's there, and the scene, and other things like the poker, for example.
Oh, have you had a chance to look at that?
Well,
I wonder why they don't do those commercials anymore. Probably because it would trigger somebody. That's what this world needs. They need more public service announcements that scare people, like when we were kids. That's why we're normal and everybody else is crazy, because they showed us what would happen if we misbehave. Remember those? I don't think I saw them. I think I was like the next grade of kids where they stopped. But they used to do traffic education and show those movies with accidents and stuff. What I got in high school, going back to our word, we were talking this morning, I had a world history teacher that was Jewish, so I got wonderful pictures of Auschwitz. All kinds of stuff that they don't do to kids today. No wonder that we're crazy.
I'd seen the poker.
We can handle a lot more than people today can.
in pictures, I've gotten dimensions of it, etc. But I was able to actually pick it up today. It's quite a light structures. That was the surprising aspect of that for me.
Now, in terms of what you do as an injury biomechanic, could you explain to the jury how you go about analyzing head injuries and sort of the injury mechanics and how you sort of go about looking at that?
Well, when we look at the head and the brain mechanically, we generally the research produces what we call mechanisms of injury. You know, how does the brain get injured? One of the ways the brain gets injured is if the head impacts something and the head is subjected to rotational motion, sudden stopping, the brain actually moves within the skull. If I may use this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hold on 1 second.
Okay, so I press the red line.
If you want, or
There we go,
blue,
and then
one if you want blue.
Okay. Basically, this is a typical shape of the brain surrounded by skull and scalp, and this area down here is the brainstem. If you look at this region, we can consider this region as the skull and the scalp. It's separated this way. We're above the blue line. You can consider it the soft tissue, the scalp. Below the blue line down here is the skull, which is the hard part. Now the red line is just a figure. I'm going to actually use another. I'll use the blue line to highlight the brain on the inside, but it's clearly not. It's not that separated as you see here. I just need to do it to show you, what happens, how to illustrate the injury mechanism. When an impact occurs to the head, one way or the other, the head will sometimes rotate. When the head rotates, basically the energy comes in through the scalp. And the scalp, if you do that to yourself, the scalp actually moves. And in an interesting way, it protects the skull in compression, in pressing this way. And it also protects, in a less interesting way, but very vital, this way. So in fact, if I fell tangentially at an angle, the unfortunate thing would be that the scalp would shear or rip this way. The fortunate thing is it takes away the energy from my skull, and the skull is designed to protect the brain. Now, when such an impact occurs to the head, the skull is a rigid box, and when it cocks back or forth, depending, the brain is not connected so stiffly to the skull. So here's this box, sort of like orange juice. I mean, when you shake orange juice, you go like this. If you just go like this, you don't get much of the pulp rotating. So when this solid skull pivots like this, the brain takes time to follow it. So it gives the appearance of relative motion. So what happens is the skull moves with the rotation this way, but the brain takes time, so it lags behind. And there are vessels here that are used for their veins are used for drainage. So the blood comes into the head and then it drains out. So those vessels get torn, and that's called subdural hematoma, as you've heard in previous testimony. And these are the things that Kathleen Peterson didn't have, but we have to evaluate those because they're not present. We can draw conclusions as to things that didn't happen. While the brain is also moving, it actually changes shape. When it changes shape, you get injury right here, and that's called diffuse axonal injury. And the axons are fibers that connect neural cells, and when they're stretched, they don't work very well, and they eventually get injured. The third mode, and I've described now two modes. One mode is the brain moves like this relative to the skull, and the other one is with that movement, the brain distorts. That's the deformation, the change in shape. The third one is when you get an impact and you get pressure. When you get hit directly and there's no rotation, or even if there's rotation, you get this skull deforming, and it impinges on the brain under it. So, it's a pop to the brain, and you get a contusion right here, and also this way you can get a contusion right here. Sometimes when you get hit here, you get a contusion here. And that's called contra coup, meaning on the opposite side of the hit. It mostly happens when you get hit in the back. You get an opposite side effect on the front. It doesn't happen as much when you get hit in the front, getting something in the back. All of those injuries were not present. I would not be analyzing these because they're not present. But in this case, we have to try to find a basis of the other injuries. So we rule out energies and loads that the head took. One other injury that's not present is skull fracture. And there were no skull fractures anywhere in Kathleen Peterson's skull.
You've mentioned some of the things that you either found or more aptly didn't find in this case, and I think you said something about that tells us something about the forces or the loads that we're working with. Can you explain what you meant by that in a little bit more detail?
Yeah, they're just by looking at the absence of certain injuries, especially skull fracture in this case, we know that the fall height of Kathleen's head had to be less than what it takes to cause a skull fracture, but more than what it takes to cause a scalp laceration. And a scalp laceration, it sounds complicated, but I think if you think of Jell-O, you make Jell-O and you rock it a little bit, because it's what's called incompressible, it just cracks. The scalp is not Jell-O. It gives you an idea of how when you shake Jell-O, one part of the Jell-O wants to go this way and the other part wants to go this way. It's not strong enough to hold, and it splits. It's really actually the laceration is a fracture in the scalp. Now, what happens in the scalp in an impact, you can think of a balloon full of water. Water is incompressible. If you take a cube of putty and you push on it, it compresses. But if you take a cube of water like a balloon, when you push on it this way, the volume that you take up in the balloon goes out that way. It's very straight intuitive. You push on it, it goes that way. So if you think of the scalp as a bladder, because as we know, we're mostly fluid, etc., and there's a lot of blood in the scalp. So the scalp is generally as incompressible as water, is what the research shows. When you press on that scalp very hard, it starts to dent under the stiffness of the skull and under the stiffness of the ground or something massive. And as it pushes, pieces want to get out, just like the balloon. One part wants to go this way, one part wants to go this way. And if it were flat, if it were a perfect cylinder, it would split this way. But since it's not a perfect cylinder, you could actually, it's random how many fractures you would get, and you could get a multiple star-like, like glass. You hit glass, you throw something, you get a star-like configuration. You get that kind of situation here, or you can get just a straight split in the scalp.
Can you, using that whiteboard, illustrate for the jury what you mean in terms of how the energy gets dispersed, say from a head hitting a flat surface like a hard floor?
Sure.
Before we get further, I'll ask for a hearing in the room. 7:05.
Well, we'll consider that. Why don't we go ahead and send the jury on a break Mr. Deputy, this may be an opportunity for jurors who need to contact someone to try to contact them. So it's probably best to take a break in the jury pool room.
Yes, sir.
And if they will reassemble there at maybe 10 to 12, we'll have some idea of what we can do with them, but they don't need to come back here.
They don't need to go back there. What are they doing now?
All right, Ms. Black, I'm trying to figure out the parameters of this hearing. This is a 705 here, not a Daubert hearing. Do you know the opinions that the witness is going to offer for Mr. Rudolph?
I know the one he put in his report.
Are you going to ask him about those, or are you going to ask him about others? Or are you going to ask him about both?
Both.
How long do you think this might take, just for planning purposes?
I really don't know what he has to say. Mr. Rudolph may know better than me. Sure.
Well, I think his opinions are pretty straightforward. So
I'm just talking about for purposes of planning our schedule. How long do you think the hearing is going to take?
10, 15 minutes.
All right. The statute doesn't say how to proceed. How are you proceeding? Do you want Mr. Rudolph to get his opinions, or are you going to ask him questions?
Well, I was going to say, Judge, is that I think his basic opinion is in his report, which is that the injuries here are consistent with a fall and are not consistent with a beating. Other than that, he may have some examples of what he means and how certain injuries could be incurred. But his general opinion is in the report.
Okay, my point is the statute doesn't tell us how to proceed. How do you wish to proceed? Are you going to ask him questions?
That'd be fine.
All right.
Good morning, sir. Let me just begin by looking at your report. Do you have a copy of your report up there?
Yes, I do.
All right. First, I need to ask you one thing about the preliminary information in the report. You did not mention in the report that you looked at photographs. Was that because the report was drafted before you looked at the photographs, or you just inadvertently left that out?
No, I just didn't mention that.
Okay.
I saw the photographs.
Okay, as far as you know, you've seen all of the photographs, including crime scene photographs, autopsy photographs?
Yes, as far as I know, yes.
All right, then. On to the second page where you give your opinion. You say here, on the basis of injury biomechanics and the nature of the injuries to her scalp, the evidence in this case does not support the contention that Ms. Kathleen Peterson was struck multiple times on the head with a blunt object. Now, based on the information you've given there as far as your opinion, are you then contending that instead of being hit multiple times with a blunt object that she was injured and finally died as a result of falling downstairs? You didn't go so far as to say that, but I wanted to be sure I'm clear.
Yes.
Okay. In rendering that opinion, sir, did you come up with any type of scenario that you felt like was the way that this incident occurred?
What I tried to do is find how each one of the injuries possibly occurred. And how do I do that? I look for whatever evidence is presented to me. The evidence that was presented to me was the staircase and the blow poke. The staircase and the blow poke are obviously the non-Kathleen Peterson evidence. The Kathleen Peterson evidence is her anthropometric, which is her measurements, how tall, how heavy, etc. That's basically what I.
All right. In reviewing the information then, back to my original question, did you come up with a likely scenario as far as the beginning of the incident to the end of the incident that you have an opinion about?
From that scene data and the individual data, there are many scenarios, many false scenarios that could have happened. There you can come up with one that meets the energies and the dimensions of the circumstance, but I certainly didn't find exactly how it happened.
Did you form an opinion as to what you thought the most likely scenario was according to your field?
Yes, the most likely scenario is a two fall fall from ground level.
So it would be your opinion that there were how many impacts? 2?
It could be 3 or 4. It's it's hard to tell exactly.
3 or 4 impacts?
3 or 4 impacts.
Would it be your opinion that there could have been more than that?
It's possible, but.
So what would be your opinion as far as what the maximum number of impacts might have been?
What I have is a falling scenario, and what what I'm trying to do is just see if it's realistic to fall in that area, and if there are sufficient surfaces, sufficient materials, sufficient geometries to cause those injuries. I didn't do any permutations on, how many max or, I don't like to rule things out, but when I'm sitting here in court, I don't have the full ability to think things out. And in terms of some of the questions you ask are, fairly sophisticated, require thinking. They're not just yes or no type. I need to think about them, and I don't believe it was more than 2 falls. And when you see when you see the explanation of those 2 falls, you'll hopefully see how many impacts.
Well, that's what I'm interested in learning, the explanation about the 2 falls.
Okay, well, the one scenario out of the many possible ones was that she fell back against the door from climbing up the steps, the one or so steps, 2 steps, and she continued to fall to the ground, which is 1 fall. Then she tried to get up again, and she fell again, and struck herself again against the ground and the molding, the baseboard molding.
So when you say 2 falls, where then do you get the information where you think there might have been 3 or 4 impacts?
Well, when she falls the first time she hits the door jamb, that's 1 impact. She continues to fall.
I was thinking about this earlier. They keep saying she had blood on the bottom of her feet. So that means that she's had to have tried to stand up and slipped in her own blood. That doesn't mean it had to be an accident, because if he hit her with something, she could have fallen down and not been unconscious and still tried to get up and slipped in her own blood. So they keep saying that like that means it had to be an accident. And I don't think that necessarily means it had to be an accident. Because if someone hits you and you fall down and you're bleeding from the laceration they make from hitting you, and you're woozy and you're trying to stand up and there's blood everywhere, you're going to slip in your own blood. It doesn't matter how the blood got there, you're still going to slip in it. So I don't know why they keep saying that like it means anything.
It's possible that she could have a glancing blow on the way down against the wall or another object on the north wall, etc., and then she continues to fall straight down and hit the landing. That right there is 3 impacts. If the glancing blow off the north wall didn't happen, or if it was very light, then you could say that's just 2 impacts. And then she stands up and she falls again. She sits up and slips and falls again. That's another impact. So 3 to 4.
So when you talk about the glancing blow against the wall, you're considering that her head might have bounced against the wall to hit it twice?
Well, she hit the door jamb and continued falling, and it's as she continued falling backwards, the next object she would encounter off the door molding is the north wall.
All right. Now, In preparation for testifying and forming your opinion, sir, did you prepare an animation?
Yes, I supervised the preparation of a simulation to demonstrate graphically what I'm trying to explain to you verbally now. Yeah.
And is that something that you were prepared to have shown to the jury, or that you and Mr. Rudolph were planning to show to the jury so that you could further explain your testimony?
Yes.
Your Honor, if we can, if he's going to present that to the jury, we'd like to be able to see it. If you could, please. Okay.
Just so the record's clear, we'd be offering this as an illustration. In other words, he'd be testifying about the scenario that he just described, and this would simply be an illustrative aid to help him describe in more detail what he's talking about and which injuries would have been caused by which impacts.
You know how long?
Oh, it's very short.
Do true projectors?
Yeah, yeah, we can put it up on the.
Okay, well, Ms. Black, were you asking that it be played now or soon?
So that we can see it. Please.
Yeah, you turn it on. We'll just play it right through, and it's
Probably gonna laugh, y'all. I'm sorry.
This is what I was saying in the simulation.
Oh, it's the invisible woman. So she didn't fall from the top, is what they're saying? Didn't they say they found her hair on the chair, and the chair's this way? That's not how she ended up laying, though. That wasn't how she ended up laying. Oh, they're not done. Never mind. Shut up, Debbie, and watch it. Well, if she's unconscious, she can't get up again. If she was unconscious and then came to and tried to get up.
In regards to the number of impacts that you've mentioned to us, first of all, the impact on the door jamb, how high up would you say that impact was? Or did you reach an opinion about a measurement in that respect?
How high? I'm sorry. How high is
how
what?
How high up on the door jamb?
You mean the point of contact relative to what? To
the floor.
To the floor. It's around 5
landing.
feet. I don't know exactly, but it's we're talking about 2 feet from the height of her head. The salient feature here is the height of her head and the impact point, how far she fell down. So I took, I'm taking all my measurements relative to her body rather than relative to the ground, but it's about I think 60 some inches, relative to the ground, I think, to the door jamb itself, the door molding.
All right. Then as to the blow up against the wall that you say could have been 2 impacts, how high up would you say that was?
I'm having a little bit of a hard time hearing you. I'm sorry if you speak a little bit louder.
What height would you associate the, you mentioned what you described as a glancing blow against the wall.
Mm-hmm.
How high from the floor or the landing would you say that event was?
That's again, I don't want to unintentionally focus this as the thing that happened. There are lots of variations on this that could have happened. It could have happened different.
Other scenarios?
Many other scenarios. So focusing on specific details of this is instructive, but if it's 3 feet, or if it's 3 feet or 2.5 feet, or it could happen different ways. So that's about 2.5 feet, something like that.
That would be your opinion, about 2.5 feet?
Something like that, yeah.
Now, when you say that there are a number of scenarios, is there a particular reason why you chose this scenario that we've seen here on the screen as opposed to other scenarios to present?
No, it's hard enough to work on one, because, as I mentioned before, you have a lot of variables that have to fit together, and this scenario is what would be naturally considered. Someone going up the steps is dark steps and could possibly lose their balance and fall. That's. But the idea is that this is not a continuous kind of everything in between scenario. This is just showing the typical impacts that could have caused these injuries, where they could have hit, and the order of how they happened. The order of how they happened in this scenario, it could be different in another one. You could have hit the chair, the metal chairs, could have hit different parts of the steps, different parts of the moldings. It's just when you look at the energetics, the nature of the event itself. She's that size and that dimension, and the floor and the area, the whole steps, is that size and that dimension and that material. And so this is just one way to show that it can happen. I'm sure it can happen different. If I had more time to think, I might be able to find many other ways.
So in your opinion, what variables did you consider to come up with this scenario that you've said is the most likely scenario?
Like I said, her anthropometric variables, which includes her size and shape and weight, and roughly those things, and the type of impact surface. It's wood, flat, with molding, vertical, horizontal steps, roundness of the steps.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Did you have any questions? All right, I think we'll take a break until 12. We may have some information from the jury by that time. 12 o'clock.
We're going to recess until 12 o'clock.
Information from the jury about what?
Sure, we're all on the same page. I believe the jurors have made whatever arrangements they need to make, and we can stay as late as, I believe, 4:30. Is that what it is? I appreciate that. I appreciate your willingness to conform your schedules to try to meet some other schedules that we have to comply with, and I thank you very much. All right, Mr. Rudolph.
Dr. Van, when we took our break, I think I had just asked you if you could describe to the jury, using a diagram, the injury biomechanics that are involved in what happens when a head and a scalp hit a flat surface like a floor, a wooden floor. Could you, using a diagram, explain to the jury what the injury mechanics are of that particular contact?
Yes, if I could use this board.
Yes.
We were talking about the balloon situation, meaning that the scalp is full of fluid and it's incompressible. So when you press volume in this direction, it's got to expand in that direction. And just in a little sketch here, what I want to show is basically this is the skull boundary, and this is the scalp boundary. And what I mean by that is this is stiff right here. This is basically the skull. The skull has some thickness. And the red line is the thickness of the scalp. These aren't proportional, but it presents the picture. Now, if a flat surface, if the head impacts a flat surface, basically this area here under the scalp, under the impact is going to get compressed. So you push down, it gets pushed down to here. All this volume, or maybe I should use the yellow highlight. All this volume has got to go somewhere, like the balloon. So if this was a balloon, it would expand under this compression line. Let me see if I could. Under this is the surface of the impact. This is the impacting surface. So that all that blue, all that yellow now would have to go out this way. This is an exaggeration of how far it goes out. So basically, you get the water, so to speak, the balloon part, trying to split from under the impact and leave in many directions, and so you end up getting a split right here, which is the laceration.
Now, that line right there, does that represent a cylindrical object, or are we talking about a flat object there?
Well, I'm sorry, I wasn't very clear. This is the original line. This line here is the original line before the impact occurred, and I just put it down as if the head moved into it. So basically, the head, the scalp got squashed under there like this as the head hit the flat. This is not a thickness. You could think of this as something like this. That just as the I'm moving it instead of moving the complicated drawing.
In any event, we're not talking about, just so I'm clear,
this is a flat surface.
We're talking about a surface, the head hitting a surface like this as opposed to a surface like that.
Right. It's actually the floor, for example, the wooden floor.
Okay.
So basically, the wooden floor is flat, and it would hit the scalp, and all that sort of mini balloon, as I use it under there, would try to split out.
And can you demonstrate on there then what the resulting laceration would look like in that scenario, or what it could look like anyway?
Basically, all the particles under there are moving in different directions, and it just depends which part things tear. You could have, like I said, glass. You could have a forked star-like fracture, depending on how symmetric the impact is. If you're impacting at an angle, it could just split. So basically, you would get a split or a fracture in the scalp.
Could you, using the board up there, could you illustrate what you're talking about when you say like a glass or like a split, just so the jury can see what you're talking about?
Well, we've seen a rock hitting glass and not completely going through it or something. You get this type of you hit here and you just get a fracture pattern. If a rock ever hit your windshield, it doesn't go through it. You just see a star shaped. That's because the material is not perfectly uniform, so it just split. It's got imperfections in it, and it depends which atom wasn't working that day, where things split. The same thing happens with the flesh of the scalp.
All right. Now let's talk about the injury mechanics that occur when your scalp is struck by an object, like State's Exhibit 72, a blow poke. Could you, using the diagram, could you illustrate that?
Okay, well, you're now familiar with, we're saying this is the skull, and this is the scalp again. And so if we had a circular object, like a pebble in the water, when you throw a pebble in a smooth pool, you see a wave that moves away from the pebble. The same thing happens here. As this object moves into the scalp like this.
And just so, is the view that you're showing there in essence ahead?
Yeah, I'm going to show that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to show that. This is actually here a cylinder like this, but I was going to show that when I turned it around. So you're looking at it straight on, and this cylinder just moved down into the scalp. And so now this is the part that's got to go somewhere. And so what happens to that part is it ends up surrounding. It's not, this is a little bit of a, so it does this. And so this yellow part here ends up going out this way. So if you look at it like Mr. Rudolph just pointed, if you look at the length direction, you would see, you would end up seeing a, bruising that's different than what you see before. You'd see this material comes up, you see bruising here, and of course the skull is also curved in this direction, so you would get the laceration like this, and at the end of the curvature, where now this object, this object is hitting a curved surface, and it only comes in contact with the curved part at the tips where the scalp leaves that curvature. You end up getting splits like this, and so the bruises are linear.
Thank you. And for example, in Dr. Spitz's book, and you talked, Dr. Spitz, about this particular case, have you not?
Yeah, a little bit.
In Dr. Spitz's book, Exhibit 171, at page 224, I think this has already been shown to the jury, there's a sort of star-like.
Right.
Is that,
got those, yeah.
If you could take that down and show the jury how that is and how that kind of thing would form with the energy on the scalp from a fall. Perhaps you could do it on this side first and then face that side.
You can see this is a typical bruise under what's likely to be a flat surface with all that scalp under that flat surface just separating out. And of course, this is not the exact fracture state. This is not the picture of somebody standing right under the skull watching it happen. This is after the fact, and so it might not be as big or as small or different. But in general, you can see that a round type of a bruise, you get a split. But this is the type of round bruise on surface type. This is from a fall. You get this type of restoration.
You can stand up for just 1 second. I think somewhere in here there's another picture that shows the thing with the ends that you just pointed out. Here's one right here.
Yeah, that's
is that?
Yeah.
Perhaps you could use that and show. Can you put the other photo, the other drawing up? Next one. We're talking about drawing on the bottom.
Yeah, you see the. I'll start again here. You see the crowbar type hit right here, where you get that laceration, and you get those two Y shapes. That's because of basically this thing only came in contact with the curved surface. It wasn't totally flat, so and you get a fracture of that.
You need to keep your voice up so that the court reporter can hear you.
Okay. This is the sort of the bar type. This is a crowbar hit with these forks at the end, where the curvature of the skull stops meeting as it.
Thank you. In performing your analysis in this particular case, did you focus on particular aspects of the autopsy and the autopsy photos in looking at the injuries and lack of injuries where relevant to Kathleen Peterson?
I think I understand what you said, but
let me repeat it.
Yeah.
In performing your analysis in this case, what in particular did you focus on in terms of Kathleen Peterson's autopsy and autopsy photos?
The autopsy, I looked at the description of the injuries, and that's the first thing.
And perhaps you can start at the top and explain to the jury what was significant about what you saw with regard to each area that was of interest to your analysis.
Well, obviously, the principal area is the head, where the most severe injuries occurred. I looked at those, and there are some other bruises on the arms, on the back, on the face. Just looking at trying to understand how those lacerations occurred first. That was the first order of business. How did they happen? What are the possibilities?
And what was it about the lacerations that you focused on in particular, in terms of, was it size, was it shape, was it location, was it all of the above? I mean, give the jury a picture of what it is you're looking at with regard to each area.
Well, in this particular case, there was no skull fracture, so we had a situation where the energy is limited. We know how much didn't happen because we didn't have a skull fracture, and most of those lacerations were about the same level of impact. I mean, not exactly, but they're about the same level of impact. So we had to try to find out, how could these happen? Well, one way they could happen is Kathleen Peterson she has her natural dimensions, and so she can only fall from 5 feet, 5'2". She can fall over and over from 5 feet. She can't do any more. I mean, she can't fall to the ground faster than her own height. And so looking at those lacerations, had to determine what kind of energy, what kind of fall height, what kind of impact velocity caused them. And that's why we came up with a scenario at the scene that to check out, which is did she hit a specific surface, a specific curvature, a specific material?
Now, with regard to the laceration, let's just focus on that for a moment. I think what you're saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that you knew what a maximum amount of force could be because it couldn't be as much as would fracture the skull.
That's correct.
And you knew what a minimum amount of force had to be because you needed enough to create the kind of lacerations that were found on her scalp.
Just some estimate, yeah.
All right, so you're at that point, you're in a range, is that
right?
In terms of determining what object might have caused the lacerations within that range, can you explain why the uniformity of the depth of the lacerations was important in your thinking?
Well, if it were, if there was great variability in terms of falling from higher heights, hitting sharper objects on the fall, you would get different injuries. You would get brain injuries, you would get skull fractures. Those lacerations were generally about the same drop height, if you want to think about it, the same impact velocity, and to some extent, give or take a little bit. I mean, we can't say exactly. And of course, they were consistent with what the scene provided. The scene provided rounded edges on the steps. The scene provided the door on the entrance, the molding. The scene provided the molding that protrudes quite a ways out on the ground, on the baseboard. There's the chair lift. So there were things that in that scene that could have caused these bruises.
Alternatively, if someone were being struck with a blunt object like a blow poke, would you normally expect to find a uniform amount of energy such that you would have no fractures no brain injuries, but a scalp laceration down to the skull itself without anything else, each time.
No, even not worrying quite yet about the absence of brain injury. If you think about it, I have mentioned that there are several contact areas in the scene, which means her head could have hit something flat, something curved, something with waves. That tells you there are different types of impacts, and it's hard to cause those with just one implement. And so, if aside from the fact that something that a rod of some sort would cause more localized damage if it were heavy, aside from that fact, it's hard to cause all of these injuries with that same unit and get them oriented. Again, aside from the contact that I mentioned that would show different bruises and cause fractures, etc., the scene provides those different things that cause the different bruises and the different lacerations, while a single instrument like that doesn't.
What was the significance of what you found and didn't find in terms of brain injuries?
Again, like skull fractures, that tells me what levels of injury occurred, like the contra coup injury that I mentioned, which is a pressure injury from being hit in the back and getting an injury in the front. Brain injuries can occur with or without skull fracture, and brain injuries can be caused by direct impacts, but they also can be caused by the rotation mechanism that I mentioned. Well, Ms. Peterson didn't have a subdural hematoma of any kind, which means that her head wasn't really rotated a lot, and she didn't have contra coup injuries. She didn't have any brain injuries. She had a small bleeding on the back left side. It's the one that's been referred to, I'm sure, as subarachnoid hemorrhage, but it's relatively minimal in terms of how much injury you could get from a very hard fall, how much bleed you could get inside the head. So it just tells me that the impact was of a certain energy and not more.
Was there anything about the bruises to her face or her extremities, her arms, that was of significance in your analysis, or that was inconsistent with a fall of a limited amount of energy?
I can't say all the bruises. Some of them could have been post-mortem, but some of the bruises are not on the extremities on the back are not inconsistent with a fall, and the somewhat minimal bruises on the front. I mean, these bruises that we're talking about now, aside from the skull, are not they're not very energetic bruises. They're not the type of bruises where if you got hit with a crowbar or something like this, where you'd break bones and fracture cheekbones, and they weren't very energetic. And I can't really say how she got all of them, but we can look at them and see typical falling, whether you bump your hands or arms or elbows. And, she moved around a lot in the scene based on at least what has been explained, where she got up once. We don't know how many times she got up, or whether it's twice or once, or whether in trying to get up, you've heard, possibly trying to push up with her hands, she slipped, she hit her face. I can't really pinpoint those, but those bruises on the face were not that related to the cause. I don't think they were related to the cause of death, meaning they didn't contribute to her death.
Let me ask you this. If someone were to be hit in the face, and you felt this.
Yes.
You've weighed it.
Yes.
You've actually looked inside it to get a sense of how thick the metal is.
Yeah.
If someone were to be hit in the face by someone wielding this, trying to hit him, would you expect to see the kind of injuries that were on Kathleen Peterson, or would you expect to see different kinds of injuries?
In the face, you said?
Yeah, in the face.
No, I think if you hit somebody in the face with that, you'd see more damage, for sure. I mean, this weighs about 3/4 of a pound. It's not a very heavy, fireplace utensil where it could be 5 or 6 or 7 pounds, where you could really see some very bad things. A lot of damage. But this is hard enough to cause damage to the soft tissue here.
What about the lack of any fractures other than in the head and face area? For example, lack of any fractures on the hands, wrists, arms, ribs. Did that tell you anything about the amount of force that was involved in causing the injuries to Kathleen Peterson's skull?
Well, it tells me that she didn't fall on her hands. She didn't fall in an awkward way to cause stresses on her arms or fingers to break them. And if you're alluding to were her hands beaten or hit with something, I don't see anything that energetic. Those dings and bruises are consistent with her hands hitting the floor when she fell, or hitting some other things like the door, like the door moldings or even the chair or something.
There's been some discussion with other witnesses about a fractured horn of the thyroid cartilage, the cornea.
Yes.
On the left side. Did you do some? You saw that notation in the autopsy report, I take it.
Yes, I did.
And did you do some calculations based on the size of that particular bone about how much pressure is required to cause that kind of fracture?
I didn't really need to do a sophisticated calculation, but I could tell you, what I did. First of all, just the brittleness for an individual, 48, 49, 50, is the brittleness. So the breaking strength of the thyroid cartilage or the Adam's apple is a little bit more than half, like 55% of, say, a teenager. So as we graduate in age, we become more brittle. Now, this Adam's apple, it's a tent-like structure. It just looks like this. And it's just sitting here. It's sitting here like this. So it's a tent-like structure. It has 2 horns that are fairly flimsy. Now, we naturally protect this while we don't take a lot of time thinking how critical this is. We always worry about our brains and hearts, but if you lose this one, it's like the ear, you can't compensate with something else. So this sternal notch, this bone right here of the chest and the chin, when you're down like this, if you're down like this, you can't get to this to hurt it. So in order to fall on this, you generally have to have some motion that raises your head and then something to expose this. Now, what happens to this tent when it's exposed to a blunt force is it opens up. It's about 90 degrees like this for men. And that's why it's about 120 degrees for women. It's flatter for women. Now, what happens is when you push on it like this, or when you hit it hard, it flattens out like that, and this whole area, you can see this whole area just fractures. And that's about, if you just push on it slowly, you can either push on it hard with what's called a dynamic force, that's a time dependent, or you can push on it statically. The experiments show that when you push on it statically, it's about 30 pounds. So if you take this out and you put it on that table like this, the tent, and you get a flat plate and you push on it, once you get to about 30 or so pounds, it just fractures. And that's a whole large area. Now, when they do that experiment, they take the horns off. Because if you come to do it with the horns, you can imagine that. Can I turn this on?
Yes.
Tell me when I can go.
Okay, I can put it on.
All right. So I'm not going to draw it anatomically super accurate. I'm going to stick with the tent analogy. So this is the Adam's apple portion right here. So this is the front of our neck. And you can see that if you force this area down like this, there's a lot of material that has to break as this thing spreads out. Just basically almost like a wishbone. You're creating a wishbone situation, it snaps. Now you notice that, I took the horns out because when they did that experiment, they took those two horns out because if you're sitting on a table like this, the minute you push, these things will snap. And I venture to say 30 pounds is probably a tenth of that. There's a tiny little, like a tip of a toothpick. Even a toothpick is probably harder. And so it doesn't take much to fracture that. Now, if you were to cause damage to this area, this has got ligaments and muscles around it. The whole larynx is a tubular structure. It starts, this one is a tent, the one below it is a ring, and then below it is a trachea. And all that is wrapped with, some leathery material type thing. So it can be a tube, so it can breathe and it can move sideways. It can't move backwards. So what happens is if you hit it, it pushes against your spinal column. It pushes and splits out and snaps. When that happens, because it's wrapped with muscle and tissue, etc., it'll bleed and you'll get muscle tear. So while you're putting that 30-pound force to hurt the cartilage, you actually hurt the surrounding material. And none of that was present. So I don't really know the cause, but it's a minimal force to cause this, this thing here to snap. Because if you think about this as like a diving board, here's this thing, and we'll fix it right here. If you put a tiny force like this is just going to bend like this, like it would on a dive, and just snap here, just a pound or so. I mean, if you have a digital scale and you go like this on it, you probably can do 10 pounds easily.
I think Dr. Leitsma indicated that, in his opinion, for example, I guess he gave two opinions. One was that
Okay. That one's the hyoid bone. See, it's not connected to anything, like on the ends. It's just connected to that cartilage right there. That's the one that always gets broken during manual strangulation. This is the thyroid cartilage. So that's what was broken on her, not that. This. So that's what the inside of your throat looks like. Courtesy of Wiggles. Because she bought me this book.
these sorts of things can happen post-mortem, just in removing the larynx from the body. And second of all, that it could occur just from someone in a panic checking for a carotid pulse because it's in that area. Is that?
From a force point of view, from a load point of view, it's possible.
Now, did you have a chance? I think you said you weighed the blowpoke.
Yes.
And did you have a chance to get some sense of its heft and in particular the difference both in material and in shape between the tip and the cylinder?
Yes.
And based on your knowledge and your training and experience over the years, and on the evidence relating to the stairway that you saw, the injury sustained by Kathleen Peterson, were you able to form an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to whether Kathleen Peterson's injuries were the result of her being beaten in the head with this blowpoke or a blowpoke like this?
Yes.
What is your opinion with regard to that?
This is the thing in my body that keeps trying to kill me.
The biomechanical evidence and her injuries are not consistent.
That thing right there keeps trying to kill me.
That kind of force.
That's a cross section of it.
Let me ask you the same question with regard to, well, let me ask it in a more general way. Do you have an opinion if the blow poke didn't cause those injuries, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to what the cause of those injuries were?
Yes, I do.
And again, could you explain to the jury what your opinion is about that?
I believe from, again, the scene data and Kathleen Peterson's dimensions that her injuries were caused by an accidental fall in that stairwell.
Could you take a few minutes and explain to the jury, using whatever you need to use, whether it's diagrams or coming down and pointing to things, on what you base your opinion that the injuries to Kathleen Peterson were not caused by something like this blow poke, and instead are consistent with a fall?
Would I be able to use that?
This thing?
Please, yes.
Sure.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second. We put it up on the.
Help.
Thank you. Is that right there?
I wonder how much that thing costs.
Yes, thank you.
And here's a razor. I don't know if that'll help you.
But this is the mock-up. I don't, what's missing from this mock? I mean, it's a sort of a nice geometric representation, but what's missing that I can't show you here, and you'll have to, from the pictures and from your visit, try to remember what I'm pointing to. What's missing here are the characteristics of this door jamb, the characteristics of these steps, the roundness is the lip that comes out, the characteristics of the molding. The molding around the edges, because if you recall, you have this nice round edge sticking out. I can't say that I know exactly how it happened. I mean, I can't say that. I can only look, like I said, about the injuries. I can look at the injuries and try to find out if there's anything biomechanically possible to cause them. And I can rule out some things unlikely to have happened. And the most, one most likely scenario between the two, whether it were a cylindrical light object or a fall, we've come up with a sequence that could possibly, explain what might have happened. One possibility, that is, she stands on this step, and she falls back, and the first impact is against that door molding. Now, if you recall, that door molding is wavy, and it's got about as much width as those lacerations. So she gets an impact right here, and she continues to. Now her feet are basically starting on this step. So she falls. She contacts her head. She loses her balance. She doesn't have any reflexes to restrain herself because she's falling back, and there's nothing to hold on to. She continues to fall down in this corner, and she hits the 17th step. She might have a glancing impact against the north wall. So she just falls back and she hits. So what happened in this particular fall? This particular fall it's a fall. This is not a Hollywood tumbling fall down the steps. Now, I venture to say this is a ground level fall. She just happens to be in a stairwell that has one step in it. So this idea that she rolled down the steps and all that, if that's this is not a stairway fall. She fell down, she hit this side, and then she, hit the bottom here, and possibly with a glancing. See, this wall is too far out, but in any case, she might have hit a glancing hit on the north wall. So that's possibly 3 impacts from that fall, or 2 if she didn't have that glancing hit. Now,
what would be the impact? What would be the points of impact, just so we're clear about that?
Well, the point of impact is on this door molding up here, and the one point of impact is on this. Another point is on that north wall, right about here is a glancing incidental impact, and the final resting for that fall is right at that step down here. Now, we've heard testimony that, she's bleeding and her blood, her blood evidence says that she was bleeding for a while and tried to get up. And
I asked him to describe as best he could what his opinion was and why he reached it. And I think that's what he's doing.
Part of my objection is talking about testimony, and he obviously was not present here in court.
Well,
That's not responsive.
are you aware of testimony that first of all, did you see pictures of Kathleen Peterson with blood on her feet?
Yes.
And are you aware of testimony from other experts? And have you spoken to other experts that indicates that they believe, including the state's experts, that she got up at some point after she had started bleeding?
Yes.
Okay. Please continue.
So she got up basically and stepped or slipped in the blood and fell back and impacted back in the corner here against the wall and the molding. And so what we have are 2 falls with 3 impacts. And if you count that glancing, as she fell the first time against the north wall, that could be 4 impacts.
Now, you're aware, I'll let you take your seat, sorry. Okay. Are you aware that Dr. Radish has testified that the number, location, and severity of the lacerations on Kathleen Peterson's scalp are not consistent with an accidental fall? You aware that she's testified?
Yes, I am.
That she, in her mind, ruled out any possibility of any accidental falls causing those lacerations. You aware of that?
Yes.
Do you agree with that?
No, I don't.
You've described to the jury a scenario. Have you supervised the creation of an exhibit that is designed to illustrate? Well, first of all, let me ask you this. The scenario you just described, are you trying to tell the jury that that's the way it happened, no ifs, ands, or buts?
No.
Are there various scenarios, in your opinion, that could account for the multiple lacerations, their location, size, and severity?
Yeah, really. It's a scenario that requires those hits against those surfaces or similar surfaces in that scene. There must be many combinations that could be possible.
With regard to the one that you just described,
yes.
Did you supervise the creation of an exhibit that's designed to illustrate that particular scenario and how it might have occurred and how, more importantly, it might have created the lacerations that were seen on Kathleen Peterson's scalp?
Yes, I did.
Could you describe to the members of the jury how that exhibit, what it was, and how it was created in terms of what mathematics, what figures, what science went into it?
Well, we started with the state's dimensions of the scene, and we added more.
You're gonna need to keep your voice up nice and loud, so everyone.
Basically, we had to reconstruct graphically the dimensions of the scene, and with as much detail as possible, and that is the relevant detail that you've already very familiar with: the moldings, the shapes. And we had to, from pictures of Ms. Peterson standing up, etc., to approximate her height and shape. And we had to use all that information, both geometrically, and mechanically, to see if what I told you verbally, and I think with graphics, it's going to be much more clear than I can say in words. We wanted to see if a scenario of a fall is possible, and in fact, if it's realistic, and in fact, if it's likely. And so we developed this simulation to try to illustrate one possibility, a realistic possibility for that event to happen, and it's strictly trying to show you in pictures what I said about where the head hit and all, just to put it in graphical context.
Before we show that to the jury, did you actually go to the scene with graphic engineers and with the measurements, the computer-generated measurements that the state had provided us to get the dimensions of the stairway and the risers and how far the stairs came out and all of that accurate in terms of the computer simulation?
The end result is always nice, and it's a quick simulation, but what you have to go through to do that, to match everything, I mean, it's very difficult just to match those pictures to the animation where those lacerations were anatomically, because if they're out of place anatomically, some other things could be interpreted. So we have to go through as much rigor as possible to simulate both the scene properly, geometrically, and Ms. Peterson.
And did you have available, and did the computer graphic engineers have available, for example, the autopsy, which showed her exact height, at least as measured at the autopsy, and her exact weight as measured at the autopsy?
Yes, we took as much information from all sources as possible.
Did you also ask for and receive a photograph, or did they ask for and receive a photograph so that body type and that sort of thing could be at least approximated?
That's right, we did.
And could you just explain to the jury what the process was then in terms of creating the computer simulation? What actually did the engineers do in creating it?
I think you probably need to give me a little detail.
Okay, well, I guess
that's a broad thing. There are a lot of things that we have to do.
Fair enough. Did you, as you ran the simulation, try to make sure that things that were in there were realistic in terms of how bodies move in space?
The most important thing is that everything fits, that the pieces fit, and the heights of the falls are reasonable. They match the mechanics, the biomechanics of the injuries. I mean, if it doesn't fit, it's very hard to it's hard to get that to work. So it had to be the mechanics, the biomechanics, the natural falling events had to be there to by themselves. This is not something that comes out of the animation. The injury levels, if there were severe skull fractures, depressed skull fractures where the skull is really obliterated, that can't happen from what we're saying. So the main thing was that her dimensions and her injuries and the scene's dimensions and the softness and the hardness and the curviness and the sharpness of the scene all fit. That's quite a set of variables that all have to work to some extent.
All right, I'm going to, Mr. C, I'm going to put this up, and what I'd like to do is let it play one time as an illustration of what you just described to the jury, and then we can go back and you can describe certain points of impact and where lacerations might have been caused, all right?
All right.
Now, before I go through that again with you, let me ask you, are the forces, the loads, if you will, that are created by falls from the height illustrated in that simulation, from those heights, are the loads created or forces created sufficient to cause the depth of laceration seen on Kathleen Peterson's scalp?
Yes.
And are they not sufficient to cause a skull fracture or brain injuries?
That's right.
I'm going to play it again, and you tell me when to stop. And I've got some diagrams, and if you could, what I'd like you to do is to be able to explain to the jury. You can perhaps come down and stand over here and use these to explain to the jury which injuries could have come from which impacts. May you step down, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. This is one before bleeding, and that's one after bleeding. I'm going to start the tape, and you just tell me when to stop. What's it?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I got it.
All right, stop. This is an action that could happen many different ways, but basically she lost her balance and fell straight back, nothing to restrain herself, and she let go of the railing.
You keep your voice up, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I will.
All right.
Okay, stop it. So the angle of the way she fell hit. You can see the waves in that. Door molding. Now, I think you might have already seen that her head hitting the molding has a force in this direction and a force in this direction. So she hit down at an angle. So there's pressure on her scalp and also pulling action, like I said before. And the possibility is that this cluster was hit by that door molding.
You're pointing to the one on the far left of that?
Yes, this one.
Right. Could you take a pen on that and circle? And let me just go a little bit further on this, because I think you may have a better view of this if we go a little.
Well, I wanted to show the shape of the molding of this one. So go ahead and rotate it.
All right.
So now that shows where on the head, and which is what I'm pointing to here.
All right, so why don't you just put a circle and a 1 on this diagram and on this diagram about where that impact would have caused or could have caused the splits.
Well, I'm basically gonna I'll circle the resulting laceration.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so this is one.
Excuse me, sir, could you keep your voice up a little when you speak?
I'm really trying.
I'm sorry.
Not to do it. I'll try to consciously do that. Just hate to yell. This is what I just circled, the laceration. Let me hold both of them up, since Mr. Rudolph asked me to label both of them. So this is one of the possibilities, that door jammed its shape, and how high she fell from that step could have accounted for this injury.
All right, and keeping that the second one, get that one. Is it your testimony then that just one hit against a flat surface could have caused that V-shaped split because of the energy dissipating in the scalp?
It's not just the hit. It has to be. It's a hit that has that tangential, that angled impact that then allows that scalp to move like this. Like I mentioned to you before, if we fall on a hard surface or concrete or something, and the scalp just gets sheared off, and that in fact is avulsed, or the scalp is pulled off the skull.
Okay, so then, if I understand you correctly, it's a combination of the hit straight on and then falling down, or
Right, it's at an angle. So in biomechanical jargon, there's a normal force, which is a perpendicular force, and there's a tangential force, which is a force that. So yes, it's at an angle where the forces were pushing and kind of pulling this way on this guy.
all right. Should I continue then?
Please. Now this is that first fall. She stopped. Well,
Yeah, I go back a little bit.
yeah, if you can go back.
I'll try and go back a little.
That's her.
That's right.
Has a possibility of continuation of that motion where, her head hits the north wall on the way down.
Hold on a second. I'm sorry. I had to go.
That's all right. I should have pushed the button earlier.
See if I can push it here a little bit. It's not good. We may need a technical break.
All right, let's take a 10-minute break.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Please allow the jurors a courtroom close.
Right there. Can you talk about what we're seeing there?
Yeah, continuing with the first fall, this is what I was referring to as that glancing contact with the north wall.
And about what height, and I realize this is just an approximation, a simulation coming off the other one. At what height at what height off the floor was the first impact on that doorway molding?
About 61 inches.
Okay, and try to keep your voice up again. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
And how far did her head travel? Did the simulation head travel before it hit that molding?
Again, that's not exact. For this one, it's about 35 inches.
Okay.
Of arc.
Okay.
Maybe.
And that's how you're figuring out the load that's created that's sufficient to cause the laceration, but not sufficient to cause a fracture.
Right.
Okay.
All right. So continuing with the contact points, the back of her head above the neck contacts that step. Is it running still?
No.
No. Okay. Now, do you want me to circle the last verse?
Yes, you could show members of the jury what injuries could have been created, scalp injuries could have been created at this location.
So we saw the first you saw the first one from that first contact, and then the glancing hit on the north wall could have hit over some areas, might have caused a bruise. And this second one, resting on that step, is responsible for these two, because let me do that again here. It's these two.
And how do you get two lacerations like that, two separate pieces from one impact?
Well, you remember what I told you, that the scalp moves? It stops moving as you get down. It's a lot less, it's tighter, sort of like wearing a Halloween mask and that's tied down. So getting hit up above those, really against that step, ended up pulling the scalp, and you get two splits. You could get more, you could get less. So it's really, it's like a chopping hit on that round step 17.
And that can cause two separate splits that are not even connected with each other?
Yes, it's sort of a radial, since it's a sphere. It pulls in a certain way, and these are sort of pulling tears.
All right. Now, I think you mentioned earlier that there's been some testimony about the fact that Kathleen Peterson at some point got up after she had been bleeding for some period of time because there was blood on the bottoms of her feet, correct?
Yes.
Is there any way for you to determine in a simulation like this or any other way how long that happened?
I'm not trying to do that. I can't.
All right, so when we go to the next scene here, is that supposed to represent a continuous action, or is that supposed to represent some passage of some period of time?
What I'm trying to illustrate in this simulation are the possible impacts, and I don't think we're fixed to a temporal or a time course of action.
All right.
All right. So that's that, below the occiput, that contact that you see, and possible contact with the molding.
All right.
Now stop, please.
Okay.
From a sitting position, getting up, you see where her feet are. She slips out, loses her balance there. Go ahead, please. And that's it. Stop, please. Now, I think you've gleaned some lengths and widths. If she were taller, if she were 6'5", she'd probably hit the east wall or something. I mean, this is a dimensional issue. So falling from that point allows her to hit where she hits, because that's her characteristic length. That last impact is on the corner, with part of it hitting the molding, and part of it being a flat impact on the floor, on the wooden floor, creating that glass, like that stellate or the star-shaped. Those two lacerations I'm going to show you in a minute.
Now, how do you get both of those?
I'm going to go through that. It's on the right side of the head. This set right here. This set right here, which looks like this in this picture. Right here and right here. This is the last impact. Right here, number 3. Now, you could imagine that this one is right against that molding that sticks out with the sharp edges and the round edges. With this, with the flat impact causing this star shape, we have a flat impact right on this point. So she falls straight back on the right side. She gets a flat impact on that point right here and catches right at the corner. She catches the corner of the molding, as you see now. She comes down, she catches the corner of the molding, and she continues to hit. And this would be a shearing type hit, and the other one would be a normal or a perpendicular hit that gives you somewhat of a classical direct flat impact. And the one we showed you from Dr. Spitz's book, that round circle with the sort of the scalp fracture, the glass analogy where that we talked about.
Just so I understand then what you're talking about, if that's the wall and this is the floor, can you show us on here? Let's. Thank you. So if this represents the north wall,
Yes.
and
I'm going to hold it.
I'm gonna get it. Hold on a second. Hold on. And that's the east wall. All right. All right, and that's the floor there. That's step 17, I guess. Where can you?
Yeah, I mean, right there, the corner where her head is it has two types of contacts. One against the edge right here, like this.
You need to move over so the jurors can see.
It's this type of hit where this is that hit on the molding, rips the skull, and the last one is on the floor. You recall the molding here, which is that.
Let's show these jurors over here.
Okay. This last hit is like this. Yeah. All right, like that. Sorry.
That's right. So that's how you get, in essence, two impacts from a single fall.
Right.
Because there's two separate surfaces there,
You
right?
can call them two impacts. They're two contacts.
Okay.
You know, I mean, it's sort of. I mean, if you were getting hit with a Y-shaped thing like this, is that two impacts or two contacts? These are semantics, but when we say two impacts, it might indicate two more falling. But it's basically these two lacerations.
Dr. Bandak, I know we've covered this already, but let me just make sure about what you're saying here. You are not saying, I don't think, that this is exactly how, that you know that this is exactly how this accidental fall happened.
No.
Can anyone, based on the information available, come in here and absolutely recreate to a certainty what happened in that stairway?
Objection.
I don't know of anybody who could rationally do that.
Your Honor, that's all I have in terms of questions. We would like to move into evidence. The DVD as Defense Exhibit 277, so if the jurors want to see it later, they'll be able to.
So, false exam.
Turn it down.
Good afternoon.
Okay, guys. That is it for today. I'm exhausted. I'm gonna go take a nap. So, I will see you in the morning. Remember, be kind to people. Love your family, and Jesus loves you, and so do I. Bye, guys. Have a great evening, and I will see you in the morning at 9. Bye.